that leadership of justice work in the Mobile Street area and in the greater county. Give us some examples of how your congregation was involved in the civil rights movement and the role that congregants are currently playing in terms of socioeconomic, socio-political, as well as other issues that might be important for your congregation's involvement in ministry. Will you start us off, Dr. Williams?
Thank you. As I indicated, the freedom schools were very instrumental, obviously, in encouraging voting rights. And there were 7 or 8 of the freedom schools around here in town, and one of the main stops was True Light. So if you think about what those freedom schools meant, they meant opportunity. Students from the True Light region, that community, that neighborhood and beyond, they had an opportunity to learn more, to be engaged. They experienced things that they had not experienced before. They also worked hard to bring together the civil rights message to the youth. And that's important. They provided a unified voice for the young people at that time to get involved, to understand the political process, to understand the importance of civic engagement. And that's really what the freedom schools did. So there are people probably in this audience, and certainly people in my congregation, that were participants in this freedom school. So Reverend Ridgway made this one of his key, I guess, operational tenets as the senior pastor. Get involved, vote, share the message, share the enthusiasm. And I think part of this, as you think about this, what the Freedom Summer folks did, they shared the story. They shared the story of the importance of being involved, the importance of being engaged. And as a pastor at that time, in the 1950s, there were a lot of consequences for engagement. As some of you know, much better than I would, other than reading about it, Reverend Ridgway's home was bombed. About the time that he testified before Congress in 1957, give or take a year or so, his home was bombed. And he subsequently moved to Texas. So he paid a cost for that engagement. And I think that's something that we should be mindful of today.
Mr. Griffin, Mount Carmel.
Thank you. Mount Carmel has always been, as I stated earlier, a sort of a plaque holder in the city of Hattiesburg, going back decades, back to 1886 under some wonderful pastors. But Reverend James Chandler and the Civil Rights campaign from 1954 to 1964 kind of set the tone for how Mount Carmel was going to continue to develop in the neighborhood. Reverend Chandler was a bold leader who stood firmly for justice during one of the most dangerous periods of African-American activism. He not only guided Mount Carmel spiritually, but also pushed the church into the front lines of the civil rights movement. It just so happened that as a young kid, I was introduced to the civil rights movement. Chandler's influence extended beyond Hattiesburg. He was elected the state president of the Baptist Convention, giving him a platform to rally black churches across Mississippi in the fight for freedom and equality. This statewide leadership made him both widely respected and heavily targeted. And as you can imagine, back in those days, any pastor or any civic leader in the neighborhood that stood up for injustice naturally became a target because that was the era that just brought on extreme danger for any of our civic leaders. So that's kind of where Mount Carmel stood. And then moving forward to today under Pastor Fairley, that is still the forefront of Mount Carmel Ministries, standing tall, being there for the people in the community. I can personally say that when Hurricane Katrina hit, Mount Carmel was one of the churches that they dropped off supplies to. When the power was out, Mount Carmel was feeding at least breakfast and noontime meal, about 300 meals a day. And we were in the cafeteria and wading waters, about 3 inches of water in the cafeteria. The important thing about that is that we had gas. But they were dropping off food at Main Street Baptist Church out on 98. And so I went out there to sign Mount Carmel up so they could bring hot food into our neighborhood. It was a struggle to have that done. And I had to literally tell the people that you can't treat our citizens as second-class citizens. And that statement sort of awakened this young lady that was signing folks up. And so they gave us 300 meals in the, was those clam-shaped plates that you take. So we would take those plates, cut them in half, and double the meal portion that we fed the people. So we went from 300 to 600 people feeding daily. Just one example of how Mount Carmel has been instrumental in this neighborhood and continues to do so. Parents, when their kids run into any kind of problem, criminal problem, the first place, well, I won't say the first, but one of the first places they'll run to is to Reverend Farrell at Mount Carmel to get his input, to say that my child is being treated, is being mistreated. He's not getting a fair shake. So Mount Carmel continues to hold that role, and I don't think we're going to ever give it up. Certainly not in my lifetime. I hope we don't ever give it up. So having said all of that, I'll pass the torch to Pastor Wilson.
From 1957 to 1979, Ebenezer was led by C.E. Lewis. C.E. Lewis still pastors a lot of folk at Ebenezer right now. Ebenezer then was a hotbed for worship. Spirituality is in the African American bones, and so it is still a hotbed for worship. But when it comes down to the civil rights movement, there were people at the Ebenezer Church like Avis Brooks, Ernest Daugherty, Scott Jones, Arnell McCree, Samuel Short, J.W. Brown, Eddie Lee Garner, LaPlace Jackson, Willard Murphy, and Paul Stewart, to name a few. And so they did all they could to make sure that people had a good life and a good living. I understand that Ebenezer is the furthest church on the other side of the tracks. Only thing that separates us from Petal is Leaf River, and because of its location, I was told that many strategic meetings for the civil rights movement were held at the Ebenezer Church back in the 70s and 60s and 80s. And so that church continues today empowering the underserved, the poor, the lost, the left out, and the neglected. And so we will continue to do that according to God's word and according to his will.
I'm fit to give you some rich history for the civil rights movement and what part the St. Paul play in it, and some of the personalities that was involved. Our congregation has always been deeply committed to advancing racial and social justice in both the city of Hattiesburg and Forest County. We recognize that faith gives us not only to serve, call on us not only to serve individual needs, but also confront inequity that affect our community. St. Paul, as one of the guests mentioned, was one of 6 Freedom School locations here in Hattiesburg. The city of Hattiesburg has the distinction of saying that they served the largest group of Freedom Schools during 1964. And 6 of those were right here in this area here. St. Paul won. We had people like the Williams brothers, Clarence Williams, the Clark sisters, Irene Williams Jones. All of those were part of St. Paul United Methodist Church, and they attended Freedom School in 1964. Reverend Grimmage, one of the pastors there at St. Paul, he was one of the forerunner for working and making the church available for mass meetings. A bunch of mass meetings were held at St. Paul, and with the tension of violence and the notion that there's a possibility of someone getting killed, Reverend Grimmage stood his ground by offering the church a refuge for having these meetings. Captain Brown Damon was one of the members and still a member of St. Paul, would go to the meeting, and she said Reverend Grimmage would always leave with the notion that don't be afraid. If we is going to die, it was intended to happen. We are ready. And the meetings continue on. We can look at voter registration. There were 15 men that filed a lawsuit here in Hattiesburg District Court trying to get blacks the right to register to vote. Out of those 15 men, there were 5 of them that was members of St. Paul United Methodist Church. There's a mark on Mobile Street right today if you want to take a look at it, of those 15 men who stood out front to get the right to vote. 5 of those men from St. Paul: E. Hammond Smith, Alfonso Clark, Dr. T.J. Fight, Reverend Charmaine Payne, and Dr. Charles Smith. In 1961, Addie Berger and Mrs. Hobson completed a registration form to try to vote. Their application was denied, bumped, 0. These was 2 prominent teachers in the public school system of Hattiesburg system, but yet they could not pass a simple test of questions dealing with the Constitution of the United States. These 2 ladies were members of St. Paul United Methodist Church. So we can just name these outstanding patriots that had participated in the movement that came out of St. Paul United Methodist Church. So we'll pass it on to keep from taking up too much time.
Involvement in the justice work St. James Christian Methodist Episcopal Church. J.C. Fairley was the president of the NAACP initially back during the hot times. Our church became a place of planning before any civil rights activity took place. Everything started at St. James CME Church. If there's going to be a march, everything started at that particular point. Our church served as a place for mass meetings where those who had been out in the field working would come back and report whatever incident or whatever success that they had. Our church served as a place to serve meals and provide housing for those who were visiting in our city. Our church did voter registration, teaching voter registration, teaching civic engagement. Our church still does it today. I serve as president for the NAACP, and a lot of things that go on in the city starts at St. James CME Church. Our pastor at the beginning of the movement was the Reverend Hudson. Took him a little time to get adjusted to the movement, but once he got adjusted, our church was open for everybody. I'll end there.
Okay, so one of the things that I have often heard stories about was how our church served as a community meeting space for other churches that were throughout the state. We had a lot of our church conventions and stuff there. Meals were provided to people that was fighting the fight. We had a lot of after what I guess you would call them after work hours meeting spaces for them. Some of the other things that they provided was for the people that were homeless in that area. They also provided things of the necessities for them as well. One of the biggest things I remember hearing coming up was during the summer about the justice movement, voter registration, teaching young people about their history, where they come from, how they were raised, and what was the impact it was going to have on their life in the future. So voting was pushed very hard in our congregation. What we're doing now that really I think is carrying the torch is that we continue to do the same thing even in the summers with our youth at the church and even in the community. We provide we have this thing called Helping the Homeless. We even will house them if they're homeless. We find out if they're homeless. We put them up in hotels. We help them find jobs. We help them get off the street. We have an incarceration program, people that have been in jail. We basically follow them after they get out of jail and help them get back into workforce, helping them with jobs, finding them a place to live, getting access back to their children, because a lot of them lose connections with their children once they go to jail. So we do work with them to try to help them get reconnected with their loved ones and stuff after they come out of jail. We also have a hospital and nursing home ministry that we go in there, and we just basically become their second family, helping them with things that they may need, even if it's just somebody being there to talk to them, combing their hair, providing them with care, little health care things that they may need for that. So when you hear about bridging the gap of what went on versus what's going on now, we saw the struggle of things, having access to things, and right now we are trying to be the resource, the hub resource for everything. You can't cover everything that people need, but you can always start with something. So if they're in need of counseling, if they're in need of food, if they're in need of a place to stay, we want our church to be that hub where we can connect them with the resources. The biggest thing I think, even back in civil rights days, were the access to what was needed. we didn't have that access. So now we want to be that hub where, hey, we can help you find it. Even if we don't have it, we know who has it, and we want to continue to carry that on through the future.
Thank you, panelists. So audience, now it's your turn. I'm going to start with a little kind of a quick and dirty survey, and I want to invite my godson, Britton Lofton, to come up and help me, because after the little survey, I want to invite short stories. So here's the first question for the quick and dirty survey. Raise your hand if you attended a freedom school. Are you, yes. Raise your hand, thank you. Raise your hand if you taught at a freedom school. Raise your hand if you helped provide resources for a freedom school. All right. Raise your hand if you were a member of the NAACP. Whoa, wonderful, 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 wonderful. Raise your hand if you participated in a march with your congregation. Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. So from that little survey, you have stories to tell. I should ask also about mass meetings. If you had attended a mass meeting, raise your hand. Wonderful. So tell us a brief story about your experience or engagement in one of those settings that will contribute to this rich story, or these stories of these congregations that you've heard so far. All right, I see a hand over here.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I'm Randall Williams. I'm a proud member of St. Paul United Methodist Church. I didn't do a lot during the Freedom Summer years. I was kind of young, and I had two older brothers who didn't want me to follow them where they went. So they were privy to Freedom Summer, but I got left out. I was not in the mix at that time. However, at age 16, I believe, I attended a mass meeting at Mount Zion Baptist Church, where I got a chance to see Martin Luther King. As intriguing as that was, at that age, it was also very frightening because there were about 25 men outside. In order for us to have that meeting, they were armed with pistols, rifles, shotguns, in fear that the Ku Klux Klan would somehow interrupt that meeting. So I was in the balcony, got a good look at that man. I was very excited over that, and it kind of overcame my fear of being there. But it was a magnificent time, and that's when I really understood what the march and the idea of being equal meant.
Good morning. I'm Maxine Bennett Coleman, and like Randall, I was young during the civil rights movement here in Hattiesburg, but I do remember attending Freedom School at True Light when it was on Dewey Street. They had the class, the Sunday school classes was converted so that we could come in and learn about more about civil rights and why we should be entitled, we should be afforded more so the same rights as others. And like Randall said, I do remember when Dr. King came to Mount Zion, me and several friends walked over because we wanted to see him and be a part of that. But it was a bomb threat that night. And so they delayed Dr. King's arrival at the church because they were making sure that there was not a bomb at the church. And so I didn't stay because I knew if I didn't die there, my mama was going to kill me because she didn't know I was over there. But I did want to be a part of that because I thought it was important for us to, as young people, to be a part of that, because I do remember going to school here at Eureka, how our textbooks were very used books, I'll put it like that. You know, so many names in the book when some didn't have backs on them. And we knew that that was not right. We knew we were getting hand-me-downs. And so even at a young age, you know, we wanted to be a part of what was going on. And when the cab stand was on Mobile Street, Mr. Porter's had that, the bus would come in front of the cab stand and pick people up to take them around so that we could protest, so that we could be part of the boycotts. And so even young, middle-aged, older people, all were about the same things. And those are some of the memories that I had of being a part of what the churches were doing here in Hattiesburg.
Good morning. I'm James Reed, originally from Hattiesburg. My commitment during that time frame, I was a student at Tougaloo College, 59 and 60, and the first mass meeting was originated at Tougaloo, to my knowledge. I'm qualified that. And my roommate, who was Richard Berger, we had grown up together. We started elementary school here at Eureka. And we were so excited that we walked out, went to part of Jackson, and we handed out handbills indicating of a mass meeting. When I got back to the campus, I called my dad to let him know what I had done because he was active in the NAACP. There was a gentleman at that time named George Dennis who would come by and collect his monthly dues. So I knew he was excited, and I was in the youth part of it. So I called him and told him, I said, Dad, we did X, Y, and Z tonight. He said, you can't do that. I said, why? I said, but you always talked about this. He said, you can't do that because if you are captured, your sister will lose her job. That was one of the things that you had during that time. Mostly people who participated in that did not have raise the risk of losing something because they did not work for the man. Very simple. Thank you.
Yeah. Ray Bourne. Point brought up was about Mount Zion. Prior to Mount Zion, there were 3 other churches that were asked to host Dr. King, and unfortunately, they said no, because they were afraid. You also mentioned about Reverend Ridgway, and what he did was that he was very courageous, but also is that some of the other ministers mentioned to him that I told you not to be outspoken. And I thought that was very, very interesting. And also with LaPlace Jackson, by the way, he lost his job here in Hattiesburg primarily because of the fact that someone found out his name was on the NAACP's roll. He also left and went on over to Alcorn, as you all might know. Secondly is that I just want you to know that a lot of the people who had their membership with the NAACP did their membership, they spelled their name backwards, okay? So therefore, I want you to be aware of that. We will talk more about that later on, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thinking about the mass meetings and Freedom School and all of that, I want to raise up the names of 2 of our leaders during the time, Reverend J.C. Killingsworth is one, and Father Peter Quinn was the second. John Henry Clark said famously that all history is a current event. And right now, we have a rather chilling environment in which people are hesitant to speak up and for fear of retribution. And during those days, the 60s, civil rights movement, not everybody was involved. It has been mentioned a fear that stopped people from being involved. And some people would say, I don't want you to be involved in that mess. Well, Reverend Killingsworth was famous for his expression that says, if this is mess, it's the best mess that's ever been messed. Now, as for Father Quinn, I was Baptist, but I was a member of a civil rights organization in Hattiesburg called the CYO, the Catholic Youth Organization, which actually became a civil rights organization. And while there were other pastors, black pastors who were afraid to become involved, Father Quinn, about 6'3", 200-some pounds, a big target, was at the forefront, leading along with Reverend Killingsworth. And I remember the diocese was concerned about him smearing the reputation of the diocese and fearing for his life. So they sent a priest from Christ the King in Jackson, Father Watts, down to discourage Father Quinn because there was a big march coming up, and Larry Watts came down and talked to Father Quinn. Fast forward, Larry Watts is right beside Father Quinn in the march. He convinced him. So these two figures, their names are worthy of being mentioned here, and they were part of the inspiration and the courage that we had to have during those times.
Thank you all so very much for sharing. That's a nice setup, Don, for our last question and for audience participation. And I'm going to prime us before I go into the question by telling a little of my story. So growing up at St. James CME Church on 7th Street, where we had a number of mass meetings, I was always amazed at all the people that would come to the mass meetings. They filled the pews, they filled the choir stands. They were even on some occasions down the sides of the sanctuary and then onto the steps. And you remember the steps were pretty steep. It was a lot of people, and I was always amazed at that because St. James historically has not been a large congregation. So to see so many people coming together was really exhilarating for me. But also exhilarating was, and I've written about this, SNCC, the Student Violence Coordinating Committee, that met down the street from St. James. So after Sunday school, I and some of the Fairley children would go down to the SNCC office and just stand and watch. And I was in awe because it was very rare, if ever, I had seen black and white students, college students, working together in the same room. And they were always abuzz and typing and doing things. And we would just stand at the door and just watch for about 20 or 30 minutes until we figured we better get back to church because they're going to be looking for us and wondering where they are, where Evelyn and them are. But that was very impressive for me. So with the masses, the groups of people coming to the church for mass meeting, and also seeing young people involved, I never had this severed idea of justice and God's action. So our last question deals with the God talk, the theology that undergirds the participation of these congregations, as well as your congregations, in justice issues, not only in the past, but also in the present. And we heard St. Paul, I think it was Mount Carmel, talk about some of the ministries that they're currently doing, as well as Ebenezer. And the panelists are going to talk about, they also mentioned, I think all of them mentioned some of those ministries they're involved in. So here is what I want to really press now. So we have mass incarceration with more persons who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color. You heard our panelists talk about young people who are being overly incarcerated right here at our midst, right? You also heard them talk about how they were instrumental during the disaster of Hurricane Katrina. And let us be clear, when there's a disaster, there's always justice issues related to it. Think about it. When Katrina happened, there were decisions made about resources and who would get those resources. And you had to stand and go and adjust the issues of the lack of having access to resources promptly. So, panelists, at this point, I'm going to start with you, Ms. Banks. Talk about how you understand God's activity in your congregation, both then and now, in these justice issues.
Okay. When I hear the word justice, I think most people want to connect it with one thing. Justice is not connected with one thing. It's multiple layers of things. I constantly hear people say, well, we need better access to health care. We need better access to food. We need better access to homeless things. But the church has always been a space for people to get those things. Now, my issue, and probably the major problem, is how do we now connect the people back to the churches? A lot of stuff that went on during Katrina, I think even with COVID, when COVID hit the land, people lost hope. And where there's no hope, there's no faith. So my thing is, when you talk about what role the church played then, is we gave them hope. We gave them love. We gave them support. We gave them stability. Those are some of the pillars that Christ even told us in the Bible that we're supposed to be. When my brother is hungry, I feed him. When they're naked, I clothe them. When they need shelter, I'm there to give them shelter. And that's the role I feel like the difference is now versus then, is that civil rights taught us to love, to have compassion, to be there for our brothers. But now, because the world is so divided, we are pushing the dynamic of divide again. So what role I feel that the church can be now is that we bring love, compassion, and that foundation back into this country, back into the world, back into our communities, back into our schools. And the only way I can put it in one packet, if I'm trying to put it down into a packet, is that it starts in the church. We all know that when Christ returns, that the church is going to be the first place he judges. And I believe it's because the church knows better. When we don't do our role and fulfill that, bridge that gap, we cause the rest of the world. It's like a ripple effect. When you take a rock and throw it in water, it trickles out. So if the church has been the pillar for the community and the church has been the foundation that helped build these communities, we also can rebuild them and bring them back together. So when it comes to feeding the hungry, housing the homeless, those that are incarcerated, creating programs to help them get back into those spaces, those that have drug addictions, we should be able to give them the resources and the things to help them come back. And I'm going to say this and then I'll be through. My uncle, coming up, all I knew him as was an alcoholic and a drug user. He moved down here from New York and started attending our church. And the one thing my daddy told him was, he said, in order for me to win you, I first got to love you. I can't say I love you and can't win you. It doesn't work. We cannot say we want to see this world better and cannot love our neighbors. That's where it starts. When you have love for someone, me and him may not like this shirt, but love brings us together to say, you may not like it, but if you want it, cool. I don't want it though. You want my shirt? So I think love is what is the glue. We gotta really look at that word love. Do we really love like Christ has told us to love? And that's the role of the church.
I heard you say something about mass incarceration. The role of the church then and now, opposed to it. Then our history was that we were our brothers and sisters' keepers. If they had a need, the church provided. The church is still in a position to provide that need, but we tend to get our needs from somewhere else. If we don't know our history, then we tend to repeat our history. I'm disturbed about the mass incarceration. I'm disturbed about people no longer having interest in the church. We get our needs from somewhere else, so we cater to somewhere else. There is a problem with the original family setting, where every family was a father and a mother, and maybe grandparents in one location. When somebody else feed the mother and feed the children, it strips away the husband's responsibility. The husband tends to get comfortable with that, he stays away. So we got a problem. I was at the municipal court 2 days ago. Most of the people there were people of my color. Municipal court makes money off of people who cannot afford it. You got a fine and you got a felony, I can't get a job, but I got to pay the fine. Our history to young people is fiction. So we need to pay more attention to sharing our history with our young people, and got to do it over and over, because they're not going to believe you in the first place.
St. Paul United Methodist Church is still doing the work that we done years and years ago. We are adding new items that we want to participate in and make sure the community are totally involved with us. We are still working, our men group working for over 20 years with the Edward Street Food Pantry. We are there every week in order to distribute food to underserved and hungry people. We push out over 2,000, we serve over 2,000 families per month with emergency equipment and also food. We work with the city judge, Judge Carol Russell, with all the youth and teenagers. Our women group provide for years baskets during the holiday for those teenagers that are incarcerated. We also continue to work with new ideas that is coming, is being in the forefront of the news these days for its health. St. Paul congregation have put on 2 conferences dealing with dementias. It's going to be one leading the #1 health issue for not only for all people, really. Those conferences that we had, one was held in March of this year. other conference were held in August. And the conference provides information and also give an insight into what's going to happen as the years goes along for caregivers of those patients that got dementia. And you're going to be hearing a lot about it, but we are just beginning to touch the iceberg of getting involved with dementia for a health issue, and this is going to be a worldwide thing. So it is going to be important, and we got a whole slew of things that we plan on doing for us getting the word out and being involved for his dementia, for his health. This is the newest project for St. Paul and its congregation. But we're still doing the work of making sure that we are involved for helping the needy. So as we work to get our congregation more involved in these activities, we just glad to be still in the forefront of helping the city of Hattiesburg as well as moving forward statewide.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Reverend Wilson?
Probably going to be taken to task with this one, but in my mind, the church in the 50s, 60s, and 70s mission looked kind of like Jesus' mission in that the church sought to empower her people. Somewhere in the 80s, 90s, and 2000, the church started controlling her people. And when you look around this room right now, just about everybody in this room is dead, dying. And we have, in my opinion, failed to empower the next generation. And so at the Ebenezer Church, we've taken on the task of charting a biblical way forward, empowering next generation leadership. When your political leaders right now, whoever's in office, when they are gone, who have we empowered to replace them? And if you don't have somebody in line, when we're gone, it's gone.
Well, I can say that Mount Carmel is not in competition with any church in the state of Mississippi, and certainly not in the city of Hattiesburg. But all these churches have one thing in common, and that's serving the people, serving God's people, trying to do what's best for God's people. And that's just a personal comment. But in closing, I would say the history of Mount Carmel can be summed up through several things: faith and spiritual empowerment. From Reverend Johnson to Pastor Farrelly, every era has kept worship at the center. Educational commitment, leaders like W.H. Jones, Grace Love, and Lily Burney reflected the church's insistence that education was a divine calling. Economic development. Reverend Robertson and others taught that prosperity and self-reliance were vital to Christian stewardship. Civil rights and justice, Reverend Perkins, Reverend Chandler, Reverend Dossett, and later Pastor Fairley ensured that Mount Carmel's voice rang out against racial injustice. And finally, community transformation. Throughout its history, Mount Carmel has functioned as more than a church. It has been a catalyst for positive change in Hattiesburg and beyond. Thank you, Dr. Parker, for allowing me to represent Mount Carmel this morning. I have truly enjoyed sitting on this stage amongst all of you fine American citizens and talking with you out in the audience. God bless you.
I am reminded of Micah 6:8, to act justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with your God. That one verse, I think, summarizes the past of True Light, where we are today, and where we are headed from a social justice standpoint and beyond. I will also add that there are things that we need to do. We need to think differently about our problems and our solutions. I am reminded of the theme of a conference some 55 years ago. I was an attendee, participant at a White House conference in D.C. And the theme of that conference 55 years ago was crisis in values. It's no less important this very day. We have a major crisis in values. Our values have to be rooted in faith. Everything emanates from our faith. This sense of mercy, this sense of justice, this sense of love, it comes from faith. And one thing that I'll say, and I know that our time is short, that we should think strategically as church folks about what we do and how we do it. The African American church is the primary delivery vehicle for spiritual sustenance, for economic development, for relationship development, for family development, and it goes on and on and on. It is the core of who we are and the people that we want to be tomorrow. So let's think differently about who we are and where we ought to go. And in that vein, and I don't want to leave True Light out, we have a lot of the same ministries. We have a senior ministry. We have the nursing home. So we have all the same things. But I implore all of us today to think strategically about what we do and who we are. I ask you to develop a strategic plan for outreach for your church. We can have all of these disparate ministries, all of these disparate programs, integrate them, coordinate them, make them stronger, give them more power, more energy. So leave this morning and develop, doesn't have to be formal, but develop a plan for outreach for your church family. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, and thank you, panelists, for all of this rich conversation we've had about the churches that are in the Mobile Street area and how they've been involved in justice. I too implore you, if you want to bring hope, if you want to show love in action, tell your story. Make sure that young people know your story and go with them when they are in prison or they're going to the courts. Be there present with them, not sending them, but be with them. And they will see the Jesus that is from the Mediterranean, that has a darker complexion, that was not so pretty, and he didn't have blue eyes at all. They will see that in you. And if they can see that in you, they will come to your congregations. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you, Deborah, for this opportunity. Thank you, panelists. And thank you for participating.
Ruth Howes Abrams, Robert and Carolyn Abrams, Victoria Gray Adams, Gwendolyn Elaine Ruth Howes Abrams, Robert and Carolyn Abrams, Victoria Gray Adams, Gwendolyn Elaine Armstrong, Dr. Kate Assemi, Constance Baker, Douglas T. Baker, Reverend Milton Barnes Jr., Milton Barnes Sr., Frankie Benton Sr., Leanne A. Williams Bethley, Marie Blaylock, Verlon Bourne, Moses Bourne, James L. Boykins Jr., Raylani Branch, Charles J. Brown, Ensign Jesse Leroy Brown, Bobby Bryant, Dr. Yvonne Bryant, Dr. Gloria Bryant, Nathaniel R. Berger, Goretta Burkett, Reverend Johnny Cameron, Burl Carr, Irvin Earl Carr, Ruth Carter, Marjorie Chambers, Judge Deborah Gambrell Chambers, James Cohen, Peggy Jean Gould Connor, Melvin Cooper Sr., Cozy Curley, Henry Kraft, Walter Crosby, Williams Cross, Helen Curtis, Mrs. Ellie J. Damer, Vernon Damer Sr., Charles Davis, Deborah Denard Delgado, Councilwoman Delgado, William Don Denard Sr., Dr. Johnny Dupree, Vivian Cole Rout Dice, Ruth Bailey Earl, Alvin Eaton, Catherine Tatum Eaglin,
Would the
J.C.
second panel
Fairley,
please come forward?
Bert F.
Ms.
Fells
Raylani
Sr.,
Branch, Mr.
Vernon
Jarvis Johnson, Mr. Melvin Williams, Mr. James Reed, Ms. Maxine Bennett Coleman. Someone left a cane in the ladies' room. If you're looking for it, it's out in the hallway. You can come right over here, Mr. Reed. Right here. You can sit there if you like, Jarvis. You sit up. You can sit over here. Yeah, because we have a. Good morning again. While we're waiting for the second panel, Voices of Mobile Street, Celebrating Community Life and Heritage, to get settled in, I wanted to acknowledge that we have two sponsors who specifically wanted to make sure that they sponsored this event for us. And of course, we have
the Hattiesburg Convention Commission, who's providing the space and the food, but we also have the Mississippi Humanities Council, and that council is represented today by Mr. John Spann from Jackson. Mr. Spann, please stand and wave your hand. We want to say thank you. Thank you so much for seeing the value in this project and providing a sponsorship. All right. Voices of Mobile Street Celebrating Community Life and Heritage. As I told you before, particularly all of the participants, but particularly the moderators, are persons that I've been talking to for quite some time about this project and who add so much value to not only this project for me, but to my life as a public person. Dr. Sharita Johnson was a professor at the University of Southern Mississippi. When I met her, she became the director of the Center for Black Studies, among the other things that she did there. She replaced Dr. Curtis Austin, who was really a close friend and confidant of mine. Now, I'm not happy with her because she went away to become the director of the Africana Research Center and associate professor of English at the College of Arts at Penn State University. Now, I certainly don't begrudge her an advance in life. Congratulations. But I no longer have her. I have her to call, but I don't have her physical presence. But she has added so much to the projects that we've done in the Mobile Street area and has always answered my call when it comes to programming, to providing students who may be interested in the work that we're doing, and to just giving advice to me. So I'm going to present to some of you and introduce to others of you somebody that I'm still going to be friends with, even though I'm not happy, Dr. Sharita L. Johnson.
Thank you, Councilwoman Delgado. We still refer to each other formally as such. I am really excited about being here. I texted her this morning and said, hey, I got in really late. I'm going to miss the first few minutes, but I'm here. And as long as she gave me the thumbs up, I'm good. Being asked to serve on this particular panel, Voices of Mobile Street Celebrating Community Life and Heritage, is really important to me. I didn't explain this or I didn't tell you this, Councilwoman, but it means a lot to me because that's how I kind of became a part of the community, was through meeting people from the community and getting their stories. And I actually want to link my introductions to something that Mr. Clarence McGee said in the last panel, which was sharing our histories. This is how you make change. This is how you keep these stories going. And I'll add local histories, because oftentimes, as we know, as we teach in our classes, you only get the formal history, the ones by the leaders and not by the people who are actually making the history. So as that panel did last time, this panel I think will also do the same thing in terms of sharing local histories. Another reason why this panel, before I introduce our guests, is so important to me, because one thing I thought about was the voices of the community that are no longer with us, that helped to bring me into the community, but also shared their stories. And that includes people like Ms. Iola Craft Williams, Ms. Deacon Charles Brown, who was my deacon at True Light, and Ms. Daisy Harris Wade, among many, and they're all on the wall. I can only imagine if they were here with us today, what stories they would share or what panels they would also be on. And then lastly, Mr. Henry Bethley, who I've worked with in the community, who recently transitioned. He shared a lot of his stories. As any of you know, Mr. Bethley would do so. Again, those are the honorary panelists in my mind who would be on stage with us today. But I'm here to introduce those who are with us. Lieutenant Colonel Raylani Branch, longtime Hattiesburg native and civil rights activist, a graduate of Royal Street School and the University of Miami. She was only one of 2 students who initially integrated the University of Southern Mississippi in 1965, along with Gwendolyn Elaine Armstrong. Mr. Melvin Williams, another longtime Hattiesburg native, graduate of Hattiesburg High and William Carey University, currently serving as the president of the Mobile Bowie Neighborhood Association, and I'm sure he'll tell us more about that work and his years of service. Mr. James Reed, Hattiesburg native, graduate of Rowan High School and Tougaloo College, and retired engineer from Illinois Central Railroad. Maxine Coleman, another longtime resident, graduate of Hattiesburg High, lived with her family for many years on Mobile Street, and has a lot of memories of the many businesses on Mobile Street, which will be part of our Q&A. I want to learn more. And then last but not least, Mr. Jarvis Johnson, a political operative based in Charlotte, North Carolina, and serves as a senior campaign data field manager at Ford Justice. He brings extensive experience in campaign strategy and field operations, having held leadership roles on independent expenditure campaigns, the North Carolina Climate Action Campaign, and numerous congressional, Senate, gubernatorial races. His work spans multiple states, including Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Massachusetts, Ohio, and Montana, where he has advanced strategic initiatives and built high-performing teams. The way I would like the panel to go, each of you can give more, certainly, of your background and introducing yourselves fully to the audience.
Okay, there we go. My name is Jarvis Johnson. I am from actually around the corner, 418 East 7th Street. So like I tell people all the time, I'm Mobile Street all day, every day. So I travel the country with a team of individuals out of North Carolina where we train formerly incarcerated people. We don't use the term convicted felon. It is demeaning to people, so we use the term directly impacted people, or people. Everybody's just people, so there's no label that we put on those people. So one thing that I do is my introduction is I bring my ancestors into the space, right? So I am the son of Wanda Johnson Hayton. I am the grandson of Juanita Reed Johnson, and I am the nephew of Marquita Johnson Coleman. I have been living in North Carolina for about 12 years. About 90% of my work is with formerly incarcerated people. About 10% of it is democracy work. And I am so happy to be here. I'm gonna share this one thing and I'm gonna pass it on. I want to publicly thank Ms. Delgado, and I'm getting a little bit beside myself right now, but if it was not for her, I don't know where I would be. Mobile Street, what it's done for me, I stopped Ms. Delgado at 19 years old on the corner of East 7th and Mobile Street. Never had a conversation with her, but knew Britain. I said, Ms. Delgado, you know, I see that you're running for another seat, congressional seat, you know, are you leaving the council? She said, no, why you ask? I said, I'm interested in running for your seat. She said, how old are you? I said, 19. She like, why? I said, I've been wanting to be the first black mayor of Hattiesburg since I was 12 years old. She was like, what? So she said, you know what, come by my office Monday morning, and from that Monday morning to now is who you see. And I just want to thank her. I've never had the opportunity to publicly thank her for what she's done for me. She opened up a door for me that I don't know if that door would have ever been open. I don't even know what my life would be right now. So thank you, Mama Delgado. Thank you. All right, Uncle James, you next. That's my uncle.
I have been told, don't put a mic in front of my face, because I don't know how to stop sometimes. But my wife is looking at me right now saying, you know how to stop, keep your hands in front of you, don't throw, etc. So I'm going to follow those orders. One correction in my introduction is that I attended Tougaloo College. Is that better? Okay. I attended Tougaloo College my freshman year with the idea that I was going to become a physician because of Dr. Jerome S. Love instilled that in my head. And that was one of the things that you got if you lived in the Mobile Street area. People was going to tell you what you were going to be in life. And it was up to you to live up to it. So I felt like I had an obligation. But my dad knew that I didn't know my true pathway. So spring break, he tells me, you're going to go to work for the railroad. As a result of that, I leave Tougaloo after my freshman year and started work with Illinois Central Railroad. Spent 3 years there. I spent 45 years as a result of it. I ended up going into the military, spending 3 years, because I felt like during that time frame, if I didn't leave Hattiesburg, someone was going to hurt me and I was going to kill somebody. Because that was in 1962, the height of the civil rights. And the odd thing about that is that I registered to vote spring of 1962. I got my draft notice 3 weeks later. Make the connections, connect the dots. I later learned that if you got placed in something, or if you integrated something, some kind of way your name got on the draft roll and you were drafted into the military. But as a result of that, my point was that I did not graduate Tougaloo. I graduated from the University of Southern Mississippi. Thank you.
First of all, I want to say thank you to Ms. Delgado for having this Voices of Mobile Street, because certainly I can remember a lot of voices from Mobile Street. And my name is Melvin Williams. I'm a lifelong resident of Mobile Street. I live on the corner of 420, at the corner of Mobile and 5th Street. I've been there since 1961, and I'm still there. And I am also the president of Mobile Bowie Neighborhood Association, where we meet once a month. We meet with city government. Residents know their resources. And I'm going to pass it along to Ms. Branch now.
Good morning. I, too, want to add my thanks to Mrs. Delgado. She was running for council around the time I was getting reintroduced to Hattiesburg. I had lived out of state since '66. That was the year that Mr. Vernon Damer was killed, died as a result of firebombing of his house. And when the Republicans and the Democrats wanted me to run against her, I knew she was the lady to be supported. And I'm sorry she, I guess, came to a day, you know that day when you need to stop. Rolani Gloria Adams Branch. I'm the eldest of 10 children. I was born on Whitney Street, which is one street over from Mobile. I was fortunate enough to know my great-grandmothers, one of whom was a charter member of the Federated Clubs, Colored Women's Clubs. So I come from a background of great-grandmother, grandmothers who were real ladies, and they worked for themselves. As I said, I'm the oldest of 10 children. I spent over 25 years, over 25 in the military, and I was there in the early 60s when everything was a secret, and if you didn't keep it a secret, you could get, as others have said, killed. But there are names like Peter Quinn who would come and ask me to do things, and I didn't have better sense not to do it.
Hi, I'm Maxine Bennett Coleman, and I'm a lifelong resident of Hattiesburg. and I grew up on Mobile Street in a house about 2 downs from Smith Drug. And I too would like to thank Deborah for inviting me to be a part of this group. As so many have said, and Dunn brought it out about Father Quinn. I was telling Deborah when she said, I heard you lived on Mobile Street. I said, girl, you know, I was being Father Quinn's station wagon with 20 other people. How all of us got in that station wagon, I don't know. But I know he would come pick us up right there in front of Fountain Grocery. And he was just instrumental in us being a part of, and like Dunn, I was a Baptist, but we was a part of the Catholic Youth Organization. And that was one of the best parts of my life, and it was so impactful because Father Quinn included us. He was, like he said, he was white, we were black, all of us, but we were educated through Father Quinn. They built a teen center, so we had somewhere to go. We had a softball team that was very good, and we would go, he would had a bus, take us all over Mississippi to go and beat those other teams because we did win. But like I said, I'm a lifelong resident, grew up on Mobile Street. I'm a proud graduate of Jones County Junior College. And I'm just glad to be here with these other people to talk about our life living on and around Mobile Street.
Thank you all for your own introductions. I'm listening to your stories, and I've read some of the works that you've submitted. And I'm also thinking about this, again, I mentioned at the top of the hour how I was introduced to Mobile Street through particularly Ms. Williams, Iola Craft Williams. She took me on a tour and started pointing out places that used to be there. So I want to ask of each of you all, can y'all give us a virtual tour of Mobile Street, identifying any particular places? It could be businesses, and I know we have a panel later, so this will be a kind of a precursor to that. It can be any of the black businesses or any of the homes that once lined the street and the residents. Give us a virtual tour from your perspective. What made Mobile Street home?
Well, for me in particular, I think there's a lot of things that Mobile Street has to offer. And what I would say was the most important for me, or what I take to heart the most, is the love. I'm a little bit younger, so the way I describe Mobile Street and that area of the people is BC and AC, before crack and after crack, right? We're gonna be real, you know. I'm young enough, well, old enough to remember before the neighborhood turned, right? And it was, so I grew up right next to Mr. Verlin Bourne's liquor store. So he was a very good friend of the family. Then you had Mr. Corn, he had taken over Corn Drugs. Would go up there and get my ice cream and my 5-cent cookies. I always been a big guy, so I love my cookies. And then you had, I think the only like club that was open during that time was the Star Grill. It was further down Mobile Street. That was the only one standing at the time. And I think it was like a whole row, whole like plaza-like full of clubs. But I guess I look at my growing up, I missed out because I'm a history buff. And my grandmother and my mother, they talked about Mobile Street, and the way they described it to me when they first took me to Bourbon Street, they were like, look, this is what Mobile Street kind of looked like. It was like everywhere you went, there was a spot. And it's hard to see it because I wasn't there, but it gave me something to imagine. So that's one of the biggest things that I took from being in Mobile Street is there wasn't a lot of standing, buildings as I was growing up, not a whole lot. Liberty Cab was still there. Wade used to cut my hair for probably the first 15, 16 years of my life. And then I was a former member of Mount Carmel Baptist Church, so I was able to watch my church even evolve into being like the first, African-American church on TV when we first brought drums into the church, things like that. So when Ms. Delgado presented, this opportunity for me, it just put me back in the time to just thinking about how I grew up. I probably attended every vacation Bible school from Mount Carmel, St. James, Zion Chapel. I forgot the other name of the church on the corner. I've been to Ebenezer. Every vacation Bible school in this neighborhood I have attended. So not only do you get the entertainment side of Mobile Street, you get that love, and you get the religious side of Mobile Street as well. So like I said at the beginning, you get a lot. Mobile Street offers a lot to you. You just have to choose which route you're gonna take.
I am the senior person on this panel. I was born June 24th, 1940, 705 Atlanta Street. I grew up at 412 East 7th Street. No, first of all, thank you, Ms. Funches. Thank you, Attorney, Counsel Lady. I appreciate being up here because in our conversation, there were things that were discussed that prompt me to be here because y'all knew that I know that they don't know. Okay? With that being said, I grew up with my great aunt and uncle. It's like most of us was raised by our grandparents to some extent. 412 East 7th Street, all my life, until I went into the military in 1962. Next door to us was a Starlight Cafe. I doubt if anyone in here know anything about it. It was a cafe. Next door to it was Triggs' grocery store, which is now Jobs' where he grew up, 418 East 7th Street. No, 418 East 7th Street where Starlight Cafe was. Triggs' grocery store was next to that. Next door to that was the Love Building, which was acquired by Burn & Bourne. In the basement on the, that also housed T.J. Fikes Dentistry. Okay, from T.J. Fikes, I learned about Johannesburg, South Africa. I learned about Mount Bayou, Mississippi. I learned about the NAACP. These are the kind of things that were given to you if you walk the streets of Mobile Street or on 7th Street. On the corner, there was a grocery store that was used by a white proprietor. And I remember asking my great aunt, no, we would do business with them until he indicated to me that I needed to call this daughter by Miss instead of by her first name. I came home, I told my aunt what was said. Within 3 weeks, he was no longer there. I don't know what happened, he was no longer there. Going up Mobile Street, you had Miss Van's Cafe called Bus Stop. Okay, some of the best ice cream and fish sandwiches you ever want to taste. You had, huh? No barbecue. See, you have to be there to know it, to have tasted it, okay? Okay. I was allowed on Mobile Street to go as far as 6th Street. My cousin owned Haldane Collins Funeral Home. So as a young person, that's as far as I would go. And I had this fear that if I crossed the street, somebody would call my aunt and let her know, Miss Mag, I saw your boy. Or Miss Margaret, your boy was out of place, who was my mother. Mobile Street offered so much. It had so many things to do as a young person. You had elderly people that would touch you and let you know if you were out of hand. You had professional people who would tell you what you needed to become in life. As I said, that Dr. Jerome S. Love, who owned the Love Building, that, boy, you're going to become a doctor. Yes, sir. A dear friend of ours, a family member named was Martin Luther Beard, who became Hattiesburg's first surgeon, said that he called me Jimmy. Jimmy, this is what you need to do. These are the people that guided me. They guided, if you're sitting on this panel, guided you as well. I'm sitting in this audience. You had these kind of people. I'm going to pause here because I know it's going to come back to me for some reason, so I'm going to just pause and pass the mic on.
Well, I can tell you about 5th and Mobile Street. The Blue Moon Cafe was one of the cafes I remember on Mobile Street. Green Door Cafe, which was owned by Mr. D.L. Moody, which was famous for his chili burgers and chili dogs. And and then there was Gomo Alley. I don't know if many people remember Gomo Alley, but Gomo Alley was between Mobile Street. It was on the railroad tracks is what we call it. Then I think Jarvis might have mentioned Star Theater. Star Grill. The Star Grill. But there was also a Star Theater that Mr. Reed is going to talk about. That was before my time. And then we had several grocery stores. We had Fountains Grocery Store and had Williams Grocery Store. And we had Holmes Cleaners, Cash and Carry Cleaners. And then I think there was a Williams Cleaners as well. Woods Hotel, which was Miss Woods was her, it was her hotel, which I knew her nephew, which was George Hopper. Then Little Joe's service station, his gas station. So it's several other places that I can't remember right now, but to paint you a picture of Mobile Street, how it wasn't a day that went by that people, you didn't see a mass group of people walking up Mobile Street, whether they were going to a place on Mobile Street or whether they were going downtown. So I'm gonna pass it along to Ms. Branch.
Mobile Street. As a teenager in high school, there were places that I was told you don't go in as a girl. So some of these, I would say juke joints, beer halls, I did not participate in. At 15, I had an uncle who would lead a caravan of how we wouldn't call ourselves migrant, but farm workers to Michigan to pick fruit off the ground, off the tree, wherever. After going to Michigan, I knew that I needed to do something else. But when I came back, if you look at all these pictures on the wall, that is what I remember, particularly the second one there on the west wall. You see the back of a lady who's walking, and she's barefoot. Her name is Miss Luveda. I don't know what Miss Luveda's last name was. Miss Luveda had a child to prove that she was not a lesbian. And that child practically grew up in everybody's house on Moe Street, Whitney Street, because if my grandmother saw her walking, come around that corner off of 7th, she was brought in, bathed, fed, and put down on a pallet. Mobile Street for me was from 6th Street to 10th Street. I worked after I said coming back from Michigan and knowing migrant farm work was not for me. There was a little short, dumpy guy sitting in front of a building that was next to Smith Drug Store. And I'm surprised James didn't say Fat's Kitchen. Fat's Kitchen was the upscale restaurant that Sunday morning, even St. Paul's upscale society would come there to eat lunch. The man's name was Fat. They call him Fats. They call him Fats. And I stopped, I'm 15, and I say, "Sir, you know anything about this restaurant?" He says, "Yes." I said, "Well, who does the cooking?" He said, "Ziola." Ziola was his wife, and we called it, no, Z-Baby. Z-Baby. He said, I said, "I'm looking for a job as a waitress." And he said, "Well, go in there and talk to Z-Baby." And I worked at Fat's Kitchen from 6 a.m. to 8 o'clock, got on the city bus, went to school. If I had the money, got on the city bus and came back to this area, and then went to work at Hall Funeral Home, owned by E.T. Hall, Emmanuel Hall, on 7th Street, right at the head of Whitney. So I was very familiar with the Halls. And being the oldest, as I said, of 10 children, Mrs. Hall cooked every day. And I knew it wasn't going to be beans or whatever my mother had to, from the Davis chicken plant. That's where she worked. Made a whole $21 a week working at least 5 days a week at Davis Poultry. Yeah, that was a lot of money, yes. I made a whole $6.50 for those 3 years and graduated from Rowan. I was smart enough to get my next oldest brother to mop the floors, and I paid him $1. When I look back on it, I'm ashamed of that, but that's what happened. And he finally got a job at USM and worked at Wimpy's. And believe it or not, later on, Wimpy's was that one place that we were told not to go. But my Mobile Street is what you see here on these walls, and I really don't even know who did those pieces of art, but they are probably, in my head, the Mobile Street that I know. And I had one grandmother on Whitney Street where I was born, and I had one grandmother on Mobile Street.
My parents moved to 628 Mobile Street when I was in the first grade, and I attended Eureka from, back then they made us go to the primer, then the first grade, and graduated from here in the 6th grade and went to W.H. Jones. But our house was so that it was a fence between our house and Eureka, and my brother and I would jump the fence and be at school. But our Eureka, my Eureka, is the pictures like Ray Loney said, and when I was retiring from the city of Hattiesburg, I pulled out, and it was given to me, I can't remember from who, pictures that you see on the wall, as well as addresses that were from both sides of Mobile Street, from what used to be the Dollar Box, those of you know it was Market Street at that time, all the way to the bypass. And it had addresses and a business for our home that was on both sides of the street. And you remember I gave you a copy of that when I was leaving, but I have it at home, and I didn't look it up because I didn't want to do all that research. But what I did do was, like Doc said, I mentally walked up Mobile Street in my mind, and James, like you said, I remember Mr. Van's Cafe. That's why those barbecue neck bones came to mind. Back then, that was a delicacy. I mean, you was uptown if you could afford to get you one of those barbecue neck bones. And from there, it was Mr. Bird's house, where LMA Craft house was next door. And we called him Crybaby. Willie Craft married Robin's sister, Sally Ann. And they lived right there. And Mr. Bird lived next door to Miss Pauline. And Miss Pauline Duckworth was a beautician. And I mean, all Miss Wilson, Ruby Wilson, and all the teachers would come on Saturday morning to Miss Pauline's shop to get their hair fixed. And I was like you, I was an entrepreneur. I would go and watch Miss Pauline as well as Miss B. She had a beauty salon in the next block. I would go and wash their towels for them and bring them back, and I made a whole quarter from each one, but that was a lot of money back then. But Miss Pauline, she didn't have any children, and my mother had 8. And for Christmas, Easter, if we had something going on at the school, she knew my mother was struggling because by that time she was a single parent. She would do our hair for free, even though she was paying me to do her towels. And next door to our home, well, Miss Pauline owned 4 homes. One of those was the one that my mom was renting, which eventually Roscoe Fountain purchased those homes. But his store was right next door to where I grew up right here. And then James, you probably too young, Melvin, to remember this. There was like a rooming house next door to Fountain's Grocery at that time. And the Temples, Marvin Temple, them started, they had a cafe in there, and y'all talked about you talking about good hamburgers. They had those. And then at that time, Liberty Cab was on that side of Mobile Street. Eventually it moved over across the street because R.G. Porter's bought that building. But next door to them was the Williams Cleaners. Ronnie and Reginald Williams' dad owned that cleaner. And then next door to them was Dr. Smith's office. The dentist was down on the first floor, and the doctor was upstairs in that building, and adjacent to it was Dr. Smith, Smith Drug Store, which eventually became Cohen's. And my brother and I was talking, and I can't remember who had that building first, but the Steves, Robert Steves purchased that building. But it was a funeral home right there on the corner of 6th and Mobile Street. Yeah, that hall, it was 2 different halls. But Thomas Hall was at that funeral home. But across the street from it, Jason was Verlin's dad grocery store. And then there was a grocery store across from him. I can't remember who owned that one. But next door was another cleaner. Y'all remember Oscar Tyler? He had a cleaner on that side of the street. And then next door was, like I said, the one that Porter's bought, but at the bottom of that building, he had his cab stand, and then someone talked about Wade doing the hair. Wade was before them, it was the Webster's brothers that cut hair in that building. But upstairs, it was a hotel, and next door to it was Reverend Channel, who baptized me at Mount Carmel. At that time, the ministers lived in a home that was owned by Mount Carmel. And I started going to that church. My mom worked, like she said, 6 days a week. I think it might have been 7 at Lee's Restaurant downtown. But she was at work on Sundays, and the Stallings, who we lived next to before we moved to Mobile, their parents, Frank and Ruby Stallings, made them go to church. They were at church, PTU, everything that the church had. They were there, so I was there because I was friends with them. And they made such an impact in my life, like the importance of going to church at an early age, because even though my mother wasn't there, I think, James, you said something about being, yeah, we were whooped. We weren't tattered. We were, you know, my mother wasn't there, but you couldn't do anything in the neighborhood because everybody in the neighborhood was part of your family, whether you by blood or not. If one saw you do something, they were gonna whoop you. And then when my mom came home, that was another one because I made them whoop me. I made them, but everybody was a part of your growing experience when I grew up. But I kept mine contained to just my block, because I knew Melvin and James was going to be here, and then I saw Jarvis. So I said, well, I'm just going to do my block, because Otis and I were talking about when we were young, how at night, well, we were supposed to be in the house. We had to be in the house before the sun. When the lights came on, you had to be in the house. But my mom, like, she working so much, she would go to bed early, so we would go out the back door and go up to and sit out on we called it the block, in front of the Hall's funeral home, and which eventually became Miss Lily McCorn's newsstand. And we would sit there and just, you know, talk and see people. They call it people watching now. We just called it looking back then. But that was my experience on my block.
Thank you all for sharing that, your memories. And the reason I asked that question, because I do remember having a conversation once with, again, Deacon Charles Brown at the time, who took me on a tour. And then I kept imagining, there aren't a bunch of young folk here, but if they were here, what would it be like to have a virtual tour? They put on the goggles and visualize all these places along Mobile Street, because unfortunately what they see is that ghost town, that dilapidation of Mobile Street. And I want to add to the conversation, because I remember at my time at USM, and I would encounter students, and I would tell them all the things that I'm learning that you are sharing, and they say, in the Gula? And I will always have to counter that negative perception. It's like, do you know what was down there? Do you know who's down there? Those stories are still there. And so I appreciated your comment about the BC, because it's unfortunate there are generations who don't know this history. And it's hard to imagine. But again, I would challenge the city of Hattiesburg, create a virtual tour of Mobile Street to bring this back to a generation who's so used to seeing things in that light. Of course, we have the Generations Wall behind us. Use it as a teaching tool, especially. But also, who's not on the wall, still have those oral histories coming out would be useful. The last thing I'll do, because we have about 15 minutes, and I want to just kind of summarize a little bit what I heard. There's a lot of professional folk, regular folk who served as mentors to all of you in some way. And I want to open up the conversation a little bit to the audience, but also to the members of the panelists. Are there any other voices of Mobile Street that you would add to the conversation? And literally, what would they say to you? And that's for the panelists initially, and then to the audience. What are the voices of Mobile Street that you remember that are in your lives that you can also add to this conversation?
Voices of Mobile Street that carried and shared our history so well. Charles' mother, Miss Revere, worked in Smith Drugstore, and she did the malts and ice cream cones. And I remember being so young, believe it or not, and small, believe it or not, that I could not open the door. And I would have to stand in the window until I could get her attention so that she would come and open that door for me. And I remember struggling with it, and she would be looking, she would smile and come and let me in and serve me, and she would have to open it to let me out too. Fat's Kitchen, I also remember that, but I can remember my dad being out on a shoot or something, and he would leave my brother and me there. And I can remember him saying that, you know, when you get hungry, because it would be around lunchtime, go around the Fat's Kitchen. And I remember going to Fat's Kitchen. We didn't order anything, we didn't talk to anybody, we just went and sat in a booth. And they would come out and serve us. And when we were done, we would go back to the studio.
And Deborah, that was the same building that Mr. Fairley, J.C. Fairley, repaired TVs.
Yeah.
But when, Dalton, you was talking about the generation wall. I went through that list of all the people who were on that wall, and there are 30 people on the wall who have a Mobile Street connection. They either lived on Mobile Street or they had a business on Mobile Street. And I just wanted to make that connection since we were talking about Mobile Street.
I would like, especially the younger people who does not remember very much about Mobile Street. Mobile was considered from what is now 2nd Avenue, that's where the Dollar Box was, and you could go in there, and I do believe the people were of the Jewish faith, and they hired someone that talked about being 12 years old and working there. Mobile Street at one time had 2 theaters, and we've mentioned all of the cleaners, but we had everything on Mobile Street except light, gas, water, and banking. I didn't have any money, so I had no banking.
But they had a bank.
Well, oh, you mean, yes,
it was a bank
yes,
on Mobile
on the east side of Mobile Street was where the bank was, but it was not there. I'm not.
It was before our time, right?
Yeah, it was a little bit before our
knew
time.
about it.
It was the penny bank. My parents, my grandparents spoke about the penny bank. And I always think to myself, not everything I have found out, not all the land and buildings belong to us as black people. Most of it did, but some of it didn't. And there's a bunch of pictures that I have seen of people who own properties. So Mobile Street is where we got a thought of, as Charles Brown would say, I'm leaving Hattiesburg and I'm never coming back. Well, we came back. Yeah, we came back.
Let me piggyback on something right quick. Okay. You asked about people, the unsung people. The barbershop people. Silas Weston was my barber. When I went into the military, as I explained earlier, for the reason that either I was going to hurt or somebody was going to hurt me. And when I came home on leave, his question to me was, did you get that position? I said, what position are you referring to, Mr. Weston? He said, the FBI came through here asking questions about you, and we did certain things. He said, what are you doing in the military? I said, well, I said, I handle TS top secret documents. He said, so that must be pretty high up. I said, it is. He said, they asked a lot of questions about you. He said, I'm glad to know that I was able to help you if I did. I said, you did. Now, owning a property, that grocery store, it was called Hag and Hag Supermarket, right across the street from Hall & Collins, opposite Mr. B.F.'s store. That property was owned by John Wright, who was the grandfather to Sam Wilson. At one time, I refer to Sam as a Renaissance man because he always tried to bring Mobile Street back. He had what they call Bonton, I think, the cafe, Bonton. Well, that was his grandfather's property. His grandfather was also known as the Jitney man because he drove a T-model Ford, and he would pick you up from the bus train station and bring you wherever you wanted. I remember my sister coming home from Tougaloo, and he would get her and bring her home with her big truck and everything. But those were some of the people, the unsung people was there, and there are a lot more. Time won't permit us to get into it.
I'll let our panelist, Jarvis Johnson, and I also see your hand, and then we'll close it out.
I just wanted to, and he's no longer with us, may his soul rest in peace, Mr. Verlin Bourne. So, like I said earlier, I grew up right next door to his liquor store, so my family was really, really close to him. And, you know, there was 3 women raising 4 boys in that house. And so in order for us to like kind of see what a man would do, it would be outside of the home, what he's supposed to do. Now, we definitely saw that with my uncle when, you know, he would visit us and we would go visit him. But Mr. Bourne and I built another type of relationship. He was kind of like my mother's big brother. And he saw something in me where he would like stop me and talk to me. And he would be like, Jarvis, you know what, you keep yourself busy. He was like, I like that. He was like, let's talk. So over the years, we talked from, you know, being a kid up to an adult. And something that I saw from him was, I called him a silent assassin. He was like one of the most powerful black people that I had seen that like wasn't a rah-rah person. He didn't need no pom-poms. He didn't need the spotlight, but he can make some moves. And he ain't got to tell everybody what move he made. I like that about him. So he really explained to me and showed me the value of building relationships, not just with your neighbor or someone that looks like you. They don't have to look like you. They can look like someone else. Like, it's okay, Jarvis. Like, one of the most important things that I think that I got from him as well as my mother was, man, just don't give a damn what nobody think about you, right? You do you, and you just keep going. Long as you handling your business, you taking care of what you need to take care of, don't give a damn about what nobody else thinking. So I often think of him with his strength, his power, and you know, me building out my networking system, community throughout the country. It started with those conversations that I had with Mr. Bourne. So that he really, really meant a lot to me. Yeah.
I had an audience hand in the front.
But my parents were from this side of town, and eventually they moved to the south side where I currently live, same house, but our roots were from Mobile Street. And I can't believe that Melvin spoke of everything on Mobile Street except his own family's business. Living in the same house right now, Williams Cab Stand. My father was a cab driver for William Cab Stand. On Sunday afternoon after church, where did we come to? Smith Drug Store to get a malt or an ice cream cone. On Saturday, someone mentioned the Star Theater. The Star Theater was one of the, the theater that existed when I was a child. We were at the Star Theater every Saturday morning for the matinee, all day long. Didn't know that our parents was just getting rid of us for one day that they could have to themselves, because we spent all day at the movies. Enjoyed it. The barbershop. I can't think of the name of it, but it was catty-cornered to your family's business. What was the name of that shop? The barber shop. Well, anyway, that's where we got our haircut. And if anybody can remember the picture of the dogs sitting around the table playing cards, those pictures that are you know that people see. I saw that as a 5 and 6 year old child at that barber shop. We were on the south side of town, but Mobile Street was our home. Everything that y'all experienced on Mobile Street, we did too. And we enjoyed it. Mobile Street was the place.
Thank you so much
The
for
Black Mecca.
I'm sorry.
John has mentioned Verla's Barnes building several times, but it wasn't just a liquor store. He had a teen center, not a teen center, a game room as next door to it. He
Top
probably
and
was too young
bottom.
for that. But he also had the top and bottom.
Top and
club.
bottom.
That was upstairs. Yeah, that was, I mean, it was a place to go on the weekend. And so I just wanted to round that out. Yeah, Burlington didn't just have a liquor store. That building itself was like an entertainment building.
Again, thank you all for your reminiscences. And I know even after this panel, these stories, these conversations will continue. I want to mention one other person who's on the wall and who I believe whose spirit is here with us, Miss Peggy Jean Connor, who I spent a lot of time working with and talking with.
And her brother had a shoe shine stand
Yes.
next door.
Thank y'all so much. That's a picture of her on the wall. That's what you're pointing to. The next panel is scheduled to begin in 15 minutes. Again, please let these conversations continue outside of this event. Please talk to some young folks, bring them down and take them on a virtual tour of Mobile Street. Thank you.
As we go on break, I wanted to acknowledge the mayor was here a few minutes ago, and I wanted to acknowledge him, but I don't see him anymore. But I do see another of our councilmen who's here with us today, and we wanted to thank you for being with us. Tell the mayor that I tried to acknowledge him, but he had gone. And we will be back in 15 minutes, and the next panel starts at 11:15. Bridging Gaps, the Evolution of Public Education for Blacks in Hattiesburg. Moderator, Dr. Rebecca Turi. Presenters, Dr. Robert Williams, Hattiesburg Public School Superintendent. Ms. Meridian McDaniel, PhD candidate. Dr. Peggy Ainsworth. So I'll see you on the podium at 11:15. know that if you want to. Y'all can. All right. Okay, do your own thing. I'm good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready to get started. Let's take our seats. I know you want some more fun, so let's let the fun begin. If we can have your attention, we can let the fun begin. I was telling you a little early that when you're doing projects like this, I need your attention, please. May we have your attention, please? We don't want to miss anything. We have jewels to pass out to you. May we have your attention, please? Thank you. The conversation started, I'm going to say almost 2 years ago, about what this 20th anniversary of the historic Mobile Street Renaissance Festival would be. And one of the persons that I had conversations with was the moderator for the upcoming session. Now, she is also a member of the faculty at the University of Southern Mississippi. She's the Associate Dean of the Honors College and Professor of History, Dr. Rebecca Turi. Now, let me tell you about Dr. Turi. For the past few years, I have been able to connect with the university community to gain assistance, technical assistance, advice, whatever the case may be, because of her in my efforts to collect more of the history of our community. She has brought her resources to the table to make sure that we had opportunities to go out and interview elders in our community, to collect their stories, to have conversations with them about the very subject matter that we are covering today. She and her students have collected so many oral histories, and I so appreciate her for that. In addition to that, I can call her just about any time. She usually answers or she gets right back with me. And sometimes I interfere with her home time, and I feel so bad about it, but I can't help it because you always need your friends. And since she's so kind about it, I continue to do it. And we'll meet for breakfast, we'll meet for lunch, we'll meet whenever the case may be. You know how you give somebody an inch and they take a mile? Well, with Dr. Rebecca Turi, especially since Dr. Sharita Johnson left me here without a paddle, she's taking the weight of her absence for me. So I want to let Dr. Turi know that I really appreciate all the work that she has put into helping us collect the history of the Mobile Street community, because she's done a lot of the work, and she has given me advice when it comes to putting this conference together and so many other things that I've chosen to do, taking advantage of that friendship. Dr. Rebecca Turi.
Okay. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Delgado. I'm so honored to have been asked to serve as a moderator on this panel. I'm so honored every time I'm asked to be here in this really important historic space. I am also so thrilled to have had the opportunity to have students, my students at the university, in a civil rights class, but also in like a women's and gender class, and just a U.S. history class, a whole host of classes, do interviews from this area. It helps to connect the university to this community, which to me is the most important historic community in town. I also want to just honor Miss Peggy Jean Connor, who was an educator for my students so many times, and Mr. Henry Bethley, both of whom have passed, and honor their spirits and their education, their educator hearts. And then I want to also thank those in the room who've been so kind. I see Mr. Melvin Williams. He was one of the people who was interviewed by my students. I want to thank Ms. Glenda Funches, who has talked to my students a few different times, Ms. Raylani Branch, Councilwoman Delgado, Dr. Harris, Anthony Harris here, Dr. Varnado, Colonel Varnado, and so many people in here have really helped to educate students at the university in a way that I can never do. And so, and I also have been educated so deeply by people in this room, and I appreciate your patience, your humility as you teach this very ignorant but curious scholar who does care very deeply about the civil rights movement. All right, but you're not here to hear from me at all. You're here to hear about education here in Hattiesburg. And so we have a wonderful set of panelists today, but unlike the previous two panels, there are two people on this panel who did not grow up here. So we have it's a little bit different. We will hear from a scholar who is learning about this area and education here. But I'm going to do little formal panel bios here, and then I'll turn it over to them. Our first panelist that I want to introduce is Dr. Peggy Ainsworth, who is, of course, the former executive director at Pace Head Start. Growing up, she attended Eureka Elementary School, W.H. Jones Middle School, and Rowan High School. She received her Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration from William Carey College, now University, her Master of Science degree in Educational Supervision and Leadership, and then her Doctorate of Education in Early Childhood Development from Jackson State. She worked for our local Head Start program for 40 years and served as executive director for the last 29 years. In her role as executive director, she helped not only children but also their family members secure access to educational, healthcare, and community building opportunities. Next, we have Dr. Robert Williams, who is the superintendent of the Hattiesburg Public School District and has served in that leadership role for nearly 10 years. Prior to serving as the superintendent, he served as a math and science teacher, football coach, and as principal at Hattiesburg High School, and finally as the long-term principal at Ann Arbor Middle School. He received his Bachelor of Science degree in elementary education, his Specialist in Education degree in Educational Administration, and his Doctor of Philosophy degree in Education, Administration, and Supervision from the University of Southern Mississippi. He also holds an Associate of Arts degree in Elementary Education from Copiah Lincoln Community College and a Master of Education in Elementary Education from William Carey College, now University. And finally, we have Miss Meridian McDaniel, who received both her Bachelor of Arts and Master of Arts degrees in History at the University of Southern Mississippi. Her master's thesis is focused on the history of local civil rights activist Victoria Jackson Gray Adams. She is currently a PhD candidate studying history at the University of Memphis, and her current dissertation project examines the history and legacy of school desegregation and resegregation in Hattiesburg. She is also currently working as a planner in the city of Hattiesburg. Won't you join me in welcoming them? Okay, so I did prepare some questions for each of our panelists, and they kind of work alongside the time period that I would like to hear about here. And so my first question is actually for our historian who's studying even an earlier period of time for Ms. McDaniel. And so, Ms. McDaniel, I know that you're currently researching and writing a dissertation about the history of education in Hattiesburg, but could you please tell us a little bit more about the history of Black schooling here in Hattiesburg in the early and mid-20th century, especially about the building of this school, the Eureka School, and other schools, including Royal Street High School, which became Rowan, and how especially did segregation influence the building and maintenance of these schools?
Yeah, sure. Thank y'all for having me. Excited to be here. My dissertation is currently working on mainly the resegregation of the public schools, but in order to do that, I have to dive deep into the desegregation part, and even before that, to just the schools becoming in general. So when I was working on, this part of my dissertation, I went all the way back to when Hattiesburg was founded, and it was pretty hard to find anything about any of the black schools in Hattiesburg pre-Eureka, find anything in sources like the news, Hattiesburg America and things like that. And as I started working through things, I had skipped ahead to Brown v. Board just as a place to kind of spring off of. And in the 50s, there was a lot of talk about equalization, to keep separate but equal the law of the land. And to do that, they decided they were going to try to equalize. And as I was researching more and more into that, I started to kind of pick up a pattern there, because that wasn't the first time that the state had tried to, state and local city leaders had tried to equalize the school system in Hattiesburg. So Eureka was actually a part of one of those earlier equalization efforts. And in the wake of the Great Migration, when a lot of Hattiesburg's labor for, that we were created as a lumber town and a mill town, and a lot of the labor that people were using were black laborers. And when people started to move north, the white leadership in the city started to panic. They were so stressed because they were going to have to try to pay people more, for labor, and they were trying to keep people here. And something that they had worked with some of the black leadership in the community was that they wanted a state-of-the-art place for their children to go to school. And that is how Eureka came to be. It was passed with a $75,000 bond that allowed the school to be built. And then it was also built in support with money from the Rosenwald Fund, which was a fund that helped build schools in more rural parts of America. And it was specifically for black peoples in rural areas, mostly in the South. So the school opened in 1921, and it really did aid the city's leadership in retaining people to Hattiesburg. And things kind of stabilized labor in Hattiesburg here through that, and then further equalization when Brown v. Board came along, and talks of Brown v. Board came along, is when Royal Street and Rowan, later Rowan, it was built post-war. As a part of these efforts to try to equalize in quotes there, because it wasn't equal at all, equalize the schools somewhat worked, but public schools spent still $115 on white students and $61 on students per year in 1962. So it was a far cry from true equal spending that the state and the city was trying to maintain, to try to have some sort of semblance to keep segregation in place with courts and such. So I hope that, I feel like I rambled on for a little bit, but that's a kind of a background of how these schools got here, and how segregation had an impact on the building and maintenance of the schools.
So it sounds like it was still very much a, this is a beautiful building. It's the second brick building built for African American students in the state, and yet it came about because of the desire to keep labor here, right? So it wasn't out of the largesse of the state. It was because white business owners wanted to keep their laborers here. So, and yet it became such an incredible institution. And so on that note, I wanted to turn to Dr. Ainsworth, and just, you're a proud graduate of Eureka Elementary School. I am. Right? And W.H. Jones. I am. And L.J. Rowan.
I am.
And so I would like to ask you on a more personal note, can you tell us what you know about the history of these schools, and tell us some of your memories of these schools, and who are some of the educators and administrators who had the greatest impact on you growing up and in your later career as an educator. And I do want to say, please, I want the audience members to all be thinking also about your memories, because at the end of this, we're gonna open up the conversation. But first, Dr. Ainsworth.
Let me just start off by saying good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
And to thank Councilwoman Deborah Delgado for having the foresight to pull us all together. I don't know what she used to get these people on program or what she even used to get you here, but it goes to her and her ability to pull us all together. So, thank you. And let me just say this too, because Sunday morning I might get a little riff at my church. I'm a proud member of St. Paul United Methodist Church, located at 215 East 5th Street. It is the little church at the heart of the city with the city at heart. St. Paul. Okay. So let me just start off by saying I appreciate what you've done in terms of your research. But for me, and just looking at the broad picture of education in Hattiesburg, we would really be remiss if we did not consider the contributions that N.R. Berger made. As a matter of fact, our whole education system was based on his perception, expectation of school for us as young black men and women. It is because of him that we even had Eureka. It is because of him that we even had Rowan. Now, there was another gentleman, his name was William James Jones, who W.H. Jones was named after, that was very instrumental in this whole picture as well. And I do understand that they were friends, or I might have it mixed up now and charge it to my oldness, not to, but it seems like they were friends, and even one was a student of the other. And I get it all crossed up, but they were in it together. And what happened here for us was because N.R. Berger saw the need to have education for black girls and boys. And so he went about doing what he did, and he went about it in such a way that most people don't know how much he contributed to education in Hattiesburg. My classmate was Leroy Berger, and he was the baby son of the family. And at our just 60th reunion party, he was talking about the influence that his daddy had. And I didn't know that he was talking to the governor of the state, and he was talking about education. And nothing really happened for us as African Americans without his input and without his knowledge. He was a very powerful man that we don't give him the credit that he deserves. And I've forgotten the rest of the question. But for me, education began in 1952 at Eureka, at this school, this very school. It was the year that I came in 52. It seems like it was still high school, junior high, and elementary school. Later it became, when W.H. Jones was built in it was built in 1958. I went there in 1959. But it was a spinoff from Eureka because Eureka was this one big massive school, but they divided it into other schools. W.H. Jones was a spinoff from it. And I was there from 1958 to 1962. It's a testament of how old I am. Okay. And as I said, the principal of W.H. Jones was C.E. Roy, and he was a big man. And I was always afraid of him because of the way he looked and the way he talked. But I guess he had to do that to demand and command our attention as students, because some of us would run over people if we got the opportunity. So I went to Rowan in 1962, and I was 10th grade. I came from Jones, and there was always a little rift between W.H. Jones, Grace Love, and some of the other schools that fed into Rowan. But when you got to Rowan, you were big time because you were going from the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th, and you were going to graduate. Let me just digress a little bit and talk about the standing of Rowan High School. I'm thinking that it was probably the #2 school in the state because of all the things that N.R. Berger saw and instilled and put in place for us. Rowan was very competitive in sports. I was on the debate team. It was debate. And band, I played in the band, and it was band. And we were very competitive. We were competitive because our leader instilled that in us to do the best we could at all times and to represent our school the best we could. So do I need to pass it on to him?
Yeah, well, and so I guess I will jump forward and ask Dr. Williams. So, Dr. Williams, hearing about these kind of stories of the past and experiences of, I guess, the more recent past, but the 1950s and 60s, what are some of the ways that you kind of, some of the things that you see that might reverberate, that might still draw upon that past in the Hattiesburg Public School System District today? I did tell Dr. Williams I was going to ask him about more modern things, so I don't want to surprise him too much. But do you see kind of these legacies still continuing in the current Hattiesburg Public School District today?
So again, want to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here today and just share or continue in the part of the sharing about the students at Hattiesburg Public Schools. So the first thing I would say is that we have not stopped producing students of excellence. That has not changed. Here today, our school district has received an A rating for 4 years in a row. I think our forensics team has a motto that tradition never graduates. And so when we talk about our test scores, our assessment scores, our students outperform the state average in all categories as relates to math, English. We have some of the top performers in science as well. And so one of the things we really talk about, or I talk about in Hattiesburg Public Schools, I don't get too high or I don't get too low on alphabets, because I think the alphabets that we assign schools, that's really something for adults to go around and bragging about. So our emphasis has been on what is that experience going to be like for every individual child once they graduate from school. Because I've never known a student to get a scholarship because of the rating of a school district. So our goal is to make sure that we provide opportunities for every single child. And so parents want the best for their child. So then we talk about what does that look like. When we talk about life readiness skills, what are those things that we feel that those students need to know and be able to do to be successful? Our job is to give students choices. And so I tell the teachers all the time that our role is to give students as many keys on their keychains as possible, not control the doors that they may have the opportunity to open. And so we really work hard and very intentional about doing that. One of the exciting things that we talk about is, I guess I'm old enough to give remember when stories, but I'm young enough to also remember how it feels to receive remember when stories. And so one of the greatest gifts we can give our students is hope. And when we talk about hope, not just hope of what was, but hope of what can be and what can be for them. And so when you talk about, I graduated high school in '95, hey, if you took Algebra 1, you were doing pretty good. Now Algebra 1 is a 6th grade class. So right now we actually have students, we have more students at Hattiesburg High School that graduate high school with a college degree than any high school in this area. We won, and so we're oftentimes, you know, we look at these opportunities, where some may call it handouts, some may call it gifts, you know, I call it investments. Because what we instill in our children, those are the things that would not only carry them on, those are the things that we talk about when they carry on legacy. So now, of course, we talk about being Berg built, and what does that mean? For us, it's more than a slogan, it's a standard. So how do we teach our kids to compete? You know, sometimes you're going to win, sometimes you're going to lose, but get in the fight. I think Mayor Barkey talked about being in the arena. We talked to them about leadership. Leadership does not always mean that you're going to be the person out front. So leadership in the text of doing what you're supposed to do, when you're supposed to do it, how you're supposed to do it. Respect. Then also we talk about winning. There's nothing wrong with our students having a winning mindset. So I often ask them, how does it feel to be a champion today? Our kids need to feel special. They need to know that they're special. They need to know that they can achieve anything that not only they put their mind to it, because you can put your mind to a lot, but you got to put your back to it and your hands as well. So not only do we want them to put their mind to it, we want to teach them and show them how to put some effort to it, have some stick and stay, have some resilience, have some persistence. What does that look like? And so those are things we really talk about. We instill in our students that we really, really, really try impressing upon them as we work with them to move forward.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to Dr. Williams at the tail end because he's talking about young people today. But I do want to make sure that we discuss kind of some of the changes that happened in Hattiesburg in the 70s, 80s, and 90s around education. And so this is really directed to both Ms. McDaniel and Dr. Ainsworth, and then out to the audience. So we'll hear from them first, but I want to hear your stories too. What was the experience like for students, teachers, administrators, and community members, either from your historical perspective, your personal perspective, what was it like for students, teachers, and administrators during this period of integration? And I know we have a lot of people, again, in the audience with very compelling stories to share too. And then I also would like to hear from Dr. Ainsworth about your role in Head Start as well in this same period of time. So I know that's a lot. Feel free to kind of weigh in as you like. Dr. Ainsworth?
I'm going to move the mic towards you. Let me just talk about Head Start because that's my first love. Okay. We operated the program for all of Forest County, Hattiesburg and Forest County. We served at our closing, 812 children and their families. We served pregnant women, we served babies, and just a whole host of children who had special needs and all of that. And our program, while we served children and we helped those families, we also helped those people who were employed with us, providing services to the children and their families. You know, Head Start used to have a stigma that said that people would say, oh, you just work with children, you just work with the babies. I mean, you know, what can you do? I mean, just let them play. You know, there's no need for you to have a degree or just let them play. That's all you're going to do anyway, is play. Well, I beg to differ with that because we did a lot more than play. We provided structured activities that met the needs of those children who were in our program. And with their families, we also wanted them to be self-sufficient in many ways in order to take care of their children and to go to school with them. Our goal was to prepare children for school. That's all we did. And families. That's all we did. However, we did work with those families. We worked with them. We encouraged them to go back to school. We helped them in many ways. We helped them find services that they needed. We help children who have special needs. We help them find the services in the school systems and all around that where they were needed. And we did everything that we thought we could do with the money that we had to level the playing ground for our children as they enter public school. That's all we did. We wanted to make sure that when they got to school, that they were ready. We wanted to make sure that when the children went to school, that the parents were also ready. We tried to teach them about what to expect from school.
Yeah, it's kind of
I must be.
coming out.
Okay. What they could expect. We even had a day at the end of our year where we took all of our children to the schools that they would be attending, and we allowed that parent to go as well with that child to meet the teachers and to get familiar with the schools where they were going to be and to make their public school experience as successful as it was in Head Start. We wanted to transfer our records to them. We wanted them to know that this is Johnny, and Johnny might have a temper tantrum, but if he does, this is what you do. Yeah. We wanted to let them know as much about the children that we were serving so that they could be as successful in school as they were in Head Start. At the end of it, there were it was a federal program, so you know the federal government, they have so many different requirements. At the end of my tenure there, they started talking about degrees and people needing to have degrees and all of this. And some of our best teachers just had it wasn't an AA, but it was not a high school diploma. But what is it you get when you don't have a
GED.
GED. But we worked with them, and we got them ready to go to college. We funded some of that for them. And we tried to make sure that there was a system in place that would help them not only go, but be successful to graduate with a degree. I've had so many teachers to say that if it was not for Head Start, I wouldn't be in the public schools. I wouldn't be in this position because it prepared me. And it helped me, it showed me what I needed to do. It helped to teach me that. So I want to do something else. I want to talk about Mr. Berger a little bit more, okay? Because I don't think he gets enough credit for having the foresight that he did. And one of the questions I think that you asked me was, who was the person that impressed me most in school? Well, when I got to 10th grade, I started watching Mr. Berger. I mean, I didn't know why I was watching him, but they used to call him Crepe So. You know why they call him that? Because the shoes that he wore was thin. But he had a way about him. He had a way just standing in one side of the hall. And if you were clowning on the other side of the hall, and you saw him on that side of the hall, then he commanded your attention right then. He expected something of us, all of us that came through the doors of Rowan High School. He had expectations for all of us. And one of them was for us to be good citizens, respectable citizens, and go and give back to our communities. And it's because of him that when I was in Head Start, some of what he did, I adopted. You know, the environment is so important to all of us. What's in your environment is so important. And we used to tell our teachers that, you know, if your room is untidy, unkept, unorganized, then that's what that child sees when he gets to your classroom, an untidy, unkept. Mr. Berger had expectations for the teachers, for all of our teachers. They look good, they talk smart, and they all commanded our attention. And it was because of him. It was because he he was a mold. He was a mold that was built. And his expectations, I still think about him now and how he moved about that school and how he moved about this community and this state and did so many wonderful, powerful things for us that we're even today, we're still benefiting from.
Okay, I would like to piggyback off of Dr. Ainsworth's comments there and open up to the audience the opportunity to name other incredible administrators, principals, or bus drivers, or teachers, or people that made a difference. I think we can all agree that there's just a very rich, lots of rich stories about the importance of community here. And I'd like to just name and hear a little more from audience members about those educators. Ms. Funches?
Roy, who was at Eureka, and he became the principal of Joan. So Mr. Berger was the person who was running the African American school. Now we were there the last 2 years that Rowan was a high school. We got word that summer that we had to pack up and go over to Hattiesburg High. We are still disappointed, still disappointed about not having the opportunity to graduate from L.J. Rowan High School.
Because I only went 1 year.
Yeah, because of zoning, but I went 2 years. And we got together when the middle school went without a name for 2 years. The question became, who was the greatest educator here in the city of Hattiesburg? And Mr. Berger came to mind. So we started a grassroots effort to name that middle school after Mr. Berger. And I tell you a little funny story. We befriended a lady at the Hattiesburg American, and she wanted to go over and talk to Miss Addie Berger. And so I pulled the last yearbook for L.J. Rowan, which was the class of 71, did the last yearbook. And I had the white eye. We had a little nickname for Mr. Berger. Crazy horse. So I had to take some white eye and erase that. I didn't want Ms. Berger to see it. I definitely want the reporter to see it, but she could see through the white eye. But we love Mr. Berger. We love Mr. Berger. And
He chased us when we were bad.
go ahead. He never chased me. But nevertheless, we honor Mr. Berger for all the work that he done here at Eureka, as well as Royal Street, because Royal Street was built in 1950, and the first class was 51. And Hattiesburg High, over on what's the road in it? Hutchinson Road, was not built until 1960. And so most of the African American schools like Trevilian, they were built after Brown versus Board of Education, which was handed down on May 17, 1954. But Mr. Berger was able to get Royal Street built before Brown. So we applaud him, and we feel the same way, Ms. Ainsworth. We love Mr. Berger.
Well, my story about education different from Glenda's because she was able to go to Rowan in 2 years because when segregation ended, this side of town had to go to S.H. Blair. That's what was the name of Hattiesburg High at that time. And we were so disappointed because I had waited all my life to go to Rowan and to only go 1 year. And then part of that is Rowan kind of lost its identity because of the way it was downgraded. Yeah, but one of my teachers that at the time I didn't love her, but as I got older, I appreciated it because I know she had our best interests at heart was Miss Chambers. Yeah, we called her Hawkeye because you could not do anything in or around her classroom because she had eyes on the side of her head and in the back. and you could just look sideways and she would call your name. But she was instrumental in teaching us because she made it her goal that we left there and we knew something. We just didn't have a education. We knew she cared because she cared enough to show us that education was important and that we would need it, even though we didn't know at the time we was going to need that. But she showed us she loved us by wanting us to be educated.
And in your research, don't forget about the little red school that preceded Eureka, all the way to the 8th grade. And then Mount Zion Baptist Church served as a school. Mr. Berger, Miss Maddie Hardy, and Miss Constance Baker all attended the Mount Zion School. And so if you read their oral history, they talk about attending school at Mount Zion Baptist Church.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you. As a graduate of L.J. Rowan High School, I would also agree that Dr. Berger, or Mr. Berger, was a great leader and principal, but he had a wonderful staff, and we already talked about Mrs. Chambers, who we all appreciated because she pushed us to be very attentive to reading the newspaper, because if you all, some of you all remember Stephanie, yes, we had to look at the newspaper and be able to summarize what we read in the newspaper, because she wanted us to be attentive to that. But I want to lift up, who's a one part of my cloud of witnesses, Mrs. Eloise Hobson. Because of Mrs. Hobson, when I went off to college at Lambeth College, the teacher told me, I can't teach you anything about speech because you've had everything that I planned to teach you in college. So he just went on and gave me my A and gave me the right to assist him on occasions on some aspects of what was going on in that class. But Mrs. Hobson, along with Mrs. Chambers, and some of the other teachers at Rowan did not bifurcate what it meant to be a good person of faith, as well as a person who was involved in the civics, as well as a good educator. I came to know what it meant to do multiple intelligences because they integrated not only speech, but acting, as well as history and all of the components that come to make a holistic education in what we did. Remember the try how we did those plays that Mrs. Chambers would write, and and Deborah would squeeze the blood out of those, which was basically, telling the story of Martin Luther King and his family. But then also there were others, and we admired the class of 1968, Randall, Don, because you all were exemplars of what they were teaching us. And one little story I will never forget, when I went to Princeton University School of Theology, and standing over in the corner was Carolyn Abrams. I forgot about listening to the speaker, and I made a beeline over to Carolyn because she was my idol. She was the person that I really, really thought was someone I wanted to be like. She was also my swim teacher. So we had teachers who inspired us to be who we are today. I cannot be what I am without Miss Eloise Hobson.
Exactly.
Okay.
Since we are speaking of the greatest teachers at L.J. Rowan, we were in the class of 59, Arthur James, myself, Reed Lonnie. And I was Charlie Brown in the bathroom, to be straight up. And James Borkins, a graduate of Tougaloo College, taught math. When I entered Rowan, my sister said, you need to have Mr. Borkins for a math teacher. So naturally, that's where I went. The unfortunate, he lasted with me for about 3 weeks. They changed him out and brought in John Buckley, and then they had Wayne Sutton to come in. So I was concentrating on Mr. Borkins being the teacher because of his regiment. He was very strict, but you learned something. I had Arthur as a classmate, so I would be sitting behind him. Arthur wrote in such a fashion that you needed a translator to figure out what he was talking about. But he was very sharp in math. Anyway, Mr. Borkins ended up leaving. We ended up with Wayne Sutton. And if I lose faith in something, I drop everything. And that's what I ended up doing. We had Justice Stegall as our English teacher in our freshman year, our sophomore year, I should say. Very, very strict, very good, very good. And he ended up telling me I had a great mind if I would only use it. Excuse me, that was Mrs. Chambers. That was Mrs. Chambers. But we had great teachers during that time, and we came from the Jim Crow era. And we went, wherever we went, we excelled. We excelled. We, about 8 or 10 of us in the Tougaloo, and several had to do remedial stuff. No one from the class of Rowan did.
This is for the young lady sitting next to you. Do you know when the school on the corner of 7th Street and Bowie was built and torn down? It was torn down by the time I returned home in 1990. Students of none color went there, and I mean, there were people one street over. We called it short 8th Street. And yet we had to go, we came here. But I wondered, there was a block where Italians and Greeks, people who own Gus's 1, 2, those kind of people, at the edge, businesses at the edge of town. And this is certainly this building was a much better building, I think. But I was wondering when it started, and why did they tear down that building? It was a beautiful building.
I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to pull up the, yeah.
The Lamar School.
So,
I want to mention two things. Mr. Berger and Mr. Stegall and Reverend Ridgway testified, I think it was 1958 or 59, before the Civil Rights panel that came from Congress to New Orleans to get testimony on segregation. And this was long before, I mean, I couldn't imagine that there were brave people in town who would do that because everything was rigidly segregated. But they were courageous, and even with the threat of loss of life or limb, they did so.
Thank you, Dr. Laudner.
yeah, so it was referred to as the Fourth Ward School when they had originally set up the schools for the white children. When Hattiesburg was founded, they had put one per ward eventually in the early 1900s. Fourth Ward School also went Bowie Street Lamar School. It was built in 1907 and it was closed and eventually torn down after 1964. Right now, Schimper Salvage sits on that land. But it was closed in 64 and then eventually torn. I don't know the date that it was torn down, but it closed in 64. It was still there in 66 when I left. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dr. Williams, why do you think we went? Why do you think we have returned to segregation?
Ooh. Dr. Bell, I may need to fill out a leave form to answer that question.
Yeah.
Let me, So, ooh,
We do have, this is also something, if you
Yeah,
want Meridian to weigh into, she
so I really can't probably speak to that, but what I can say is there's always hidden challenges. And so I would just say that, you know, even one of the things stepping into this position, there are still those that think that certain people cannot lead certain organizations. And so one of the things, you know, we try doing the work and focus on that. I think people are always constantly moving. I think now there's something called the donut hole effect where people are constantly moving. Well, I think I have to defer on that one. But what I would say is, I think as the city has grown and moved out, I think that has played a role in it. I think the city not going more south, I think that has played a role in it. I think there's also a mindset of sometimes people think there's something better. I know people been talking about Rowan. You know, most people probably don't know Rowan Elementary School is the #1 elementary school in Forest and Lamar County. And it's been the #1 elementary school, I think, for the past 2 or 3 years. And so I just think we have to do a better job of celebrating and also communicating, you know, the great things that our students are doing. And so I do think that plays a role in it. I give it to the scholar.
Yeah.
So I'm nearing the completion of my dissertation, and I've been toying with this question because it's coming in towards the end of my work. I'm in the midst of writing about the 87 and 89, 88 court case, the busing case, the federal case that implemented busing in Hattiesburg. And I'm toying with this idea of you know how people argue that post-civil rights was a post-racial society? Some people argue that it wasn't. It still isn't. And the thing that I'm finding is that the answer is race, in my opinion. And as time moved on, people like to pretend that it wasn't race, it isn't race, that is still so in the forefront of the social, you know, consciousness. And recently it's rearing its head more than it has in the past. But at the end of the day, that is what, no matter what people argue, that is typically what is holding people back from putting their children in school in the Hattiesburg School District, white people. And they don't want to say that it's race, but it is race. And that's kind of where my research is going. I mean, it's centering on the fact that as much as people might argue that it isn't, race is the factor of people not wanting to put their kids in school.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, can you say that again into the mic, please?
Visa Academy opened its doors on the same day that the Hattiesburg Public School District started its desegregation plan, which was grade 1 through 4 and 65 and 66. And so it's nothing new. You know, it was a private school for the, it was in the almost in the African-American community. But, so we've gone from private school to parochial schools. So it's white flight. That's what it is.
Mr. Williams, did you want to add? And she took your term? Mm-hmm. Okay, okay.
The county schools were basically white schools. Addresses got changed. That's where the white kids went. That's why they live in the city, but they are educated in the county. And it is white flight. Those are the major contributors. The private schools, and then changing of addresses so they could go to a county school and not have to go to the public schools, which are now great schools, predominantly black and succeeding. But it still goes back to the fact that we have been forced into segregation again, not by our choosing.
Thank you. Councilwoman Delgado?
And funding that's going, you know, the advocacy for funding to go to anything other than public schools.
Oh, yes, ma'am. So one of the things, vouchers, I would just say buyer beware. Because a voucher is not going to get you the transportation that you need to go. So one of the things that I've shared is I would never argue with a parent about where to send your child to school. Because at the end of the day, parents want to make the best decision for their child. But what I would say is public dollars should have public accountability. And the second thing that I would say, you know, there's an argument, you know, I listen to Super Talk. There's an argument on there where they love to say, or some love to say, well, we use public dollars for EBT cards to go to private businesses. That's true. But when you use those public funds to purchase something, you have to follow those governmental rules. And so the question I often pose is, if all truly means all, if there's something so special that private schools are able to do, or charter schools that they're able to do, if they're doing something so special, why not change the laws for the public schools so that we can provide those same opportunities as well? And so with the vouchers, I would just say buyer beware, because making sure, because one, if you do your research, most states don't take challenging students. Because even right now, with Title I funds, you can use Title I funds to go to a private school now. Those schools right now, today, they choose to opt out of accepting Title I dollars because they do not want the Title I accountability. Because now you have to ensure that those students are performing academically and progressing at the same rate as all children. So I would just say public schools, public dollars should have public accountability, and making sure that we're putting the funds and resources surrounding kids to make sure that everyone has the same equity. And it's kind of going back to the same question from earlier. I think one mindset is, if I provide you equality, it's going to cost me something. And so I think that mindset of always wanting to stay a step, in order for you to be better, you have to have more, when there's an opportunity for all of us to grow and be successful together. So that's one of the things I think when we talk about Mobile Street, when we talk about growing, I think that's something that's so key. I graduated from Crystal Springs and I'm only 48. And so I would my dream was to go to Host Claw School. And I will never forget in 5th grade when they told us we were going to integrate. And so just as a child, because all my teachers up until that point, they taught me, they taught my brothers, my aunt, taught everyone. And so I think what we still have to do is still continue to celebrate success and still making sure that whatever we have, you know, I remember I would go to my great-grandmother's house, and it was the craziest thing in the world with me. She would give us a straw broom and make us sweep the dirt. But what she was teaching us was, whatever you got, make it look good. Yeah. And so I think we have to continue to do that with our students.
Yeah. Okay. All right. On that note, I would like to say thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you to the audience members for sharing your recollections and your thoughts for the future. So thank you so much.
I would like to say, good evening, cause I guess it is. We're out of time, look like. But either way, I like to say, look like to me, why you say you black, color, white, whatever. we all need each other. One way it goes and everything. And I think we all have great stories because every one of us remember when we got the hand-down books that came from the white school that was already used until they integrated and everything. And then we wound up getting new books. And so that was really painful. But one thing about life is God is so good. All three of mine graduated from Hattiesburg High School, and they are all very successful. One of them is an airline flight attendant, and one of them is she's a 100% disabled veteran at 48 years old, and have very good degrees, doctor's degrees, and administrators. 39-year-old, my son. So it's all great things to do is keep God first. No
Yes,
matter
thank
what we do,
you.
we're going to keep on describing to get better.
Yes.
While we black or whatever, because that's where God wants us, and then there's no stopping now.
Thank you
Thanks to
so
Dr.
much.
Martin Luther King and all our great leaders. Miss
Thank you,
Chamber
Miss
also
Payne.
taught my daughter.
Thank
God
you.
is good.
Yes, 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 ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
For the service that you're, we want you all in mind and join Black with No Chaser. Lunch is in the back. You have a break, and we want you to get your lunch and get seated. And then we have a dynamic conversation that's going to take place immediately following your getting your lunch, and then we'll get started.
Test.
turn it on. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the hour that you have been waiting for is upon us. How about that? All right, yeah, I know you're chewing. Go right ahead and chew. But we're here to talk. We're going to chat while you chew, all right? So if you'll give us a few minutes of your time, we're going to enter into a conversation that I've been waiting quite some time to have. We have with us today a phenomenal woman, someone that I've known for a while, but I've heard about most of my life. She's a Hattiesburg native, a civil rights activist, former interim president of Howard University. She received her BA degree from Tougaloo College and her PhD from Washington University. And she's done so many things, including some of the civil rights work that she's known for right here on Mobile Street in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. I'm going to introduce to some of you and present to others Dr. Joyce Ladner.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Delgado.
Put it closer to you. Put it closer to you. Put it on. That's that button right there. That's the square button. There you go.
Oh, it wasn't on.
Okay.
Okay.
Pull it down a little
Thank
bit.
you so much, Congresswoman Delgado. And I want to thank you again for making it possible for the Mississippi Council on the Humanities Civil Rights Marker that honored the work of my sister, late sister Dory Ladner, and me and myself. It's down Mobile Street, next door to where Mrs. Owens, not Mrs. Owens, had the hotel. Miss Woods had the hotel, and it was also the building where we had the local SNCC office, civil rights office. I'm pleased to be home. Always glad to be home. Deepest regret is that my parents, especially my dear mother, is no longer with us. She would be tickled pink to sit out there in the audience, and my Aunt Ledrester, whose daughter, Ledrester, and granddaughter are here. And my brother Archie, who lives here and in the nursing home. I brought him today. He's sitting right there. It's my baby brother. But you have other questions now?
Go right. Well, I just wanted to learn a little bit about your family, you know, your early days here and where you lived.
Okay, I was born in Battles, Mississippi, near State Line, my mother's home. And the family moved from Battles to Hattiesburg in about 1944, I guess. I was born in 1943, so they must have been come about 1944. My oldest uncle, J.P., who had a little store in Palmer's and was an entrepreneur. In fact, one of the interesting things about him is that when I visited him, he always had all these bunches of like grass and stuff, and he was ready to ship it off. And I asked him, where are you going to send it to? Turns out he was a supplier for one of the health food manufacturers way back when. Okay. So I found that very intriguing. But my Uncle J.P. moved to Hattiesburg, and my grandparents, Martha and Joseph Willard, they moved to Palmer's Crossing. I grew up, my sister and my older brother, Harvey, grew up in the house with my grandparents, Martha and Joseph Willard, and with their children. Most of them were like big sisters and brothers to me. And they were a lively bunch. They never backed down on anything. And I've often asked, where'd you get your courage? I didn't know that I had courage, but what we had was a mother and her family who always told us to hold your head high, look white people dead in the eye, and don't blink.
Okay, all right.
And another thing was that you're as good as anybody.
Yeah.
And that mantra was passed on from, I guess, 7 generations ago, when our grandmother, whose name was Mary, we don't know her last name, came from Rockingham County, North Carolina, with the grandfather and his parents and his brother. They settled in the southeast corner of the state line between Alabama and Mississippi. As it turned out, Mary was a 14-year-old Creek Indian woman, and she and Benjamin Woolard were common law husband and wife. From then, at least he appears in the 1880 census, he's still living. He married a white woman whose name was Unity Williford, and she lived on the Alabama side. She bore 8 children. She died in her 40s. My grandmother lived on the Mississippi side, and word is that he would tell his wife that, I'm going to hop the train and go down to Battles to have a cup of coffee with a friend, and he'd be gone a week. But he deeded 340 acres of land to our grandmother, Mary, and I was born on that land. We had an integrated family reunion back in 1996 or so. And one of the things we did was we looked for Mary's grave marker. We've never been able to find it. But the whites who came to the reunion found out about us because my sister Dory was a prolific genealogist for our family. And she had all kinds of tales to tell about these white genealogy people who worked hard to keep the bloodline pure. So they would X out any black people who would appear.
They kept it pure on paper, huh?
Right. That's all it was. But anyway, I grew up in Palmer's Crossing. Went to school when I was 3.5 years old.
Wow.
And my sister Dory was 5. We were 15 months apart. One day my mother took me and Dory by the hand and took us down to Mr. Earl Trevillion's house. He was the principal of DePriest High School. And she asked him if I could come to school to play with because I'm very lonely at home since my sister was at school. And he said, you give this little girl a cigar and have her bring it to me tomorrow, and I'll see what I can do.
A cigar?
Yes, a cigar.
Okay.
So we stopped at Hudson's little grocery store. He has all these stores all over. But his first store was in Palmer's, and you could fit it in this side of the stage. But we stopped and got that cigar, and the next morning, in our pretty little pink frilly dresses with ruffles, I remember, maybe my earliest recollection, but I remember looking up this tall man. I said, Mr. Trevilion, here's a cigar. And he called Miss Zola Jackson, a teacher, a pre-prim and prim, first grade, to come and get me. And I went to her class, and I was in school for the rest of my life, it seems.
All for a cigar.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. So tell me a little bit about your memories in your early education.
Well, I remember.
Were you at DePriest?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
DePriest was named for Oscar DePriest, the politician from Chicago. And it was what is called what's the name of
The Jean School?
No,
Am I
it was
wondering?
the founder of Sears Roebuck.
Oh, was it?
Rosenwald
School.
Rosenwald School. Anyway, I stayed in the pre-primer in first grade, 2 weeks or 2 months, maybe 2 months, and then Miss Jackson transferred me to first grade. And I remember going into this classroom, and all these little kids were sitting around these little tables. And my sister Doris said, "That's my little sister." And I sat beside her, and that was a metaphor on our lives together. We were always together. And school was great. We loved school. We were in class with Carolyn Hales, Carolyn Green,
Yes.
and any number of others. We were always, I guess, Royal Street School thought we were second fiddle to them, but we were not. Not at all.
Who were some of your teachers that you remember?
Oh, I remember Miss Jackson. She remains my favorite teacher. Her granddaughter, who lives in Kansas City, just wrote a book about Hattiesburg school teachers during segregation and how they taught us to excel despite the secondhand books. Miss Jackson was a depressed librarian. She had she got $100 a year for the library. And she had a bookshelf in her room, and that was our library. But she knew Dory Dory was a voracious reader, so she'd pass on new books she got, and from her personal library to Dory, and then I would read them. I was always a slower reader, but Dory would, mother say, "Put out the light, it's time to go to bed." She would get on the floor and leave a crack in the door so the light would come in and she continued to read. Mr. Mr. and Mrs. Clark, he ran the funeral home as well. He was a teacher. Miss Mercer was an English teacher. Sada Chapman was our home ec teacher, and she was our Tri-High Y advisor. Ratliff, Mr. Ratliff, was our choir director, and I forgot what he taught, but I was in his class. But we had fantastic teachers, and Mr. Fowler, who taught social studies, they invested in us all that they had within themselves. Despite the secondhand books, they would bring their books and loan them to us. But they were just extraordinary teachers. I could not have wanted I didn't know that I could have gotten something better. I remember when that Central School was built right there at where the old Beverly Theater was. And I remember asking Mother, why can't we go to that school? It was a brand new brick school. And we were in this old building. The priest was started in 1920 something. But we had, hand-me-down everything. And she said, you can't go, maybe there'll come a time when things won't be this way. But our teachers, Mr. Ratliff directed the choir. We were in choir competitions. I remember when he took a busload of us in a school bus to Jackson to see Leontine Price perform. I was local NHA, New Homemakers of America president, and the regional president. And I remember being a delegate to the national conference at A&T College in Greensboro, North Carolina. It may have been my first trip out, save going to New Orleans. But I became Tri-High Y state president. But that's all because Mrs. Chapman enabled us to be anything we wanted to be.
If I'm remembering correctly, Ms. Chapman lived on 7th Street right here in the Mobile Street area, for those of you who may have known her.
Right. She lived in town, as we called it.
Yes. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about your high school, and then we'll get beyond that.
Okay.
The high school experience. We were talking about all the characters who lived in our Mobile Street area. I remember going to a meeting, a debutante meeting, and it was at Miss Chapman's home, and she was always so interesting and exciting to me. That was as a very young person.
Yes. She was very proper. She taught me how to set a table. And I still set the table the same way. The glass, you put the glass at the tip of the fork. But high school was very exciting. I felt somehow a sense of liberation because I was older and I could go to these places for our clubs. It was very competitive. We had small classes. Royal Street had a lot more students than we did. And our students came from all over the county. You see, Earl Trevilian was built a few years after the Brown decision, 54th Supreme Court decision outlawing school segregation. And what what the white people did was to build this new school, and they did it all over the South. A new school that brought not only the DePriest School children, and was right there near DePriest site, but we brought the Bay Springs students from Kelly Settlement, the school students from Springfield School down near Beaumont, and so on. Some of these students got on the bus at around 5-something in the morning, rode past all kinds of white schools, and came to Palmas to Earl Trevilian. I always thought that was a grave injustice to one of the horrible things about segregation. And white people had nice schools now. When we got there, used textbooks. Sometimes we play a game like who has Mary, what's her name's, Hewlett's English book? Who's got whoever? I used to remember a lot of their names. Who has his math book, and so on. And those books had been used for 4 or 5 years because they had the nameplate in them, and their names were there. And once they were used for about 4 or 5 years, then they sent them to us. So theoretically, we were supposed to be 4 or 5 years behind them. But I dare say we were smarter and more up to date than they were because our teachers supplemented these old textbooks with all kinds of current information. And I remember one time, what was a math teacher's name? He was brilliant, brilliant. Anyway, he was teaching us algebra, and he found an error in the textbook. And he wrote, we were so excited that our teacher down in Palmer's Crossing had found a mistake in this textbook. So he wrote to the publishing company, and he came back and read the letter he got from the publisher thanking him for finding the error. What was his name?
Okay.
Mr. Harris. Yes, Mr. Harris. But our teachers invested themselves in us. They gave us all they had and more. And they expected us to excel. They never told us that we were uneducable or that we could only reach a certain height. We could go as far, I felt we could go as far as we wanted to, as far as our imagination took us. We would just have to find the way to get there. My sister and I graduated together. I was a valedictorian, she was salutatorian. And we, I was 16, she was 17. We didn't know how we were going to get to college, but we knew we were going to go. my uncle and aunt in Chicago sent me to college. And our father, who lived in San Francisco, sent my sister to college. We were at Jackson State for a year. One of the things we did was to visit Medgar Evans's office. Let me just back up a second.
Okay.
We met Medgar Evers when we were children. Mr. Vernon Damer and his sister Eileen Beard. His sister Eileen Beard was the pianist at our church in Palmas. And she asked Mother one day if we could go with her and her brother Vernon and a young man named Clyde Kennard, to Jackson to statewide NAACP meetings. We were 12 and 13 years old. And we went and we were just so excited to see all these young people in youth council chapters all over the state. And some of the famous people in the civil rights movement came to speak. But in 1959, I think I was October 59, we had a meeting to establish a NAACP youth chapter. You were there, Arthur James. And somehow I must have been elected secretary because I wrote this letter on October 12th, 1959, to Mr. Medgar Evers, 1072 Lynch Street, Jackson. Dear Mr. Evers, the interested young men and women of Hattiesburg held their first meeting in the plans of forming a youth council in this area. There was a small group present at the meeting. However, we realized that there's a great problem that the teenagers, as well as the adults, have. That problem is fear. We set up two objectives that we will try to carry out. They are to stress the importance of unity among our race, and secondly, to try to lessen the fear that our people have toward the opposite race and start a large membership campaign. We also feel that we can influence our adult branch to be more active. We chose our nominating and bylaws constitution committees. The group decided that the best date for you to come down is October 25th at 3 p.m. Our meeting will be held at True Light Baptist Church on Dewey Street. There are two persons that we've considered for our adult leader. They are Reverend W.D. Ridgway and Mr. Clyde Kennard. We feel that Mr. Kennard will be more able to serve in the capacity because of the fact that Reverend Ridgway is a pastor. He probably would not be able to give us his full time or as much as we would need. Both tonight, it was a very nice idea to form a youth council, and both consented to give their time if we need them. If you will not be able to come down on the date shown above date, please notify me as early as possible. Then give me a date that you can make it. The day he got that letter, a few days later, he wrote, "Dear Ms. Ladner, congratulations on your first meeting, and I'm very sorry that I was not able to be present. It appears that the 25th will also conflict with a previous engagement that I have, which means that I will be unable to be with you at that time. The first Sunday in November is vacant, if that would be suitable for you, or any weekday between October 26th and 30th. Either of the dates will be fine with me, provided you notify me immediately. My personal acquaintance with both Reverend Ridgway and Mr. Kennard influences me to say that either of the gentlemen would make a very good advisor. I shall look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely yours, Medgar W. Evers, Field Secretary."
My goodness. Oh, my goodness. So how old were you when you wrote the letter of invitation?
I was 15 or going on 16.
Oh, my goodness. My goodness.
But we were all young.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, we were all.
And Arthur was there.
Arthur was there.
Oh, my goodness, my goodness.
Yeah.
This is history, you all.
Arthur and.
Oh, my goodness.
And your sister.
Elise was there? Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's your, I guess, your floor way into civil rights work?
Yes. When we got to Jackson State in the fall of 1960, first thing we did on Wednesday afternoon when there were no classes was we would go down the street to Medgar Evans's office in Masonic Temple. And we would ask him, mundane questions like, Mr. Evans, what's happening with Negro rights in Mississippi? Where have you traveled recently? Are there any other youth chapters? And so on. And one day we went there, and he told us, I want to share a secret with y'all. And we said, okay. He said, the Tougaloo College students, NAACP chapter, are going to have a sit-in. I can't tell you when, but close to the date, I'll let you know. And you can imagine, we were just keeping this secret as kids, and that he had entrusted us with this secret was just phenomenal. Closer to the date, every Wednesday afternoon, we went to his office. And one day he said, the sit-in is going to occur on whatever the date was. And we said, can we join? Can we be in the sit-in? And he said, yes. Then he said, on second thought, no, because you'll be expelled immediately because you go to a state school. And I wouldn't know how to tell your mother that I had something to do with you getting expelled. A few months before then, he came onto Jackson State's campus and brought me some money from Mother that he was at Hudson's grocery store in Palmer's Crossing. I guess he walked up to Mother and started, he was very friendly, started talking to her. And she said, I have 2 girls at Jackson State. And she gave him some money. And he came on campus and brought that money to us. But on the day of the sit-in, I remember cutting class, staying in my room, listening to the radio for a news bulletin. And that bulletin came maybe around 10 o'clock that morning, that 9 Tougaloo students had been arrested for trying to sit in at the white public library. And that day at lunch, all the students were talking about it and wanting to do something about it. You see, we didn't talk openly about civil rights or race relations because you never knew who was listening and what they would do. They could go back and tell on you there were spies everywhere, but we didn't know it at the time. So at lunch, a group of us got together and said we should do something. And we came up with the idea that we could have a prayer meeting, sympathy prayer.
Okay.
See, all the women checked out to go to the library at around 7 o'clock, 6:30, 7 after dinner. And we said that we'll see this group of guys, because men then and now could roam anywhere they wanted to while the women were kept in chains. Right?
Yes, right. Go right ahead.
All right, sisters. But our daughters liberated themselves, and some of us tried to do the same. But anyway, and we decided that the guys would be gathered in front of the library, and the women students would see these guys there, and we stopped and found out what's going on. And Emmett Burns, who was a Q, Omega Psi Phi member, and a minister, was going to give a very brief prayer. He did so. And then in the middle of his prayer, all of a sudden we heard this noise. What is going on? Stop it, stop it. And turned around and it was President Jacob Reddix, president of Jackson State. He went berserk. He was absolutely out of his mind. He came upon different groups of students that was pushing them. He came upon my 2 roommates, Eunice and Margaret and me, and he grabbed Eunice by the shoulder and took her like this and then knocked her to the ground. And then we got mad with him, turned on him. Then he also brought the police on campus. And that's when they chased us back into the dorm. We hadn't been in the dorm but an hour or so before Dean Gill came to our room and told us that President Reddick is expelling you units and you have to be out of the dorm by daybreak.
Wow.
And we were outraged, you know. How dare he knocked her down? He was the aggressor, and he's going to expel her. So she called her parents, and we kept telling her, you shouldn't go. But we were 17, 18-year-old kids. We didn't have an alternative for her. So when they got to Jackson, all the way from down in Ocean Springs up to Jackson, that was a long distance. They got there around 5 o'clock in the morning. They came to our room, and then they tried to see President Reddick, and he refused to see them. That added insult to injury. So the next morning, that same morning, we gathered in the gym, and we wore black or white. And all of these, like 20 police cars came surrounding the gym, I guess to intimidate us, but we were not intimidated. We marched. We were marching to City Hall, the court, for the arraignment of the Tougaloo students. We got to Rose Street, corner of Rose and Pearl Streets, just a few blocks from the campus. And there was a roadblock. And all of a sudden I heard these pack, pack. And I said, oh God, they're trying to kill us. It was actually tear gas they were shooting. But it was very intimidating. They also had the police dogs. Now that really got to me.
What year was this, Dr. Lamb?
This was in '61.
Okay.
Spring
All
of
right,
'61.
Go ahead.
So they started chasing us with those dogs. And I ran into a lady's house, knocking on her door, and there was just a screen door. And I kept hollering, please let me in. And I was with another girl, and she didn't come. I could hear the radio. She didn't come to the door right away. So there was a hole in the screen. I reached inside and opened her door. Now, why is that funny? We were on the verge of being killed.
This is 2005. They don't get it. Go right ahead.
It was over 60 years ago.
Yes. Yes.
So we ran in her house. She came to the door, and we told her what happened. And she said, you're safe here. Nobody's going to come in. No one's going to come in my house and bother you. You're safe here. So we waited there. And then there was a knock on the back door. And there were these two girls who had been hiding behind her refrigerator on her back porch. They came. And we stayed there for a good hour, I guess. Some of the kids were hidden in the embalming room of a funeral home. Some of them ran straight back to campus.
I think that would have been Latham's funeral home.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, the Latham family gave us refuge. So we got back to campus, and Reddick announced spring break, an early spring break, 2 weeks early, that starting the next day. By the time we got back, things had cooled off, but he had also expelled Walter Williams from Yazoo City, who was the president of student body. Toward the end of the year, Reddick called us in. Not Reddick, but Dean, what's his name? Called us, Dean of Students called us in and told us that we were being expelled, that we could finish that school year, but we had to leave. And I said, why? What did we do? And he said, I know y'all were behind that mess going in and out of Megha Evans' office. I still wonder how they knew. But they probably had him bugged, his office bugged, his phone bugged. They probably had some spies, But I said, here we are, lowly freshmen. How would they recognize us? How would they identify us? Anyway, they had their way of doing it. Dory, my sister, was president of the Air Hall Dorm Council. And we decided, I told her, you call on me to give a prayer. This was before the sit-in. And I prayed to God that there are dark days ahead. Please protect us, because we're going to need your protection, your divine protection, Lord, because these days that are coming are going to be very, very hard on black people, Negro people. And you know that woman, Miss Rose, who was the dorm mother, ran over and told the dean that I had prayed about some dark days ahead. So he called me in and asked me what it's about these dark days. And I said, Dean Rogers, you're a minister. You know that my prayer is between me and my God. So you have no right to question me about what I say to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And he said, well, I guess not. And so we left there and went back to Miss Rose, and we got her told. You see, the two of us acted in tandem. We were like twins, so it was not like one of us would have carried out all these things by ourselves, but we reinforced each other. She was only 15 months older than I. So we stopped, and Doris said, we're going to stop and get Miss Rose. Stopped at her office and told her, we know that you went over there and squealed on us about my prayer, or my sister's prayer. This is what Doris said. And Miss Rose just started backing up, and we just leaned in on her. And Doris said, Doris was the wild one. She said, don't you ever do that again to us.
That sounds like the same Miss Rose that was there when I was at Jackson State in 1970. We had a Miss Rose, and she was notorious.
That was her. That was her. That was her. Yeah, but she was notorious.
So what happened at the end of the year? What happened?
Well, when he called us in, Dean Rogers called us in to tell us we were expelled.
Yes.
Going to be expelled. We were not to be outdone. Doris said, we hate this school. We can't stand this school. And I said, you're stricter than my mother. Because female students had to be in at dark. And Doris jumped up and said, and we're going to Tougaloo. We don't want to come back here. Now, we hadn't talked to anybody about transferring. And Tougaloo cost twice as much as Jackson State. Anyway, we got out of there, and we made it happen. I mean, we called uncle and aunt and called my daddy and told them what happened, and they would just say, baby, you have to stand up for what you believe in. Anyway, we went to Tougaloo that fall. One of the professors, Aurelia Young, who was wife of lawyer Jack Young, took us out to Tougaloo to register, apply, and so on. And we also met with the NAACP youth chapter members as well.
I knew Ms. Young.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, she was a wonderful woman.
She was.
So we went to Tougaloo the fall of '61. We got on campus, driving through that gate, which is a symbol of freedom inside. We saw all of these people sitting on the grass, whites and blacks, and someone told me that they were freedom riders. They had come back to Jackson to meet a court date. And Tougaloo was like the only place where integrated groups could really be together. They could also up at Holly Springs at Russ College.
Yeah.
And that day we went over to the Masonic Temple, and I remember meeting John Lewis, congressman, and we all became very good friends from then on, and a lot of other people who we joined SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and
and we, whereas Jackson State stifled us and tried to put a muzzle on us, Tougaloo just said, "Do you?" And our faculty were half white and half black. But what was wonderful about Tougaloo was that it was a liberal arts college, and you were encouraged to think and to express yourself. So that was, Tougaloo was wonderful, saving grace. I also met my mentor, Ernst Berensky, Dr. Ernst Berensky, who was a Holocaust survivor. Had gone to Tougaloo in 1947 to teach, and he's buried on campus now. But he was, as much as anyone, responsible for me becoming a PhD sociologist. And he was not alone. We had other mentors, black and white, who saw in us potential, or if they didn't see it, they found it and developed it. Dr. Berensky was I didn't know until a few years ago, one of my classmates said, "We used to call you, behind your back, we called you Dr. Berensky's daughter." Do you have other questions?
Yes, I wanted to get to the notion of your work in relationship to the March on Washington.
Okay.
And how that came about.
The summer of 1963, Dora had dropped out of Tougaloo 3 times. She said, "Joyce, I can't study while my people are in bondage." And she drop out, and she come back the next semester, drop out again. She went to Atlanta to work in the fledgling SNCC office, but she became known as the Hellraiser in SNCC. She stood shoulder to shoulder with the guys, and it was mostly men at that point. But we had, and Dura was one of the people, one of the handful of people who took Mrs. Hamer to register to vote the first time. She was the first in so many things. And she was driven by this internal desire to be free herself. And therefore, she worked hard, diligently, to help others. I miss her so much. She died over a year ago. And there's a civil rights marker up the street, Mobile Street, that honors her legacy and mine as well. But the summer of '63, I first went down to Albany, Georgia to work on voter registration. Got tired of Albany because every time we went outside to knock on doors to try to get people registered, the police would stop us, they arrested us. I didn't get arrested in Albany, I got arrested in Jackson. And so 3 of us, 2 girls from Detroit, and I left Albany. They went to Greenwood to work. And I was sent by SNCC to a conference at Wake Forest University, not Wake Forest, Lake Forest University outside Chicago. And I got a call from Ruby Doris Robinson, who was the general of SNCC. She moved, I can't begin to describe the role she played. She was a Spelman College student, but she was the deputy director of SNCC, and she was an extraordinary person. She was the general. Anyway, she said, "Joyce, I want you to go to Chicago to this conference and talk about what we're doing here." So we had a lot of campus travelers, people who would go out and try to recruit others and get support and get them to organize Friends of SNCC chapters on their campuses. So I went, and I got a call from Ruby Doris, and she said, "Joyce, Mega has been shot. He's dead." And I said, "Well, please get me a ticket, a plane ticket, so I got to get home right away." She said, "No, you stay there.
and you tell them about why he was killed and recruit them to come into the movement. And I said, but I got to go. And she said, no, you're much more beneficial for you to be there. So after that, when I got back to Jackson, we went up to Greenwood to an outdoor concert on this black woman's land. And the people who performed were Bobby Dylan, Pete Seeger, the Snake Freedom Singers, and Theodore Piquel. And after that, we were sent to New York for, Dora and I were sent to New York for a little R&R. We were supposed to come right back. While I was there, Ruby called and said, Dora, you go and work in the SNCC office and raise money for this March on Washington. And Joyce, I want you to be on, each civil rights organization was sending 2 people to staff the march. She said, I want you and Cortland Cox to go to work with Bayard Rustin in Harlem to organize for the march. And that's what I did. That's how I got there.
Tell us about the Hattiesburg work, your presence here in Hattiesburg.
It was abbreviated because we went off to college.
Right.
And
I mean the SNCC work in the offices here on Mobile Street.
yeah, well, I worked in the SNCC office. People who, Lawrence Guillot directed it. He was from Ocean Springs. John O'Neill, Jared Bray from Detroit. They were the people who came in, and on holidays, breaks from college, and weekends, a lot of weekends, I came down from Tougaloo. And I was at the organizing, in January 1964, we had a meeting at the St. John's Methodist Church in Palmers. It was our first organizing meeting for Mississippi Freedom Summer. I was on that committee, and from then on, we waded through all the controversy. A lot of local people in the movement did not want Freedom Summer because the feeling was that if you bring all these young white people in, sure, they may be the sons and daughters of the rich and powerful, but when they leave, they're going to leave behind a lot of dashed hopes and big vacancies. And we have serious questions as to how much good they can do. We wanted the Freedom Summer because our ranks were being decimated. Bob Moses said at the time there were like 31 or 32 of us in the whole state who were, he said, playing guerrilla warfare. The local police had gotten so adept that they were arresting our people left and right. And they essentially drained us of any resources we had. So he felt that if we bring the sons and daughters of the rich and powerful, that the media will definitely follow them. And they did. We could barely get the media, national media down here. Dan Rather from CBS, I remember him being with us in Greenwood. Carl Fleming, and I forgot the other reporter's name, but those 3 would get the news out. But the only way we could get news out was through these college chapters of SNCC. Julian Vaughn, who was Director of Communications in the main SNCC office in Atlanta, we had a wide area telephone service, a Watts line. So you call and say that Deborah Delgado just got arrested in Hattiesburg, and she's being held incommunicado. We can't get in to see her. And that message went out to all the chapters of Friends of SNCC. They called the local media. Some of them parents had contacted the national media, and that's how we got the news out. We couldn't get it out any other way. we kept meeting about, on January 24th, I believe, 1964, we had Freedom Day in Hattiesburg at the courthouse. We picketed the courthouse. And that was one of the 3 times that I went to attempt to register to vote. I took this literacy test, and although I was a senior in college, I failed the literacy test, as did my friends. That man, what was his name?
Theron Lynn.
Theron Lynn was notorious, horrible man. But he failed every black person, whereas he would call white people go through the phone book and call them and say, now you register, come on down and vote when we have election next. But only 6% of black people in Hattiesburg, I think, were registered to vote. I believe that's the right number. We had freedom, we picketed, Ms. Hamer, Fannie Hamer was here, and there's pictures of us, of all of the Hattiesburg police. I think it was about 13 of them,
Yeah.
marching in raincoats down Main Street, coming toward the courthouse. But they didn't arrest anybody that day. And we brought a lot of people in from out of state and elsewhere, from all over Mississippi. That was the first major activity leading to Freedom Summer. We had these Freedom Days in different towns as a way of mobilizing people to support Mississippi Freedom Summer. There was an unwritten rule not a rule so much as a feeling expressed often by SNCC staff, that you don't work in your hometown if possible, because if you do, you bring the ire of local police down on your parents, your relatives, not only the police, but the Ku Klux Klan. I remember my mother told me years later that the FBI went to my stepfather's job. He was a diesel mechanic at Joe Morris Motors.
Mr. Perriman.
Yes.
Yes.
W.C. Perriman. And they told him that you get your girls out of that civil rights mess. And he just told them that I don't carry messages to my daughters. If you have something to say to them, you go and tell them direct. But they did that to let you know that they were aware that you had children in the movement. And they fired people. They harassed them. They burned crosses in front of their homes. They, Mr. Turnbow in Chula, Mississippi, his home was burning. And the police came out and arrested him for burning his own home down. I mean, some of these things are just ludicrous. You can't even imagine them. But the harassment was incredible, and it was very dangerous. I had a white roommate, Joan Trumpower. She was in Mulholland. She had been a freedom rider. And whenever she and I went into Jackson from Tougaloo to the SNCC office to work, I put her on the floor, and I carried a black scarf, headscarf, and I told her, you will not get us killed. So she would be on the floor. She talks now about having seen the floor of so many cars.
And she was a Delta. She was our soror.
Yes, I made Joan into a Delta. You have other questions?
We are, of course, we are over our time.
Oh, we are.
So if you have some last thoughts that you'd like to share with the audience, please feel free. We have a little more time.
Yeah. I never imagined that I would go to places that I've been or do the things I've done. I think it was born of 2 things. One is our mother and her sisters and brothers who told us that you can be anybody you want to be. and who never told us, you can't do that, you have to stop. And it was also born out of my curiosity. I was curious about just about everything. And fortunately, they were good things. I didn't have any curiosity about what it was like in the juke joint, or I didn't slip and go to the hi-hat at the Embassy Club when James Brown was there or Tina Turner was there. They told me one funny story about when Ike and Tina Turner performing at the nightclub. Somebody stole her mink off the chair, and she went from house to house in Palmas looking for her coat. And they knew who took it. It was a gay guy. And they said, "You will not wear that mink coat in Palmas. Give it back." And so he did. But my sister had this incredible love for the blues. In fact, she had a radio show before she died. And it's all because we listened to the blues. We had the May Mixon and what was it called? Palmer's Crossing was notorious for juke joints. Had all kinds of juke joints, and they played the blues from the juke boxes. That was the only music, pretty much. There was not a lot of rock and roll at that time. So Hattiesburg gave me a lot. It gave me strong, dedicated family. It gave me roots from which I sprang. It gave me a sense of being the best person I could be. It also gave me survival skills that no matter how many darts are thrown at us, there are ways around them. And survival skills came from our family, passed on to them probably from slavery, that all these adverse conditions will confront you, but there are certain things you do in life that can overcome. So that's what the Civil Rights Movement was about. It was about overcoming these historic barriers. It was about organizing people to be their best, the best they could be, and ultimately for me to be here today to talk about it.
Dr. Letter, I have one last question that I'd like to ask. What is your perspective on the condition that we're in this country right now? And what is your advice to those of us who are living in this hellish moment as to how we move forward in spite of what we're dealing with?
Well, I live in Washington, D.C., in Northwest Washington. I live on 16th Street, and the White House is on 16th Street. I live on one end of it, going toward Maryland, and it ends right at the White House. We have the most evil person next to Hitler that we've ever seen in public office. He is a sociopath. He doesn't care who he hurts. In fact, he said he delights in punishing his enemies. He cares absolutely nothing about black people. In fact, it's not only doesn't care about us, but he would like to eliminate us, stamp us out. He doesn't want us to know our history because he's trying to get rid of the Blacksonian, is what we call the Museum of African American History and Culture. That's part of the Smithsonian. If we don't fight back, we will surely perish. He's a bully. And if you give in to a bully one time, they keep coming back. We have to fight back in small and large ways, but you have to fight. Otherwise, we're going to end up in a place that we don't want our children and grandchildren to be in. We're going to end up without any rights whatsoever. Right now, he's trying to get rid of or win the midterm elections. It is said that he doesn't intend to leave office, but that he'll declare martial law, that those sending those police to L.A., to Washington, D.C., where I live, threat to send them to Chicago, but Chicago pushed back, and he didn't send them, you see. He wants to send them to Memphis. If Memphis pushes back, he won't send them. But it is up to us. We're the only force that can stop Trump. The only force. Can't count on anybody else. And I wonder what all these white folks here in Hattiesburg who voted for him, who embraced him, who loved Donald Trump, are saying now that he's taking away their benefits, taking their insurance, taking the, what's the welfare benefit? The SNAP program, the Medicaid, firing them from their jobs. He's about to do another RIF. If there's a government shutdown by this weekend, said the White House is now preparing to fire some more people from government. At the same time, they're bringing some people back that were fired because they can't run anything. They're the most incompetent people in the world, absolutely incompetent. But it's in your hands. Whatever you can do locally, regionally or nationally, you have to fight back.
Let the whole church say amen. Thank you, Dr. Ladner. Thank you so very much.
Oh, wow. And I want to thank you for coming out and for being here and for bearing witness to some of the things I talked about. Many of you are a lot younger than me. I'm 80, going to be 82 next month. God will let me live this long. But Frantz Fanon, the Algerian psychiatrist, once said that each generation must fulfill or betray its promise. That it's in your hands. Each generation has to fight their own battle. And the battles will be different. They're never exactly the same. But it is up to you to fight that battle and up to you to save your generation. Thank you so much. Raylani, how are you doing?
Of the people who went to the March on Washington in '63, I don't think but 3 of us are still living. You, me, Betty, or this gentleman here who's my adopted brother, and Smith. Doug. So there's not. And I'm still wondering where those peanut butter sandwiches were because I didn't have any money and nothing to eat.
Well, I was so excited just running around seeing all these people. The thing I remember most about March on Washington, was standing on that stage on the Lincoln Memorial, looking out at all those people. I couldn't imagine. I mean, it was just, it was the largest demonstration ever, but you could not imagine being on the stage with Harry Belafonte and Sidney Poitier and
Peter, Paul, and Mary.
yes, Bobby Dylan, Joan Baez,
Yeah.
Carlton Heston, Marlon Brando.
That's right.
But they weren't the most important people. The most important people who came to that march were the people from the local areas. And we had no idea as to how many people were coming. We organized with mimeograph machine, the mail, and with the telephone. God only knows what we would have done had we had the internet. But we didn't know until the people showed up how many were coming, and it exceeded our expectations, far exceeded them. And the day of the march, I don't remember Dr. King's speech from my 19-year-old vantage point being by far the most important thing. I mean, there were just a kaleidoscope of all kinds of things and people that fed into me. But this is the last point I'll make. But 2 weeks later, I was on a bus going from Greenwood, Mississippi to Birmingham to the funeral of the 4 little girls. Talk about a counterpoint. That all of the high expectations when we got to the march, not expectations, but the support. The purpose of the march was to nationalize the movement so that people around the country would support the civil rights movement and that it would no longer be a Southern movement. We achieved that goal, but had no idea that it would only be 2 weeks we got back that they would kill these children. And that was the Klan and all the other races standing up saying, you can have all the marches you want, go celebrate, but we're still in charge.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and the next panel will come forward. The next panel is Echoes of Change, the Historical Perspective on the Civil Rights Movement in Hattiesburg. Moderator Carlton Wade, presenters, Linda Francis, and Dr. Anthony Harris. So in 5 minutes, we'll see you on the stage.
Thank you. Okay.
There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. We're gonna get you on. All right. You know, this is a Delta moment. Look at this cue. Look at this cue. Look at this cue. All right, now let me go.
I'm glad you gave us a friend together.
I got to learn how to do that. All right.
I'll get a picture with you right before you leave. Thank God for all this.
Great, how are you? So we're gonna move the table.
I'll make sure to take care of it as soon as I take care of that.
Need you help?
It's easy, it'll slide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's light as a feather. One mic was down there earlier, and I didn't know if they were gonna split, so we could put one on this table and one on the other. Okay. And then all they need to do, whenever they need to use it, will turn very
Well, it'll probably be a little bit better for y'all. Do y'all all wanna come over to the house? Yeah, well, I can have one here. Should I come down? Okay.
Can you see a second? You can't see, well, either one of you a second here. Let me just see you. Yeah. How do I go to the, I just need to get to the platform. I want to bring up my father's store here. So I just need to take this, I just need to get to the, well, I tell you what, I think I know how to do it. I can go to this one here, okay? If I can get the cursor.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's mirrored.
Is it up there now?
Yes, sir.
No.
So you just.
I have to hit.
Is it online or?
It's in Word.
It's in Word. Just double. You going to your jump drive that you were talking about
Right,
earlier?
right.
Yeah, just double click on it. Just go. Yeah,
Well, I
just go
went
to
to,
your drive.
but no, right here. Is it the store picture up there? How do I get to that? How do I just need to, I want to bring that up. How do I bring that up?
Which one, right here?
Yeah, right there. See Born Grocer?
Yep.
Click on that and bring the picture up.
There you go.
That's it.
Yep.
Leave that. That's what I want to do.
Remember, good input, good output.
He can't introduce over here? I don't see why you can't introduce her.
No, Soror's recess is over.
And they don't want to admit this is serious. Have you heard that? They don't want to admit it.
It's got to be real quick.
Random acts.
Well, the Bayou is so close to Texas Southern U of H. My uncle used to live over that area. He was an attorney. Beautiful homes over there, but that's too big of a risk to go back there running. Running from serial killer.
But you went to law school.
I went to undergrad school. I went to law school at Tennessee, University of Tennessee, Knoxville. My uncle and his daughter had gone there, so when I applied, they said, "See, we're gonna have another Funches." I said, "Let me go someplace else." Yeah. Yeah, I know. For a long time. That's what I don't like. And that's not good. They can't keep a president.
All right, now that recess is really over, we are moving on to our next session. Our next panel is Echoes of Change, a Historical Perspective on the Civil Rights Movement in Hattiesburg. Now, our next moderator is somebody that I have gotten to know in recent times. However, when I first met him, we got into a conversation, and it turns out that his mother and her roommate at Jackson State, who were upperclassmen from me, embraced me as their home girl from Hattiesburg who had never been away from home. And they wanted to make sure that I was protected, that I was safe, and that I knew about the ills of those Jackson State guys, and that I stayed from under the spell of them. And they would check on me, and we would have all these sessions where they would tell me all the terrible things, and I would just go home and have nightmares. Okay? But Carlton Wade is a Hattiesburg native and USM alumnus. He is an instructor and internship coordinator for the School of Media and Communication. He has a bachelor's degree in journalism and a master's degree in mass communications. Carlton Wade.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here for what promises to be a powerful and insightful discussion on the civil rights movement here in Hattiesburg, a region with a rich, complex, and often unrecognized role in the broader movement of civil rights in America. Today, we're deeply honored to welcome two extraordinary individuals whose lives and work have not only preserved the legacy of the civil rights movement, but continues to shape it today. I'm sorry. Our panelist, Dr. Anthony Harris, a distinguished college professor, veteran civil rights activist, and the acclaimed author of 13 books, many of which explore the intersection of race, resistance, and Southern history. Dr. Harris is a 1971 graduate of Rowan High School and a member of the Hattiesburg Public Schools Hall of Fame. He earned his bachelor's and master's from the University of Southern Mississippi, and he is currently an instructor from Prairie View A&M University. Through decades of scholarship and activism, Dr. Harris has been a leading voice in documenting and defending civil rights, not only in the classroom, but in communities across the country. Joining him is Dr. Glenda Funches, a former college professor, attorney, an accomplished civil rights activist, and a passionate exhibitionist in the very best sense of the word. Someone who has brought hidden histories to light through public storytelling, curated exhibits, and community engagement. Funches has used both the law and education as tools to advocate for justice, both in the law and education. Attorney Funches has a bachelor's degree in political science and history from Texas Southern University in Houston, a master's in criminal justice from the University of Southern Mississippi, and a Juris Doctorate from the University of Tennessee College of Law in Knoxville. She previously served on the faculty at Texas Southern University and the University of Southern Mississippi. And she is currently working on a civil rights historical marker honoring those who were involved in the CBS Special Report Mississippi and the 15th Amendment. Together, they bring a wealth of lived experience, legal insight, historical perspective, and moral clarity to our conversation today. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Anthony Harris and Dr. Glenda Funches.
He gave us, you want to give us the question again? Or yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, could you tell me your earliest memories of the civil rights struggle here in Hattiesburg?
Well, I got involved in the civil rights movement during Freedom Summer, 1964, at Mount Zion Baptist Church. But I am not that gullible to think that the movement started in 1964. I attended Freedom School at Mount Zion Church, and then I was asked by Ms. Erling Boyd to go to Tim's Junior High School. Now, Anthony had already been there. He went there the first year. As you well know, that Mississippi delayed integrating their schools. Brown versus Boyd was handed down in 1954. It was not until the year 65, 66, that they started dismantling their dual system, and they only did 4 grades at a time. And so Anthony went in that first year when they added the next 4 grades from 5 through 8. But there were no students in the grade behind Anthony. So Ms. Erling Boyd, who was very active with the NAACP, asked that we would go to Tim's. And I spent 1 year at Tim's. It was a nightmare. And I transferred to Hawkins, which was a predominantly white school. And you had you had a mixture of poor and rich kids at Hawkins. And from there, I decided I wanted to go home. So I went back home to Rowan. And for 2 years, I attended L.J. Rowan High School. We found out that summer of 1971 that we had to pack up and go to Hattiesburg High. And so we were the first fully integrated class in the Hattiesburg Public School District. Rowan was turned into an all 10th grade, and all the 11th and 12th graders had to go to Hattiesburg High. Ooh, we keep going out. But that year at Hattiesburg High was somewhat interesting, to say the least. We left an environment that was very nurturing and went into somewhat of a hostile territory, but I was used to it after that year at Tim's, where I attended all my classes by myself, and basically the only time I had the opportunity to open my mouth was doing choral music. But Reverend Seeger's mother had a Volkswagen van, and she transported students from our community to WHT. After graduating from Hattiesburg High School in 1972, I attended Texas Southern University in Houston, Texas, and that indeed was a very rewarding experience. Upon arriving on campus that August, there was a big push to get everybody registered to vote, because Barbara Jordan was running for the U.S. Congresswoman. She was an alumna of Texas Southern University. We were the first 18-year-olds in the nation to vote in the presidential election after they lowered the age from 21 to 18. We voted, and we put Barbara Jordan in as the first U.S. Congresswoman from the Deep South. I had the wonderful opportunity to work my way through college in the history department at Texas Southern University, and that's what ignited my passion of telling our story here in Hattiesburg about the civil rights movement?
First of all, good afternoon. And I want to add my voice of thanks to Deborah Delgado for putting on this event. As I've been here since about 8 o'clock this morning, and I have observed, I've listened, and it's just been so heartwarming to just be in the presence of the spirit here. And to tell the story about Hattiesburg and Mobile Street in particular, you know, I think we have to continue to tell our stories, because everybody out here has a story to tell. One of the books that I wrote, I quoted Dr. Maya Angelou, who said that there's nothing more agonizing than having an untold story inside of you. So everybody has a story, and if we don't tell those stories, folks, nobody's going to know about them. We see what they're doing to museums, we see what they're doing to banning books. So if we don't have more of these kinds of events that are being recorded, being curated, so that future generations can see what's going on. But getting back to the prompt, my earliest recollections of the civil rights movement in Hattiesburg, and before I begin talking about that, I have to invoke the memory and the legacy of my mother, Daisy Harris. Because if it were not for Daisy Harris, literally I would not be here. My brother Harold is back there. But she was a warrior. She was an icon. She was a foot soldier in the fight for civil rights in Hattiesburg. Every time there was a mass meeting, she took her 3 boys with her. I was one of those youngsters who stood in front of the church when there was a mass meeting, and we had to begin a meeting with singing freedom songs. And we would stand there and sing a cappella, and somebody would give us a nod and say, now it's time to get started. We would get up and we start singing. One of my favorite songs was, Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around. So when I penned my book on the civil rights movement, my recollection through the lens of a kid growing up in the movement, that was the title I used, Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around. And if you're just a shameless plug here, if you would like to get a copy of it, it's on Amazon, okay? And it's not a history of the civil rights movement, but it's simply my recollection through the lens of a kid growing up in Hattiesburg. But I think one of the first memories I have of it was, this was around, Dr. Ladner talked about Freedom Day. There were a series of marches in January 22nd, January 24th that were sort of led up to Freedom Summer. And I want to give you some historical and context to what I'm about to say next, because there's the pro-civil rights forces and the anti-civil rights forces, okay? And in the pro-civil rights movement, there were marches and there were demonstrations, and the news media was capturing a lot of this on the Huntley-Brinkley Report, Walter Cronkite, and all these people. They were showing things about what was going on in places like Jackson. And it was getting it was causing a lot of embarrassment, I think, to the state of Mississippi. So the anti-civil rights forces said, okay, what we'll do now, all of those adults who are out there marching, we will just put them in jail. We will send them to Parchment, we'll do whatever, because as soon as these marches stop, the media will go away, and this fledgling civil rights movement will just go away. That was the anti-civil rights forces side. The pro-civil rights forces side said, okay, if you're going to put the adults in jail, what we'll do is put children out here on these marches and picket lines and demonstrations, and we dare you to treat these kids the way you've treated the adults, with the police dogs and the water hoses and the billy clubs. So this cold, wet, before that, we said that's what we would do. The anti-civil rights forces said, what we'll do now, we'll pass a city ordinance that says that no one under the age of 18 can be on a picket line or a march or a demonstration. So it was this chess match going back and forth. It wasn't just in Hattiesburg. It was going all across the South. So this cold, wet January morning, 3 young black boys, my older brother James, my friend Ratio Jones, and I, we show up at the Forest County Courthouse. And we knew that we weren't supposed to be out there, but we were out there anyway. We had our picket signs around our necks, and we were marching peaceably along the Main Street side of the Forest County Courthouse. And it didn't take long for a couple of officers and a cruiser to cruise by, did a U-turn, pulled up to the curb, jumped out of the car, rushed over to where we were, tore the signs off our necks, literally threw the three of us in the back of the squad car. And Mr. Lawrence Guillot was out there from SNCC. He was one of the adults who was trying to make sure we would be okay. He walked over to the back of the squad car, to the back window, and he said, "Boys, don't worry, everything's going to be okay." Well, I knew it was not up to Mr. Guillot as to whether or not we would be okay. It was up to these two men who were getting ready to pull off from the courthouse. And that became even clearer to me. As we pulled off, the officer in the passenger seat, he picked up his two-way radio, and his exact words were, "Headquarters, have the dogs been fed today?" "Oh, they haven't? Well, we're bringing fresh meat in for them." Now, this man is trying his very best to scare the daylights out of us, and in my case, he's succeeding. I know what kind of dogs he's talking about. And we were shivering from the cold and from the fear. So they got us to the police station, marched us down this long corridor, and there was only one thing on my mind, and you can imagine what that was. I want to listen to the sound of barking dogs. I want to know where the dogs are going to come, so if they come at me, I need to know where to go next. That's the only thing I had on my mind. But they took us to this interrogation room, and there were chairs in this room, but we were not allowed to sit in those chairs. They made us sit on this cold, wet cement floor with our backs pressed up against this cold, wet cement wall. And an officer kept trying to intimidate us. They started out threatening to feed us to the dogs. Now they're going to continue to intimidate us by, this one officer pulled out of his back pocket a blackjack. And for those who don't know what a blackjack is, a small piece of lead wrapped in black leather that officers use to subdue people they're trying to arrest. And he started walking in a very menacing, threatening way toward us, just tossing the blackjack in his hand, from hand to hand. He said, "Boys, y'all know what we do with this?" And we knew. We said, "Yes, sir." Now, I'm going to say this because I want you to hear what I heard. I'm not going to clean it up. And if I upset anybody's sensibilities, please forgive me. He said, "This is what we use to beat niggas' asses with." And I thought to myself, we've managed to not get beaten by these dogs. Now these people are going to beat us to death in here. At about that time, the door to this interrogation room opens up with this loud bang, bam! In rushes this small, petite black woman who's yelling and screaming at these men, "Let them go now. I said you let them go right now." That was my mom. That was Daisy Harris. I had never been happier to see my mother as I was when she didn't knock on the door. She didn't say, "May I please come in?" She didn't say, "Would you please let these boys go?" Because she was driven by two things. One, she knew that an injustice was taking place. And more importantly, she knew she had two babies in there. And a parent, a particular mother, is going to take action when it comes to her children. So people say, "Well, what happened next?" And I said, "These officers did what we kids did when she raised her voice. You better do exactly what she said." So they let us go. So that was sort of my first recollection of them. I have so many stories to tell. There's a bunch of them in this book if we get to them. So I'll just stop right there.
It's so interesting hearing these stories, especially because everyone who's spoken, y'all was so young. Tell me about witnessing Dr. King as a child coming to Hattiesburg. What was that like?
Well, Dr. King came to Hattiesburg on March 19, 1968. It was a Tuesday night. We had choir rehearsal at 5 o'clock. At 6 o'clock, when Mr. Redhorn, who was over the choir, did the benediction, we decided we were going to hold our seat in the choir stand because Dr. King was supposed to be in there at 7. So a 1 hour wait. Around 6 o'clock, there were men who took to the roof of the church with guns. I got up just to witness that. But other than that one time, I held my seat. People drifted in. Now, if you said Dr. King was coming today, the line would be probably all the way downtown. But that was not the case. We sat there in the church, and people gradually came in to hear him. It was a different world back then. People had to go home and cook. We were not doing the fast food. Well, 7 o'clock rolled around. Dr. King was not there, 8 o'clock. Dr. King was not there, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. There were people in the audience saying that he was not going to come. But we had the faith that he would, and he did come. It was closer to midnight. I vividly recall Dr. King asking our church organist, which was Mr. Vernon Damer, cousin, to play and sing Precious Lord, Take My Hand. And she played. He talked about the Poor People March on Washington, Poor People Campaign. He gave out brochures. But the one thing that really impressed me that night was the men standing up making donation. They were standing up donating to the Poor People March. And some way they got Dr. King out of there. But I'm glad that I stayed because 2 weeks later, he was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee. My younger sister, not my youngest, but she was 2 years younger than me, decided to send a letter offering her condolences to Yolanda. And we were very shocked. A couple of months later, Yolanda King wrote my sister back thanking her. And in the letter, she said that she wanted to pursue a career in the theater. And she mentioned the fact that her father traveled throughout the world, and one day she hoped to do the same. But I thought that spoke volume about Mrs. King, to have her respond to this little girl in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. So in 1999, I decided to give a civil rights marker to Mount Zion Baptist Church. There's more to Mount Zion Baptist Church than what that marker exemplifies, because Reverend ICP, who was the pastor before Reverend Frazier Bonds, who was there during the civil rights movement. Reverend Bonds came in 1954. Reverend P left and went up to St. Louis, Missouri. But in 1950, Reverend ICP lent his name to a voting right lawsuit. The case is called P versus Luther Cox, Reverend ICP and others versus Luther Cox. There were several members of Mount Zion that was part of that litigation, including Mr. Milton Bonds, who we know owned Barnes Cleaners and the Hi-Hat Club. I did extensive research on that, but I'll talk about that a little bit later. But that was my memory of Dr. King's visit to Mount Zion Baptist Church.
Let me share with you what I will lead to that evening on March 19th, but I'll begin with April 5th, 1968. That was the Friday after Dr. King was assassinated. He was assassinated on Thursday, April 4th, around 6:30 p.m., if I recall correctly. I had, as Ms. Funches said, I desegregated. I don't say I integrated. I desegregated. I helped desegregate Tim's junior high. And I was about the 8th or 9th grade at the time, and that Friday I went back to school. And I was the only black kid in this room full of white kids. I walk in and they're having a party. They're celebrating the death of Dr. King. They're saying things like, "Chuck, good shot. And Wick, how'd you get from Memphis so quick? The king is dead." And they would erupt in this spontaneous laughter and celebration. And I'm sitting there waiting for somebody to just come in and just slap somebody, just make them shut up. And they were pointing, they wanted to make sure I heard everything they said. And as I was sitting there, just a gamut of emotions were going through me, the anger, the fear, and the sadness. And then my mind harkened back to that 2 weeks earlier when Dr. King came to Hattiesburg. And that's what kind of got me through that moment. I just kind of focused on that evening. As I recall, people started showing up, and Dr. King was late. And I remember he came very late. It was around 11 to 12 or whatever time it was. And I remember that church was as packed late that evening as it was early that evening. And I just remember standing there watching this man's oratory, and not just what he was saying, but the way he was saying it. Speaking only the way that Dr. King could deliver a message. I recall he had on a green suit, an olive green suit. And I was struck by the fact that I thought he was very tall, but in reality, he was not that tall. We went home in the wee hours of the morning, just energized. We're ready to fight for freedom now. And one of the things that I admired about what Dr. King did is that he showed up. He could have very easily said, Ralph, whoever he was with, why don't we just skip Hattiesburg? Why don't we just go? It's late, nobody's going to be there. But he showed up. He didn't have to do that. But he was there, he blessed us. It's a memory that's emblazoned on my mind that will always be there, of watching him stand before us at Mount Zion and deliver a very powerful message. And I don't remember everything he said, but just the fact that I was in his presence, many of us were in his presence. And I had a chance to do the same with Nelson Mandela when he came to Texas Southern to do a convocation. And I would say I've been in the presence of two of the greatest men, black men, in this world. So that's my memory of Dr. King's presence at Mount Zion.
I want you guys to ask questions that you may have, but I got one more question. I don't want to be greedy with the questions, but everyone who's spoken here today, a question that's been in my mind for everyone is, what is it that made you want to do something? What is it that spoke to you? What is it that, because you could have easily said, well, this is how things are, there's nothing I can do about it, but none of you said that. Because a lot of people would have just let sleeping dogs lie, as they say.
Well, Freedom Summer was a turning point for me. I went back to 5th grade, and I told all my classmates, I know what I want to be. I want to be a civil rights attorney. And so, for some reason, I saw the civil rights attorney having lots of power. They were coming to town, getting people out of jail, and it impressed me. So I kept my eyes on the prize and had the opportunity to attend Texas Southern University, which also enhanced my ability to move forward with a career in law, because I worked on the same floor as the law school. Texas Southern, there's a case out there called Sweat versus Painter, where Mr. Sweat wanted to go to law school at the University of Texas. And they said, no, you're not coming here. So they created a law school for him at Texas Southern University. Nothing comparable to the University of Texas. I think the University of Texas has about 1,500 students. Now, I saw the inequities that was in that case. I entered Texas Southern in 1972. The Sweat case was handed down in the 1940s. It was a group of cases handed down. Thurgood Marshall had argued dealing with post-secondary institution. But Texas Southern Law School was still on the second floor of the administration building. And all the inequities that was talked about in the Sweat case, it was still there. But my last year at Texas Southern University, they opened, and Deborah can attest to this because she went to Thurgood Marshall. You were never over in Hannah Hall.
No.
So they.
Karen McKnight is here. She went there, and so did C.J. Lawrence. It's three of us
Okay.
here.
Well, I was there, and I saw the inequities. But by the time you all got there, they had this multi-million-dollar. That Thurgood Marshall came to town the spring of 1976 for the dedication. But me, I got out of school in December 1975, so I didn't get a chance to see him. So, but it's life experience that you go through, and I'm proud of the fact that I had to work my way through college in the history department, and that I got a chance to see a different world at Texas Southern University. I had a chance to be groomed by some great historians. One of them headed up the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, Dr. J. Reuben Sheila, who always had the opportunity to talk to us as students. So, life experience.
I think the question was what got us going and what keeps us going. Yes. As I said earlier, it was my mom. It was Daisy Harris. She was a woman of deep faith, and she took to heart the notion that God don't like ugly. And he saw segregation. She saw segregation as something that it was ugly and it needed to be challenged. And she made sure that we had instilled in us the right kind of values when it came to justice and equality, and that has never left me. Whenever I do lots of presentations to college students, I work at Prairie View, and I really spend as much time as I can talking to young black college students about the civil rights movement because a lot of what we went through, that message has not permeated the hearts and minds of some of our young people, and it just disappoints me when I go and speak, even at an HBCU. I was talking with a group of students. A professor invited me to come talk about the civil rights movement, and I talked about what was the significance of 1954 Supreme Court decision. Just asked them to talk about that in the context of the civil rights movement, and nobody in the room knew about the Brown versus Board of Education. I said, that's inexcusable, and it's something that my generation, we probably have not done a good enough job in speaking to our young people and sharing with our young people the stories about the struggles of civil rights, because if we don't educate our young people, as we can see what's going on in today's climate, we can go right back to those times. So that's what keeps me going. That's what got me started. And it's gotten me into trouble a few times. But I followed John Lewis's motto, get into good trouble. I have been demoted in a job once because I was not going to, as James Baldwin would say, I am not your Negro. They wanted me to be their Negro, and I said, no, I'm not going to do it. If that's what you brought me here to do, you got the wrong one. So that's why I do it. I mean, I can't fathom doing it any other way than the way I do it. When I was in college, I had this huge afro, and I still have a picture of it if you want to see it sometimes. It was huge. Alvin Williams back there, he remembers it too. That was an outward symbol. That was an outward manifestation of what I felt inside about civil rights, and I wanted people to know that that afro was not just a fashion statement, but it was a political statement. Even though I don't wear an afro anymore, it's still here. And I'm not going to give that up. And I have some comfort in working at an HBCU that I'm free to say some things that I could not say at a PWI. And that's sad. But let me just wrap it up, my comments with Freedom Summer. We talked about that earlier. I talk about that in my book, about how that was such a watershed moment for the civil rights movement. And there's a documentary out. It was done actually in 2014 by Stanley Nelson called Freedom Summer. If you've not seen that documentary, I'd encourage you to take a look at it, because there are some people from Hattiesburg featured in that PBS documentary. And my mom is one of them, and I'm one of those that's featured in that documentary. But we had a couple of kids, I say kids, they were college students who stayed at our house on Fretton Avenue. And my dad agreed to let them stay there. My mom suggested, and he agreed because he wanted to make some contributions to the civil rights movement. His thing was not to be on a picket line or a march or a demonstration, because he could not abide the turn the other cheek approach. He said, if anybody does anything to me or my family, I'm not going to turn the other cheek. So he said, let me just work in the background. So he and my mom agreed to take in Paula Smith and Beth Moore. And they were, one was from New York City, the other one was from St. Paul, Minnesota. And it was a cultural experience for them, because that was their first time being in the presence of that many black people, and let alone living with a black family. It was a cultural awakening for them as it was for us. And I'll end it on this anecdote that really points out some of the preconceived notions that whites from the North came to the South with. And once they purged themselves of some of those stereotypes and some of those preconceived notions. They sort of liberated themselves in a way. And this is what happened. My mother was, we attended Starlight Missionary Baptist Church over on the Gravel Line. Reverend J.J. Jones was the pastor. And this one night, my mom invited Paula and Beth to come to Starlight for, may have been prayer meeting or something, but all of us were at the church. And Paula and Beth, they were sitting near the front entrance to the church. They were sitting in the back. And my mom kept beckoning for them to come sit up closer to the front where she was sitting. And they just ignored her. I said, oh my goodness, something's about to happen here because you don't just ignore my mom like that. So she walked back there to where they were sitting. And my mom said, didn't I ask y'all to come sit up here with me? And they said, yeah, well, why didn't you come? This is what they said. We wanted to sit back here to see the Holy Ghost when it walked in. That's what they said. We want to see the Holy Ghost when it walked in. And my mama said, baby, you can't see the Holy Ghost. You got to feel it, okay? And they were disappointed because they always thought that the Holy Ghost was something they were going to actually see. It's just one example of how people came to Hattiesburg, came to the South with these mistaken notions. Some came with this paternalistic attitude that we're going to go down South and show these black people how to fight for their freedom. And that was one of the sources of conflict between those activists and those veterans of the movement who are already here. Like, why do we need them to come here and tell us how to do what we already know how to do? Okay.
Well, before I ask another question, do any of you have any questions? Okay, shoot.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert James II. I live in Atlanta, former attorney. Attorney Funches, you sent my father a few years ago a document that commemorated, well, not commemorated, it was the actual order that was issued by the Federal District Court against Theron Lind. I'd like to get your commentary about that litigation, what brought it about. One of the named plaintiffs, my Uncle Arthur, is sitting here, that forced the registrar of Forest County to actually allow black people to register to vote. So I'd like to get your commentary.
Well, we have to look back at the case of P. versus Luther Cox, the 15 African-American men who filed that first voting rights case here in the state of Mississippi. And Hattiesburg has not gotten the recognition that it deserved for being the birthplace of the voting rights movement. We need to tell that story a little bit more. But in 1957, we're going to talk about Reverend Ridgway, who ventured to Washington, D.C. in February of 1957 to testify before the Senate Committee on Constitutional Law. He was the only African American who went to Washington, D.C. to testify about voting rights. There was a lady from Jackson, but she went to talk about police brutality. Well, in September 1957, President Eisenhower signed the Civil Rights Act of 1957. As a result of that act, you had the Civil Rights Division that was created. And their primary goal was to look at the southern states, the southern registers, we like to call them circuit clerks here in Mississippi, and see why they were denying African Americans the right to vote. Of the 15 African American men who filed the voting rights lawsuit, there was only one individual who was registered before 1960, and that was Dr. E. Hammond Smith, who operated Smith's Drugstore. He was a local pharmacist. The first thing that the Civil Rights Division did was to call that case up, a P versus Luther Cox. And they got in contact with those 15 plaintiffs in that case. In 1960, there were only 12 registered voters here in Forest County. Luther Cox served to the latter part of the 50s, and he died in office, and then Thurl Lynn came in power. Their whole objection was to stop African American from voting. Mr. Richard Boyd, some people call him Mr. Zoo Boyd, went in over 15 times trying to register to vote in the 50s. And Luther Cox asked him, why you keep coming back up in here? And he explained to him that he was a Mason. And every time he went to Jackson, they asked him whether or not he was a registered voter. Well, these civil rights attorneys moved their operation into Hattiesburg. They started looking at the records of voter registration records. They tried to pass a legislation saying that the circuit clerk could destroy the record, but that did not pass. The University of Southern Mississippi has boxes and boxes of documents. M.M. Roberts, who was not the county attorney, but they retained him to represent Thurl Lynn, donated all his documents pertaining to that case. So if you have an interest in the case of United States versus Thurl Lynn, M.M. Roberts left it for you to see. Well, John Doerr was one of the leading attorneys in that case. And there were two females that got involved. In the 50s, they were not involved. And those two females were Mrs. Eloise Hobson and Miss Addie Berger. They went up to Jackson to testify in the first hearing. You had a segregationist who was the U.S. District Court. The U.S. District Court has never done anything for voting rights or civil rights here in the state of Mississippi. We relied upon the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal, and that court order came from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal. That was the case in Jackson. Cox would never make a decision. So what the civil rights attorneys did, they went to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal, and they did get some relief from them. The court order that you're alluding to came down in July 1963 from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal. They even came here to Hattiesburg and did a hearing, a three-judge panel. But nevertheless, there were two court orders. The first one, I think, had your grandmother's name, and your uncle name on it. They had Mr. and Mrs. McGee. They had Mrs. Berger. It was 40-some names on there. And they ordered Thurl Lynn to place their name. It had Vernon Damer's name on there, too, to put their name on the voter registration roll. He still gave those people a hard time when they went in. And one thing you need to know about Thurl Lynn and Luther Cox, Thurl Lynn kept a bulletin board on in his office, and behind the bulletin board, he would put the most difficult provision of the Constitution for African American, like what is due process of law, what is ex post facto. You know, a first-year law student probably couldn't answer those questions. But as I said, M.M. Roberts left documents after documents, and what I have been doing is trying to get those court orders and different documents in people's hands. Even with Reverend Ridgway, I went up to Jackson, the Mississippi Department of Archives and History, and pulled court orders from, they do have it up in Jackson. Reverend Ridgway, you know, rumors were circulating that he had cut somebody. I got the court transcript. You can't, the best evidence is always the court document. People had said this person was a part of U.S. P versus Luther Cox. They had Vernon Damer and Miss Berger as a part. I wanted to see for myself who were the plaintiffs in that case. So I requested the document from the National Archives, where the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals stored their records, and I got the court case from the Fifth Circuit Court that had the lower court, and then the document going to the appeal court. And I saw for myself who those plaintiffs were. And that's why I erected a marker over there on Mobile Street honoring those people, also those who did the surety bond. But that is how the court order that your family member's name came in. They had gone in numerous times trying to register to vote. Now, what you do not hear, and hopefully we will share, we did share their story at Mount Carmel Church. We were honoring Maddie Bibbins, but we did a dialogue with your grandmother. Your grandmother was at the forefront of the civil rights movement, along with her best friend, the Curly Board. And they would go in trying to register to vote together. And they were fierce, they were something to be reckoned with. But we do have a little statement from them of what happened when they went in, and hopefully I can put that in your hand in the foreseeable future. But we got to start recognizing the movement was never about one person or one family. It was a movement of people coming together for a common. And there's so many stories that needs to be told. And that's what I have dedicated my life to try to tell those stories. Not one person's story, even though we honor different people. We did a historical marker for the Damer family in 2005, had Congressman Benny Thompson to come down for that. But there's so many stories coming out of the civil rights movement, and it's incumbent upon us to share those stories because it was a movement of the people moving together for a common goal.
Been begging Attorney Funches for I don't know how long to write that book. I am recruiting everybody in this room to sign on as lobbyists to help me lobby her. My son back here is a lobbyist. He can tell you what lobbyists do, and he can tell you how to worry somebody into doing what you want them to do. I've tried everything I know, but I need you all to help me. Thank you. I ain't studying it.
And let me just say, Mr. Charles Davis, who was an activist, civil rights activist, community activist, it is important that we record these stories because Charles had so much knowledge and he got so excited. I remember when we went to the library and he saw where his uncle, Mr. Richard Boyd, was registered to vote. Charles actually started crying in the library. But Charles had a wealth of knowledge, and I don't know if he ever did an oral history, but I applaud those who are doing oral history because it was through the USM oral history program that I got a chance to read Dr. E. Hammond Smith's story. And that was so inspirational. He kept trying to tell the person from USM about the case, but it seemed like the interviewer did not know the significance of the case. The case was so significant that the state of Mississippi tried twice after the Fifth Circuit Court's appeal said you cannot require them to read and interpret the Constitution. They tried to pass so that the person had to read and interpret. The only reason that it passed because of Brown versus Board of Education and the White Citizen Council got behind it. The White Citizen Council and the Sovereignty Commission came about as a result of Brown versus Board of Education. So they got behind it, and that's why you had to read and interpret, as opposed to if you were illiterate, you could interpret, and if you were literate, the only thing you had to do before was to if you were literate, the only thing you had to do was read. And that was a result of the 1890 Constitutional Convention. Well, I've taught 2 classes at USM with Ollie on civil rights. And maybe when I retire from working, I'm still working every day with legal services. So maybe one day when I stop working, I'll have more time to do that. I do like Alex Haley used to do. I ran into Mr. Haley one night. Alex Haley, he sued, but he would go out, him and Lamar Alexander, who was the governor of Tennessee, and he also served as president of the University of Tennessee. but they would go out on a freight liner and write their book on the water, which is very relaxing, so it'll happen.
Any more questions?
Are we running? Okay.
So if there are no more questions, we're gonna, did you go right ahead?
I'm just curious, do y'all see any parallels between what happened 50, 60 years ago and what we're going through today? What was the question?
The question was, are there any parallels between what we saw in the 50s and 60s and what's going on today? I think it's pretty obvious, yeah, that we're seeing an attempt to take us back. When they say take our country back, that's what they mean. They want to go back to that time, and they're so bold with it now. They're just, and that's why we have to come at this from a strategic way, ally ourselves with others, and push back and resist this stuff, because they are very serious and they're making progress. They have Trump basically has a Supreme Court in his back pocket. He has Congress in his back pocket. He has much of the media in his back pocket. And he can do almost anything. And if we don't resist it, and if we don't push back, we're going to see some of these same things repeated. And we may have to go back to the streets again.
I think we often hear, lest we forget we are subject to repeat the past. I think we have to do some soul searching. What did our generation do that we have to beg people to go out and vote? I had a young lady working with me. She's in law school now, but she was not a registered voter. She came to me and asked me to do her letter, a recommendation to law school. She got accepted, very smart, but she was not a registered voter. And I asked her, is it some religious reason why you're not voting? No. And the only way I was able to get her to go register to vote and show me her voter registration card, because she wanted me to write that letter for her to get in law school. But our generation, we need to do some soul searching. Where did we fail? Because we shouldn't have to beg anyone to get out and register to vote. And when I think about Reverend Ridgway and what he went through in 1957 after he testified, because you had those segregationists up there, you had Senator Stennis and Easton. Yeah, thank you. They both were part of that committee, and before Reverend Ridgway could get back home, they had to protect his home. The first thing that Donald Trump did when he went in office, he got rid of the Civil Rights Division in the Department of Justice. And so it pains me when I hear my people say they went out and voted for him. Now, you got a duly qualified African-American woman who served as U.S. Senator. She served as Attorney General for the state of California, Vice President. What were you thinking when you went out there and voted for a racist? So we really need to do some reflection on where did we fail this generation, those generations behind us. We shouldn't have to beg anyone to get out and exercise their 15th Amendment right to vote.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. As we take our 5-minute break, we are going to ask the panel on thriving amidst adversity, the legacy of Black businesses on Mobile Street during segregation and beyond to go to the stage. Moderator, Mr. Willie Sims. Presenters, Mr. Rayford Bourne, Mr. Alex Pickle, Mr. Robert James Sr., and Deborah Delgado. You got it? Okay, good, good. I think these...
Oh, here you just. Yeah. So here's somebody's jump drive that was, I think, earlier today. Okay. Is this his jump drive?
So I'll get in the lab
okay.
here.
Do you
need that connected?
Oh, so we're not?
Do you want me to drive? Because I have to, I don't know if I have that inverter thing. Yeah. Let me go see.
Is it?
Because this is.
Yeah, you have an HDMI port right there.
Oh, that's an HDMI jump drive? Oh, no. I'm talking about the jump drive.
Somebody left this here. Is that yours? Okay, all right. So, the top's on it. The top's right there. So yeah, I mean y'all can.
I don't have a PowerPoint, so this can go on in there.
Let me just see now. How are we going to? It's not. This is not the same one, right? Okay, where's the other one? He took the other one away? Is that the gentleman here?
Get the batteries off of it. The reason I say that, he changed
I don't know.
He changed these two.
You can put that one back when you got an adapter.
So this one that you're cutting out.
To pick it up. What drive is it on? Wait, are you going to be, well, you come after me though, but you'll be in PowerPoint.
See if I can find your presentation. I never heard it.
You didn't do
Which one is it? This one on Beale Street?
No. That one, I had it up there on the screen. Now, it's going to be 26, yeah, that one there, that one. So what do we do? Just, you didn't touch, is it? Is it touch?
No.
I had to go here to go from one to the other one? Okay, got you. So you want to leave it right there like that now? Oh, perfect, now just go touch.
Or I can drive and you can definitely next time.
I'm not going to touch it. I don't know that. All right.
Their voices had to be right in the mic.
Yeah, you have to aim it.
Yeah.
Let's keep the feedback and all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Recess is over once again. If we will take our seats, we can get started. Ladies and gentlemen, we need your attention. All right, you all are about to get demerits. All right, I think this group over here needs demerits. You still talking? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your cooperation. Now, as I mentioned to you earlier, these moderators are here because of relationships, and other folks are too. The other presenters are as well. But I have special relationships with the moderators, whether they like it or not. And when I call them, I think they try to just get rid of me. The moderator for this panel, and the panel is called Thriving Amidst Adversity, the Legacy of Black Businesses on Mobile Street During Segregation and Beyond. Well, he and I got to know each other a long time ago. He was a friend of my late brother, Cecil Hill.
And he also happens to be from West Point, where my favorite sister-in-law is from. He is a CPA, and Twin Forks Rising Community Development Corporation would not be what it is today if it was not for him. A long time ago, when I started to consider putting together this nonprofit, I went to him and talked to him about what form it might take and what kinds of support I would need. And he, for some reason, he never says no to me. And I'm just, he'll say, what you want? What you want? Whatever you need. You know, you just let me know, and I'm going to be there for it. And he has actually been that. When the Historic Mobile Street Festival first started out, we were just doing something. Okay, we made it happen every year. But I soon found out that I really needed the support of an established organization. So I had a relationship with the owner of the Rhythm Heritage Foundation. So for a few years, they were able to assist us in our efforts to keep this going, to keep the festival going. As I served as city councilwoman for many years and found out that the city of Hattiesburg was not doing what the community really needed from my perspective, I needed to establish an organization or an entity that would help to promote the kind of development that we needed and to have the kind of interest in the area that I represented that would support growth and development and that would receive new ideas and help me to run with those new ideas. When it didn't happen, we established the Twin Forks Rising Community Development Corporation, and I went to Mr. Sims for advice, and he gave that advice. And since we have been up and running, he is our CPA, and I know some days he has to go before the Lord to deal with me and to deal with our operations, but we are healthy because of this gentleman right here. He is a CPA. PLLC is a longtime standing CPA firm servicing the Hattiesburg community and surrounding Southeast Mississippi region. I am so delighted to present my friend and a person who has really meant so much to me and the health of my organization, Mr. Willie Sims, CPA.
Good evening. We greet you in the name of my Lord and my Savior, Jesus the Christ. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in saying thank you to a young lady that has done so much for this community, this city, and this state as a whole. I'm sure she's going to say she got a committee, but she's a one-person committee. You can't tell her no. She's going to do it her way. Help me to give a shout out to Ms. Deborah Delgado. We say thank you for all that you've done, all that you're doing, and that all that you're going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the task of being the moderator for the last session of the day. So I know you all are ready to get out here and do this, but it's dealing with adversity in business, and I am a business owner. So one thing that I hope this panel will bring to us is how do we, in the year 2025, get the Black Wall Streets, get the banks back in our communities, and get businesses back in our community. We have a beautiful panel for today that's going to present. And our panel of presenters is not going to be none other than one of our own, Deborah Delgado. Get these glasses on so I get it right. Alex Pickle, Robert James Jr., and Rayford Bowen. We're going to start the panel off with Ms. Deborah Delgado.
All right. First of all, I want you to pick up your program book. If you'll pick up your program book and look at the picture on the front cover. That picture on the front cover is, the top one is a picture of a group of black businessmen who operated on Mobile Street in the 1920s. That picture was taken in front of the original Smith drugstore. It was a wooden building. One day when I had found myself being the caretaker for Dr. David White, and Dr. David White, the first black optometrist in the state of Mississippi, was my mother's first cousin. He had no children, he and his wife. When his wife passed away and he started to have some issues with his mental health and was diagnosed to have dementia, then he needed someone to look after him or to be responsible for him. And since he had no children, my brother Don and I were the closest persons to children that he had because he was very close to our mother. He came back to Hattiesburg. I had to bring him back. I had to really trick him back to Hattiesburg. I took him to Baton Rouge for a couple of weeks, like we were on vacation, and we came back to Hattiesburg, and he lived with me until he went into a care facility shortly before he passed away. But he was in his 90s, and in his 90s, during that period, he would always talk about the history of Hattiesburg and about the family and things like that. So one night we were going through the pictures that I had gotten from his house because I wanted to separate them based on family connections, his wife's family, and then our family, which would have been the Brittons. His mother was a Britton. She was my grandfather. My grandfather was Edgar Britton. Some of you may know Edgar, Edgar Buchanan. That's my first cousin. Grew up in Zion Chapel. But he was named for our grandfather, who was Edgar Britton. So Dr. White's mother was Edgar Britton's sister. Her name was Lula Britton White. Now this was one of the pictures that we came up with. And when I got the picture, I had never seen it before, but I recognized his father on that picture because I had seen other pictures of his father. The person seated on the far right of that picture is David White Sr., David W. White Sr. He was the owner of the property that sits at the northeast corner of the intersection of 6th Street and Mobile Street. This is 6th Street out here. That is the property that Mr. Reed referred to earlier this morning when he mentioned Mr. Samuel Wilson having owned that property. It was Bones Restaurant many years ago, but when it was originally built, it was David White's grocery store. He and his son, his eldest son, Albert, operated that store in the 20s and 30s. Dr. White was born in 1914, so he was young during this time, but these are the men, these are some of the businessmen. They had an organization that existed on Mobile Street. Albert is the second from the left, and on that picture you have Dr. Luther Smith, you have Dr. Hammond Smith, you have a person who was one of the early pastors of Mount Carmel Baptist Church, Reverend Perkins, and there are some others. I don't have the indication of who is who on here because he sat there and did it with me. And when you see this picture published in booklets and it'll say Deborah Denard Delgado family, those names were given to me by him because his long-term memory was great back, but, he couldn't tell you something that happened a few minutes ago. But at any rate, one of the men on this picture, the one above his father, was Mike the Barber. And I just thought that name was just really amazing, Mike the Barber. He said everybody called him Mike the Barber, but I kept asking him what was his name. And he couldn't tell me what his last name was, but I shared this with so many people. And one night, Reverend Fairley, one of the persons with whom I shared it, called me and said, I found out what happened to Mike the Barber. Mike the Barber was killed as a young man, and that's somebody that I always, wanted to know whatever happened to him. But these gentlemen operated business back in the 20s. Think about that, right here on Mobile Street. And one of them was Dr. White's father and his brother. And he would tell me about the grocery store and things that went on in that kind of thing. But that was one of the early grocery stores that was on Mobile Street. And I don't know exactly when it opened, But if Dr. White was born in 1914, it was opened not too long after his birth. So that is a very long time ago. Now, my father was a photographer. Many of you may know. His office was across the street from here. It was on the corner of 6th and Mobile. If you look at the building on the back of this booklet, the two buildings on each side of the top line, that is the front, that's the Mobile Street side of that Masonic building. That's where some of the civil rights offices were during the movement. I think there was a Ministers Alliance or something that was located in that building. On the second floor, they held organizing meetings in the Masonic, I guess, hall part of that building as well. But his office was on the 6th Street side. It was at 421 East 6th Street. And I guess I get my spirit of history from my father. He was a historian just by nature. And there would just be so many stories that he would tell us over his life, that were historic in nature. And one of the things that really got me before I even knew anything about Pan-Africanism, about really the connection with Africa, that he was a friend of Kwame Nkrumah when he lived in New York back in the 40s. And it didn't, it got my attention back then. But then as I got older and was a real student of history, my God, and I consider myself to be a Pan-Africanist. But he knew him and had that kind of relationship. So when it comes to this idea of embracing history and knowing your history, it's out of where I came from. And I'm a child of divorce. My parents were divorced, so we would spend a lot of time over here in the studio with my dad, even though we were reared on the other side of town. So when it comes to businesses, that's a lot of my interest. There's so much more, but that's my contribution to this panel today, and I want these other gentlemen to share their stories.
Okay, I'm happy to be here today. My name is Rayford Bourne. I'm the son of B.F. Bourne, and he had two brothers. One was Nathan Bourne, that's Kenneth and Verlin Bourne's dad, and then there was Major Bourne also. All of them did have grocery stores, and they also had other businesses as well. But I'm going to talk to you today mostly about Mobile Street and also the business life that did take place within the family. Thank you. Next slide. Some of you might have noticed, by the way, that there was a picture up on the screen earlier that did show Bourne's Grocery. And that is my father's store that was on 6th and Mobile Street, the corner of 6th and Mobile Street. And part of that, someone mentioned earlier today about J.C. Fairley. He had an appliance store, which was appliance business, right next door. In the back of that store were Deborah Denard Del Grosso. I got to remember that name now. But Denard is fine. Okay. Deborah Denard, father had his studio. Okay. So therefore, that was the picture that was up, and we might put it up again at the end of my presentation. Just a key point, by the way, is that I'm going to stress mostly from 57 through 65. That is the period that I know best. Okay. So therefore, I'm going to talk about that more so. My father, by the way, did an 8th grade education. He came from the Prentice area, and he did live on a plantation. He left the plantation at night and came to Hattiesburg. So he came to Hattiesburg in the early 30s and started doing entrepreneurship in the latter part of 30. My mother also attended Prentice Institute and also went on to Alcorn as well, and she worked as a teacher. If you were to look at the family, I often wondered, why did my parents have so many children? And it really was because of the fact that I'd heard a long time ago that part of the old process was you wanted to have a lot of children so they could work on the farm. Well, in our case, we did not work on the farm, but we did have a farm, and my father purchased a farm for $1,200 of 80 to 120 acres in the Kettle Settlement area back in the early 30s. However, he raised cotton, he raised corn, and he also raised cattle as well. I had two brothers, Booker T, who went on to Jackson State, and he played with NFL players, and also my brother Jeroboam, who also went on to Central State in Ohio to do his undergrad work. But the rest of us turned out to work in the grocery store, the one on 523 Mobile Street. My oldest brother worked with, he came in first, and sometimes it's believed that my father's oldest daughter, Charlene Bowen Owens, who some of you do know is having the funeral home as well as a clothing store and other real estate in the city. I worked in the store as well. But brother Billy worked in the store, and then he taught my cousin, whose mother and father were deceased, John, to work in the store. Then they taught my other brother, Al C., to work in the store, and then Al C. taught Helen to work in the store, and then Helen taught me, and then I taught my brother, Wilmer, and therefore Wilmer left and went on to Cary College, and then my mother finally carried the store on until it closed. Okay? We look at the store, by the way, as being more than just a grocery store. It's a training ground for all of us. The training ground in terms of a lot of skills that were learned there. Those skills took us through life, such as in my case, I had to learn how to slice a pound of meat or else a pound and a half of meat or cheese or what have you. Also, I had to learn bookkeeping. What was a journal? What was asset, etc. Also, it dealt with money management. In other words, when someone said you got to take 20% off of $90, I had to know what that number meant. And then also is that there were interpersonal skills. A lot of times people would come in and ask for a half a pound of cheese, and then it's, oh, I made a mistake. Could you put it back after it was sliced? And therefore, I had to smile at them and say, okay, and put it back. But there were also racial dynamics that took place as well. A lot of the people that were selling Roytan cigars, the people who were selling snuff or tobacco or other goods, they were white people. Therefore, I had to work with them as well. And then there were some people that were of other ethnic groups that I also had to work with also. So I had to learn how to work with them over time. Thank you. Not only was Mobile Street a thriving area, but people came to the area mostly on Saturdays. Saturday was a time where you could meet a lot of people from the different churches, from the different neighborhoods. People got together. You would always go by the Star Theater. They would ask you what was playing. I had to know what was playing at the Star Theater, even though that was not my job. Going back again is that if you look at the businesses, by the way, you will notice that my father had Liberty Cab. Can you believe it? Liberty Cab was part of the store. Someone threw a cigarette into the cab stand, and it was attached to the store, and it burned. And that part of the, now, the reason for that, I think, was that my father was civil rights treasurer from 1947 up until he passed in the 70s. He was the treasurer for for NACP, for the county, and then he did a stint, a little bit for the state as well. But also is that Liberty Cab burned, and therefore he never replaced that, and therefore the cab moved to some other location. We also look at the fact that we We dealt with all the businesses around, like Miss Lily McLaurin, where she was at the newsstand. We always had plenty to read at home. Jet Magazine, the Hattiesburg American, Ebony Magazine, and other magazines, and we were expected to read it because someone would ask us a question about it. My father would come in on a Saturday or Sunday and ask, did you read such and such situation? Also, we visited all the restaurants. That is Green's Cafe, which was on the corner of 7th and Mobile Street. They always had great barbecue ribs with coleslaw on them. It was a beautiful sandwich. Pat's Kitchen, also Hunt's Cafe. You could buy a dinner for $2 or $2.50. Also dealing with the retailers that were there. You had such places as Williams Cleaners. Some might remember Vivian Williams, who went on from Tougaloo, I believe, also, and she is now in the Maryland area. Again, we had Denard's studio that was nearby as well. They did the pictures for all the classes at Trevilian. You had the funeral home as well as Fairley's Appliance that I mentioned earlier, and Smith's Drug Store. Then you had the Watts. Watts were next door to the store, and Mr. Watts was a tailor, and his wife was a teacher, but she taught music, and some of you who are into the music business might remember Miss Fraley. She moved them on to Miss Fraley, and therefore they did a recital every year as well. Everybody looked forward to that. And then a lot of you remember Eddie Boone, who he was in the military, got out of the military, and then came to Mobile Street as well. And always good news. When we go back to the picture again, you will see the seats where people were sitting, and if you wanted to know what was going on in Hattiesburg, you would definitely sit there and you could get the news, okay? Just a point about the agriculture here is that at home we had, at the time, we had a 3-acre, we lived on a 3-acre spot there in Palmer's Crossing, and I had a garden, and my garden, a 4-H club, that was the Tri-Hi-Y, and then of the 4-H club and so forth. I was part of the 4-H club, and my project was growing vegetables. So I won prizes always in doing all kinds of vegetables. But I would always take the vegetables to the store, and then the Hunt's Cafe and all the other restaurants would come there and purchase the food as well, purchase the greens. Also is that while working at the store, Clyde Kennard would bring eggs to the store, and then what we would do is that we would have to take them out of the station wagon after I helped his mother out of the station wagon, and then we would take the eggs into the store, and then my father would transport them to other grocery stores around town as well. Okay. So our store became also a ground, by the way, for the civil rights movement. I want to make sure that you understood that he was very, very active in the civil rights movement. A lot of the times, I mentioned earlier in one of the questions, was that some of the names were spelled backwards, sometimes, and they spelled them backwards for various reasons. A lot of times people did not want persons to know that they had joined. That was really popular, by the way, with the teachers and with a lot of the ministers also. But sometimes they came around and they started joining. Then there were a lot of people who were recruiting people to join the NAACP. Some of the visitors, by the way, who came to the grocery store might have been Miss Lily McLeod. I think some of you, McLaurin, I'm sorry, McLeod. She was a recruiter, and she would bring in like 8 or 9 new members at a time because she had to bring the money in as well as she had to bring the names in as well. And then they had the code of how you would bring the names in. Her husband, by the way, is Dr. McLeod, and he did not really know Spanish, but he taught us a word for water being agua, and then also never being nunca, and therefore he taught us different words in Spanish. But it was great because they would come by almost every day. You also had Miss Lily Knight that was active also, but a lot of people didn't know it. She was with Dr. Smith, and she did work in the drugstore as well for a while. Some people do know that also. And then you had the teacher, Alfonso Clark, who taught also at Trevilian. I think he was working one time, though, at Royal Street, and something happened. And then you had Victoria Gray. She became a Jackson later, but Victoria Gray was from Palmer's as well. Some of you might want to read about her. She had a great, great history. And then also, I did not know it until I went back through my books, by the way, and in 1964, we had people coming from all around. And so when they came into the store, and I don't know why they came into the store, but they came into the store, I got their autographs. And this autograph now, some of you might go to the Palmer's Crossing Historic Museum there, and you'll find my book there that having the autograph of a lot of people who did come. But Fred Shuttleworth, some of you know the Shuttleworth Airport is named after him in Birmingham. Herbert Randall, who did books on photographs, a lot of photographs on 64 Freedom Summer. Gordon Martin. I ask you really to look at that book because my father is featured throughout that book, by the way, on Count Them One by One. And then also we had Bob Moses, we had John Howard Griffin. Came into the store a couple of times, and I just didn't believe him when he says, "Oh, I'm really not black, I'm white." I said, "Excuse me, what do you mean?" He says, I'm really white. So therefore, as all of you might know, you can see documentaries on it where he did Black Like Me. And then you have Bob Beach, who was very popular in town, and he worked with a lot of the guys around the area as well. Won't go into a lot of that. You can read up on that as well. So my father worked primarily with civil rights and also with the grocery store and also with the farming as well, okay? So when we talk about what all took place, we say that my father's entrepreneurial journey, by the way, shaped in it was a vision that he had. He had a vision of saying that he wants other people to be free, to vote, to be entrepreneurs, and so forth. So when he started his farming back in the 30s, he also asked other people to buy farms as well. He worked at the fertilizer factory for a while until he got to the point where he could then start helping other people. He also, as I mentioned to you, had the cab stand. He provided food, by the way, to people. Today in time, you have credit cards. Well, at that time, you had people who did not have credit cards, so therefore, they had it on credit. They got food on credit. So essentially, he had sharecroppers who also got food on credit, and also is that he took people around as well. There was no Ubers around at that time either. He really believed, as you note there, is in community solidarity as well as fighting injustice. Okay? So the point I want to leave you with, the point is that the struggle goes on, and I see a lot of people in here today that are really, really contributed to it, and I just thank God for giving us that opportunity to fight and also to carry on the legacy of a lot of the people who are here. And I'm just so happy to meet so many of you. I've heard the names over the years, and it's really, really been just a major pleasure. So therefore, I want you to know that the fight shall continue, and I just want to thank all of you for being here as well. Thank you.
Push our chair table. And then we can see when we sit out there. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Great. I'm very honored to be here this afternoon. I really appreciate you inviting me to be on the panel, Councilwoman Delgado. My name is Alex Pickle. I am the co-founder of a company called Local Impact Analytics. We're based here in Hattiesburg. We do economic development consulting, but we've over the years done everything from infrastructure work to economic analysis, do a lot of work with local communities, and have had the pleasure, particularly in our infrastructure work, to work on a lot of projects that have really sought to solve, I don't want to say solve, but address historic inequality and issues that have impacted communities for decades. One of those projects we're very proud of is the overpasses on Hall Avenue over the railroad tracks down there. And that was a project that obviously Councilwoman Delgado championed for years. And we're excited to see that get to be open this past year. So what I was asked to speak about and be a part of this panel for, Councilwoman asked me to come and speak about the broader sort of economic trends and policies that impacted Black business districts. And I, like Mr. Sims, cannot tell her no, so I said, sure, I'll be happy to do that. And then I left her office and immediately thought, there is so much to cover in that topic, and I have no idea how I'll do it in just a few minutes. And the reason for that is, for me personally, I believe that there is no way to talk about the Black economy or the economy of Black business districts in America it is the entire history of America. It is the same economy. We cannot talk about the economy of America without talking about slavery, without talking about how the country was founded and set up. We go back to even before the country is founded. I mean, you go back to the 1600s, and that is when to establish the economic system that we have, this idea of whiteness is invented to separate really the working class from the owning class. And so for me personally, I sat down and I started trying to think through how I would talk about this, and I struggled for a while for that reason. And what I ultimately landed on, and what I want to talk about today, is this idea of thriving through adversity. And what we all can, everyone in this room knows a lot of the forces and pressures that were a ceiling and pushing down on Black businesses. And one of the things I want to talk about, or the main thing I want to talk about, is one of the forces that I believe is a way that Black business districts were able to establish themselves and thrive in an era of segregation and Jim Crow. So what we have on the slide here is a fun little chart. It's a depressing little chart of the ratio of white to Black per capita wealth in the United States from 1860 to 2020. So you can see in 1860, 1870, that ratio is about 56 to 1. In the years immediately following emancipation, that falls from 56 to 1, meaning for every $1 of Black wealth, there's $56 of white wealth, to 23 to 1 in 1870, and then 11 to 1 in 1900. One thing I do want to point out, just because I think it can be somewhat misleading with the way this chart is presented, that that steep decline you see at the beginning doesn't necessarily represent a ton of advancement for Black communities. It's the same as saying if I have $100 and you have $1, that ratio is 100 to 1. If I have $100 and you have $2, it drops to 50 to 1. So you can see those ratios drop very quickly, even though you only have $1 more than you had to begin with. So that's the ratio. So you can see that sharp decline. And then from 1900 to 1930, the gap only closes by about 0.3% per year. So this is when you see sort of the introduction of a lot of the more oppressive laws in Jim Crow and fighting, white power structure, essentially fighting back against new Black economic power. And then the period of time I really want to focus on is 1930 to 1960, because we see past 1930 sort of another trend where it starts to dip down again. And so if we can go to that next slide, maybe. There we go. So just to quickly hit on, again, like I mentioned, everyone knows the things that were working against black communities, but you have the New Deal policies that excluded black families. You have the GI Bill that obviously excluded black soldiers, Social Security Act, Federal Housing Authority redlining. This is a map of, not of Hattiesburg, but of Jackson, of the redlining sort of the districts in 1935, where the red here is effectively where black families were allowed to buy houses. So, and you can see we actually worked on a project using this map that kind of showed the long-term and persistent economic effects on these same communities. So what you have at this point is still a lot of opportunities for white communities and white families to build wealth, and black families and black communities being excluded from that. However, from this period, from 1930 to 1960, this wealth gap, this wealth ratio is dropping from 10 to 1, so $10 for every $1, down to 8 to 1, so $8 for every $1, which, again, not great, obviously not good, but it is still dropping, which is interesting given these forces. So we'll go to the next one. One of the things that is a force sort of pushing up in the other direction, although I think this is sort of hiding some other impacts, is this is the racial wage gap. 1939 here is this bottom row, 1950 is the top. And you can see from over that decade, the percentage of income, or non-white workers' percentage of income relative to white workers goes from 38% to 52% over that decade. That is, I obviously don't have data on the outside of that window period here, but it is a pretty sharp increase relative to other periods in our history of a similar, 10-year span. However, it is still a gap. It is still saying, black workers are making 50 cents for every dollar white workers making. So that gap, that wealth gap, should still be widening substantially, knowing this and knowing what was on the previous slide. So we'll go to that. Go to the next one. There we go. So what I think is worth mentioning, and this is where I think it really ties into black business districts and why they were so important and continue to be important, is two concepts within economics that really go hand in hand. One is leakage, and so this is the idea of money exiting an iterative system. So within an economy, money is obviously constantly being, changing hands. Anytime money goes out of that loop is what we call leakage. The multiplier effect is essentially a measure of how many times it circulates before it leaves. So if an industry has a 1.75 multiplier, we would say for every dollar spent in that industry, 75 cents gets sort of recirculated before it eventually leaves. And if we can go back to that slide area. So what I think is important here is when we talk about segregated business districts and we talk about Mobile Street versus Main Street, what you have in this period from 1900 on to the 60s is, while it is still very unequal, you do have black workers having an opportunity to earn income and have dollars to spend. What is fascinating about this and why I think this concept is so interesting to sort of conceptualize it is that white community or white businesses, by enforcing segregation and saying, hey, you can work for us, but you can't shop here, means that you're essentially being cut out of the consumer side of that economy. And what ultimately happens, and I think why we see such why we see that wealth gap starting to shrink from 1930 to 1960, is black entrepreneurs who see an opportunity there, who know that their communities have money to spend, that they need goods and services, and begin to provide those goods and services. And when that happens, that money begins circulating in the community. And so I think what's, as an example, if you have a worker who, let's say they, get a $10, paycheck at the end of the week, and if they live, if they live on Mobile Street, shop on Mobile Street, maybe they, go to the grocery store and spend, part of that money there, that portion of, let's say it's $4, and that $4 then partially gets spent on the workers at the grocery store. Those workers then go to the barber shop, get a haircut. The barber then goes to the movie theater, watches a movie. So that $10 has now been spent. Maybe it's $20, $30 within the community before it leaves. On the other hand, in white communities, while they are still obviously developing a lot of wealth, they are participating in an economy that, and in that period, is becoming much more global, much broader, and money is essentially being sucked out of their communities because they're banking at national banks. They're going to, nationwide, malls and shopping centers and department stores. And none of that money is getting recirculated within their community. And I think that's, again, while not a case for segregation, obviously, it is an interesting sort of paradox and phenomenon that we can kind of see occur. And so then I guess we can go on to this next slide. So kind of pulling this thread forward to today, if I ask you to remember back to that first slide, we see that chart fully flattens out after 1980. The wealth gap in 1980 is the same wealth gap that we have in America today. And a huge part of the reason is this right here and the next slide. Wealth tends to accumulate more wealth. You can narrow the income gap all you want. At a certain point, if you have money in the bank and that's making capital gains are taxed lower than income are, so you're going to continue to gain more wealth. Go ahead and hit the next one. So this is a comparison of household wealth by percentage for white households and black households in, I believe, 2022. And so you can see here, effectively, for the average black household, or 60% of the wealth is in their house, effectively. For white households, that's 38%. What we can see there is, I think if you add in sort of the equity and liquid assets, it's about 35% for white households and 20% for black households. That's what's gaining interest. That's what's gaining, passive income, and it's what's being taxed at 10% instead of 30%. So without sort of rectifying this and understanding the historic, how we got here, this gap only increases. It's not something that we can sit around and say it's going to fix itself. So that's that. And then one last slide, and then I will be done. So some of you may have seen this chart before, and I think it's kind of how I'd like to close my little talk here. W.B. Du Bois says in Black Reconstruction, he talks about this idea of economic rivalry and the way that poor white folks were given a little bit of status, a little bit of privilege, a little bit of authority, and then therefore decided that they would associate themselves and view themselves as part of the wealthy white class rather than in solidarity with black labor. And when we talk about the middle class in America, I think it's really important that we see and visualize that as this chart right here, which is the middle class has far more in common with the bottom 10% of wealth in America compared to this 40% right here is the top 1%. folks by net worth in this country. It is incredibly important, I think, and the lesson maybe to learn and take away from this is that this 40% only grows. It only gains more passive income. Trickle-down economics doesn't work. And if we continue to do that, we continue to have the same economic principles that we've had since the 80s, this only continues to get worse. And because black folks are starting from much further back than even the poor white folks were able to start, they're disproportionately, harmed by the system. So if there's a lesson to kind of pull through and say, all right, well, what can we do? A very small thing is shop local, shop, at your local black businesses and invest in your community. And if it's a little bit more expensive, but the money's going to stay here, that's better than going to, a national chain or something like that, because that money doesn't get reinvested in your community, it leaves. So that's everything I have.
So I guess I'm last. My name is Robert James, and before I get started, I want to present to you my wife Shirley, who came all the way from Savannah, Georgia, with me. And if I don't recognize her, she might not go back with me. And the fellow over there with the cap on, the Omega cap, that's Arthur James, who is my oldest living brother. My mother and father were Jim and Annie Mae James, and they had 6 children, 5 boys and 1 girl, and Jimmy James Jr., who was at Jackson State for years, probably taught some of you all, was the oldest, and Arthur was next, and my other accompanist here is that high-powered tech assistant you got over there, Robert James II. That's my son. So you got a Harvard-educated lawyer over there running your slides. so at least I'm getting some return from that Harvard education. So I have all of my life. I grew up here in Hattiesburg, and Alex is your name. And Alex has teed up exactly what I'm going to talk briefly to you about. He has told us that our problem is that we don't own enough businesses, we don't have enough money. And so if we don't have enough money and we don't have any businesses, we're going to have a tough time in the years ahead. And it's been a tough time going forward from the civil rights movement. When I grew up in Hattiesburg, and my mother and father were married at Zion Chapel AME Church, which is the church right there, right behind the school, in like 1937, I believe. And our family, no matter where we lived around in Hattiesburg, we always attended Zion Chapel. So every time that door of that church opened, there was somebody in that church, one of my relatives. And mother and father and somebody was in that church almost every time the church opened. I don't care what it was, whether it was a choir practice, a youth organization meeting, a civil rights meeting, whatever it was, there was a family member in that church. Well, when I, all of my early years, I attended youth activities. I did 3 things. I went to school, I played baseball, I attended youth activities extracurricular activities related to the school, or I was over there at Zion Chapel AME Church. And so between the Sunday school service in the morning on a Sunday, or one of the YPD meetings on a Saturday, I would walk across Eureka. And the old Eureka. I'd never been in this building until today, but I've been around this building all my life. And I would walk around over to Smith Drugstore, and the first time I ever ate any soft ice cream, I ate it over at Smith Drugstore. So I've been around this community all of my adult life. I graduated from Rowan High School in 1964. And when I was at Rowan, I participated in everything. All of those teachers, the names that were called earlier today, were my teachers, every one of them. And so I took classes from Ms. Chambers. Mr. Borkin was my algebra teacher, and I thought he was fantastic. I told somebody earlier today that I was struggling with an algebra problem, that he had called my name, and I had to go up to the board and solve this algebra problem. And he came up next to me and he said, you must be the slow James. And now if I called Jimmy or Arthur, they'd be through with this by now, you know. And I was still messing around with it. But he became almost my best friend, because there's a picture in this group that was now my mother. That first picture up there is family members and the saxophone. My mother believed in music. And we got started in music because of Mr. Black over at Hattiesburg, over at Rowan High School. He took a liking to Jimmy James and started teaching them music, and from that became everything. That's how Jimmy James got his scholarship to Jackson State. He was a scholar and a musician, and so every one of us learned how to play the. All the boys could play saxophone. Oh, every one of the boys in our house could play the saxophone, because my mother could afford one horn, and my mother and father could afford one horn, so they bought a saxophone. So we played the saxophone. I played the alto at one point. The Arthurs played all of them. Jimmy could play any instrument, and John is up there playing the saxophone. And John was really more of a football player than anything else. But she could afford one horn for boys, and that was the saxophone. And then when she bought a clarinet, so my sister learned how to play the clarinet. So everyone in the family played an instrument. But I left Rowan as president of the Magnolia State Association of Student Council. I was elected in 11th grade, and when I went to the National Association meeting, and then I went to the Williamsburg Student Burgesses. At the National Association of Student Councils meeting, I protested the representation of the idea of having the representative from the Mississippi State Association speak for all the children in the state of Mississippi, because I was there and I was a student council president and I was representing the Magnolia State Association, and I won that protest. So I represented all the students in the state of Mississippi at the National Student Council meeting, white and black. And in addition to that, a young man by the name of Sanford Bishop was the president of the Black Student Council Association in Alabama. And so he decided to protest too. So Sanford won his protest. And so Sanford Bishop, who is a congressman now from Georgia, won his protest. So he represented all of the students in the state of Alabama. And I think the young lady from Virginia did a protest too. So we had a major civil rights movement on the student council level. And I tried to find some national record of that. They purged that record early. And the interesting thing about that for people from Hattiesburg is that even before I was elected national president, or state president, Arthur was state president in the 50s, I believe. And so two members of our family were state president of the student council in the state of Mississippi. But I won a church scholarship to go to college. I was so active at Zion Chapel AME Church, and so I was elected Boy of the Year. And of course, they called the name of Richard Boyd, who was my godfather. And Mrs. Erlene Boyd used to take me to youth meetings every Saturday. If I wasn't playing baseball, I was at some youth meeting associated with the church. And so I won a contest, and I was elected Boy of the Year of the YPD of the AME Church. That's the national YPD. And as a result of that, I received a 4-year scholarship to Morris Brown College in Atlanta. And fortunately for me, is that when I got there, they awarded me the scholarship without checking my transcript. And so I had a 4-year scholarship to go to college, and then nobody knew whether I was an A student or a D student. And so I got to college, And boy, you should have seen the breath of relief on the face of the registrar when they found out I was an A student. And so I ended up getting, they transferred me over to a Ford Foundation scholarship. So our Ford Foundation actually paid for my college education in addition to the student jobs I had around campus. But I left Morris Brown College. I applied I decided I was going to go to business school. And so I decided I would go to the best business school in the world. And I'd heard that the Harvard Business School was the best business school. So I applied to Harvard. And I was admitted to Harvard Business School. So I attended Harvard Business School 1968 through 1970 in the class of 1970. Before my class at the Harvard Business School, the largest class of African American graduates was 6. I mean, I don't mean 60, I mean 6. And the average class at the school during those years was about 670. Now it's close to 900 and something, I believe. But my class was, there were 27 African Americans admitted for the class that graduated in 1970. And I was one of those students. And I was the first from the Atlanta University Center at that time. And Atlanta University Center would have been Morehouse College, Spelman College, Morris Brown College, and Clark Atlanta. And so, so I attended Harvard for 2 years. After those 2 years, I came back to Atlanta, worked for a bank in Atlanta for about a year. And I heard that this little bank in Savannah, Georgia was looking for a president. And lo and behold, I had found out about that job in 1960, about that bank in 1969. So I wanted to be president of a bank. And so I decided I would try to get that job. And so in 1971, I was named president of Carver State Bank in Savannah, Georgia. And Carver State Bank is one of 25 African-American owned banks today in the whole country. And so I've been president of that bank since 1971. I was elected when I was 21 years old. And so when I was elected president of the bank, I was the youngest bank president in the country. And now I'm probably the oldest one. But I have served as president of the bank since 1971. Over the years, I consistently, every time our bank needed some new capital, I would either go borrow some money, I would take my wife's salary and buy some stock, and so we accumulated enough stock. So I'm the majority owner of the bank. So I actually own the bank now, and so I want to end this. I'm going to end this by telling you a story. Now, those are the 3 presidents of Carver State Bank, and I haven't been looking at the slide, so I'll tell you what that slide is. There have been 3 presidents of Carver State Bank in its entire history. The bank was founded in 1927, so in 2 years we'll be celebrating the 100th anniversary. Of those 98 years that we've been in existence, I've been the president for 53 of the 98 years. So, but those other 2 guys are the presidents before me, and one of them is a guy by the name of Louis B. Toomer. If you ever wanted to see a unique story of an African-American business person, Louis B. Toomer, he was a leader in the Republican Party. Almost all the blacks during those years were Republicans, and so he was a leader in the Republican Party, black and white. But President Eisenhower appointed him Register of the Treasury. And so he had an office in Washington, D.C. during the Eisenhower administration. So he was Register of the Treasury. He worked in Washington for 3 or 4 days a week, and then he would take the train back to Savannah and work in the bank. And so he was a major real estate developer. He owned his insurance agency. And so the fellow who's next to him is Lawrence D. Perry. Mr. Perry worked along with Mr. Toomer in the bank, and he was his cashier. And so when Mr. Toomer passed away, Mr. Perry took over, and he served probably for 10 or 11 years. And then I was president after Mr. Perry, and I've been there ever since. And those pictures are pictures of our buildings. The first building is the way it looked when I first was named president. The second one is the building that I built when the large building up here is the building that I built in 1974. And the other 2 buildings I have built since then. And this building here that you can barely see is the story I want to tell you. Last night, my wife and I had dinner in Birmingham, Alabama. And we stopped in Birmingham, Alabama because we purchased a bank in Birmingham, Alabama, and I purchased that bank on the date of my 50th anniversary as president of Carver in 1971. In 2021, I became president, and I celebrated my 50th year by buying another bank. Now, most people celebrate that 50th year by figuring out how they're going to retire, or buy a yacht or a boat or something, and I decided I was going to buy this bank. But the purchasing of that bank is a unique story on its own. That bank is a black-owned bank. It was founded about 20 years before we purchased it, but it was having difficulty, and the majority of the stock was being auctioned off. And my son is an attorney, and some large. Our bank is represented by a large law firm in Atlanta, and they had found out about this stock that was for sale, and they called and said, you all might want to be interested in that. And so my son and the lawyers in Atlanta had set me up to be on a conference call during the auction. And the auction was held in a room just like this. It was a big law firm in the city of Birmingham. And so I was at home on a Zoom call. And so I had studied the bank like the night before. I studied all the financial and legal reports I could get my hands on. And I decision that I would put a bid in. But when I got on the call and I looked at who else was interested in the bank, then I really got interested in putting on the call for all of the reasons that Alex just told you about ownership and whether you're going to have any generational wealth. Well, all of the other bidders in the room were white people. And there was a black-owned bank up for sale. So I just knew that there would be some wealthy people from Birmingham in the room bidding to get control of that bank. There was not a single person. I was the only African-American bidding to buy a bank. And so as the call went on, and it was one of those long calls, my lawyers had other stuff to do. My son was planning a surprise anniversary party for me, so he was on an airplane flying to Savannah. And and my other lawyers, that bid process went all day. And so I ended up bidding against a couple of investment types who wanted to buy the bank. They didn't want to operate the bank. They wanted to dismantle the bank. They would have taken the bank. They would have taken all the loans out of the books and so forth, and they would have gotten the money that they would have gotten to, and probably sold the charter. But I wanted to buy the bank because I could remember in my either junior or senior year, the bombing in 1963 of those kids. And I kept thinking of all the civil rights movement, and I knew that this bank, from my research, was the only African-American state-chartered bank in the entire state of Alabama. And here I am, standing there, and then I ended up in a bidding contest with, after all of the unserious bidders, once you get up over $1 million, the unserious bidders are gone. And so we were bidding, and I could tell I was bidding against one guy. And he would say a number, and I would say $5,000 more. And that went on for maybe an hour. And then I noticed that if I would say a number, it took him longer to say his second number. And which meant to me that he wasn't bidding with his own money. He was talking for somebody else because he had to call somebody and get authority to go higher. So I knew I was going to buy the bank because I was bidding with my own money, with the bank that I'm authorized to spend the money for. So we went back and forth for another an hour or so. But I could tell that if I said a number, it would take him maybe 15 minutes to say his next number. And if he said a number, it'd take me 1 minute because I was bidding. I could just make the decision. There was nobody, I didn't have to consult with anybody. It was just me. And so after a while, I ended up with control of buying the stock. And it took us until that would have been December 1 of 2021. And we finally got legal authority to take over the bank in March, I think, of the next year, of 2022. But I want to let you know that was some money that we put at risk, but we had dinner with my son. The other thing that's interesting about the story is I named him the interim president. and he was living in Atlanta. So I took, I immediately changed the president because the bank just didn't look like it was black owned. If you walked in there, you never that the stock was owned by black people. And so I wanted to change the appearance of the bank the moment you came in to talk to the president. So my lawyer son had to become president of a bank. And of course that takes you have to get the Federal Reserve to approve it, you got to get the state of Alabama to approve it, and you got to get FDIC to approve all of that. And so once we got all the approvals, and then he immediately started a job search for a president. So he didn't want to. so we had dinner with the president in Alabama last night, and for that bank is now turning profitable. In a few years, that we saw would be worth about 10 or 15 times what I paid for. So Carver State Bank in Savannah, Georgia. Am I? Yeah. Hands. Oh, Carver State Bank in Savannah, Georgia is the only African American holding company in the United States that has 2 bank charters in it. So we have banks in Georgia and in Alabama. And somebody said that the reason I bought the bank in people said that the reason I bought the bank in Alabama because it was halfway between Savannah, Georgia, and Hattiesburg, Mississippi. But that's our family of banks there. That's Carver State Bank, which is our holding, Carver Financial Corporation, which is our holding company. And I'm chairman of the board of Carver Financial Corporation, which is our holding company. My son over there is the president of Carver Financial Corporation. And the bank in Savannah is called Carver State Bank. And I'm still I'm chairman of the board of that also, but I'm also president of that bank, but other people run it. The BHM is the bank in Birmingham, Alabama, and we changed the name. That's the name that we changed it to. It was called Al-America Bank before we bought it, when we bought it. And we have just recently changed the name, and the vision of Carver Financial Corporation is financial freedom for all, and that's clearly from Hattiesburg. And our business motto is to provide the building grounds for financial freedom. And so Carver State Bank is one of the most aggressive African-American owned banks in the country. We are about $131 million consolidated right now. In about 5 years, we'll be over $500 million. We have offices we have 2 offices in Savannah, 1 in Birmingham, and we own a building in Atlanta that we hope to open an office in February of 2026 in. And so we will be in Atlanta, Savannah, Birmingham, but we are financing all over the state of is there another slide?
Just
okay,
your
that's
bio,
it. That's
history,
yeah.
Leadership. What do you want?
But we have a staff of 31 people. Most of them make more money than I make. We pay extremely well. We have no turnover in our staff at all because people, when they get a position at Carver State Bank, we pay them far more. And there was our parents, Jim and Annie Mae James, believed that if we were going to get out of poverty, we had to get as much education as we could. And they totally believed in being involved in the community. My mother was president of PTA, of the high school PTA forever. Almost everybody around here who went to high school at either at Rowan, she was the president of PTA. She was also the beautician for all of those teachers that y'all were talking about. So I knew everything because I could sit in the living room and get all the news because Mrs. Black came in there, Mrs. Berger, Ms. Hopkins, Ms. Chambers, all of them were in that beauty shop. And so, and Mrs. Chambers and my mother were very good friends because she was an AME also. And my mother was loyal to the AME church, and so was my godmother, Mrs. Earlene Boyd, and my godfather was Mr. Richard Boyd. And so I knew when I was younger, just by hanging around with my older brothers, I knew everything that was going on in Hattiesburg. And you could sit in the in the living room from our house, And every time my mother would say that she was not going to be the president of the PTA, you would think that some emergency would come on because Mr. Berger would be in the living room and in the shop, and Mr. Black would come down there, and they would talk her out of it. And so that's why she stayed the president. Every time she would say she was going to resign as president of the PTA, they would come talk her out of it. And she would stay, and she stayed there while all of us were in school. And then when we left, she adopted Jerry, who was really one of our cousins. So we had a foster brother that my mother decided that she needed to raise. So that's our family, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, help me give our panelists another round of applause. Deborah, one of the things that I'm going to do, I noticed that you was going to encourage Glenda to write a book. I'm going to encourage this young man to bring a branch of the bank to Hattiesburg.
I already asked. I already got that on the table. I want him to not tell me no.
Well, interesting enough, Deborah, the real legacy of the black businesses in Hattiesburg, it has nothing to do with buildings or the businesses that were here and it's the self-confidence and the pride and the get up and go and the work ethic and so forth. So every time I come here and I talk to my classmates who are in my class at Rowan, I see the legacy of Mobile Street. George McFarland, who was one of my friends who also owned his own business in Washington, D.C., George and I used to sit on his front porch on Katy Avenue, and we would watch the workers go in out of the Knee-High Balling Company right there, and I think it became a lawyer's office and some other things, but we never talked about getting a job at the Balling Company. We always talked about owning it. We always talked about owning it. We said, well, God, I wonder what we could do if we owned that, So there's a legacy in Hattiesburg that is there's a tremendous legacy of self-help and ownership. I talked to one of my brother's classmates, Billy Earl Knight, and Billy Earl says that he says that he was always told by his mother, who was also in the beauty shop, that he had to be smarter than most people. He was the best quarterback, but his parents told him he had to be smarter. And so there's a legacy in Hattiesburg that goes far beyond buildings and that kind of stuff. I mean, when I see Bowen talk about the grocery store, I know the grocery store well, and I know him well, and I know. Did Jimmy teach you? Tuba, yeah. I figured my brother probably had some, because I remember him with a tuba on him. So Jimmy must have had something to do with his life, my oldest brother. But there was a legacy in Hattiesburg that had to do with that you were smart, you could go anywhere you wanted to go. I knew I was going to get into Harvard. I mean, most of the people who apply to Harvard think it's a chance that they're going to get in. I just knew I was going to get in. And when I found out how hard it is to get into Harvard Business School, then I said, well, God, I see why people were congratulating me all over the campus. But all that comes from Hattiesburg. We had the best teachers in the world right here in Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
You did a good job of going around everything but a bank in Hattiesburg. We appreciate it. Alex, you did a good job. We appreciate you. I like that idea of the linkage. I wish it was some kind of way that we can learn how to use our monies more within our communities. Brother Barnes, you did a good job. Deborah, you did a good job. Now I'm going to turn it over to you.
Look, let's give everybody a round of applause. Let me tell you, you folks today have made my heart sing. This has just been wonderful. I so appreciate all of you. All of the presenters, you just far exceeded my expectations. Those of you who worked, we really appreciate it. Those from the community who came out to support. We really appreciate it and thank you. Now, there is one more request that I have of you, and please don't say no. Tonight, we have a jazz dinner out on the plaza. Don't go out to eat, please. We have food for you. It's going to be served to you. You don't have to get up and walk around or anything. We're going to have live jazz, and I mean it's kicking live jazz. Starting at 6:30 p.m., Dr. Katrina Cox is our entertainment. She is a professor at William Carey University, but she rolls. I'm telling you, you all really need to come out. And we can let our hair down now. We can relax and have that real lobbying session that I need to have with each of you. You know how a lobbyist would take you out to dinner, try to get you to enact legislation that they want or whatever to get whatever contract it is they want out of you. I have some things to ask of you tonight, and I have some good stuff to give you in return. 6:30, don't go home and take a nap. Please don't go out to eat. We got you. Right out here on the Generation Strong Plaza, it will be lighted. This is going to be a great experience for you. Thank you. I need this. I need this sent to me. Please. Thank you so much. This is great. 59. Yeah. I am part of the group that's Alex.
I like that.